He worked with Morgan Stanley, Deutsche Bank, Amazon, and now he works with Google. So, Abhishek Pandey. Next, we have Professor K.N. Satyanarayana. Oh, sorry, we don't have Professor K.N. Satyanarayana. Sorry. We have Mr. Ravi Narayan. Yeah. We have Mr. Ravi Narayan. He's a senior advisor, Startup Genome. He has been a pioneer in the venture capitalist, startup accelerator space. He's advised corporations, implemented governments. He's advised corporations, governments, implemented startups and in different innovation programs. He has helped Microsoft build their accelerator program for China, Israel, Europe, India, and US. He's also been the founding chair of Pan IIT in Washington. So yeah, warm welcome, sir. Third, we have Mr. Nikhil Chaturvedi. He is the Group Chief Digital Officer at JSW. Nikhil is from IIT Dhanbad, 1993 batch. Next, we have Mr. Atul Batra. He's again a startup advisor, member of the Indian Angel Network, Alpha Fund. He has spent a lot of time as the CTO of Algonomy, which was previously called Manthan. He's been the chairman of the NASSCOM Product Council and also been a member of the NASSCOM's Executive Council. So thank you for joining us. And lastly, we have a moderator, Dr. Shailesh Kumar. He's from Samsung. Shailesh has more than 20 years of experience in developing computer graphics software. He likes working in virtual reality, augmented reality space. You can call him an expert in 3D graphics, computational geometry, and OpenGL. Thanks, Shailesh, for coming here. So Shailesh will moderate the discussion, and post that we'll have some audience questions where we can interact with the panelists.
For the introduction. And hey, everybody, welcome to the session on cutting edge innovation. And I'm honored to be with these esteemed panelists. And we will, we hope to bring together a discussion on how cutting edge innovations are relevant for India's journey in this decade. So when I looked up the definition of cutting edge innovation, I found that this is different from normal innovation. While normal innovation is an iterative improvement of existing technologies, cutting edge innovations are the groundbreaking and revolutionary ideas and advancement at the forefront of technology or ideas. So think of normal innovations as refining and cutting edge innovations as pushing the boundaries into uncharted territory. And by the way, this definition is by the current cutting edge technology, ChatGPT. That's where I looked upon. And now, since this track is on India and innovation, so I checked upon how is India doing on the innovation front. So there is something called Global Innovation Index, and currently India is ranked 40th out of 132 economies, which is a good improvement from where we were few years back, 81, ranked 81 in 2015. So we are stepping ahead and trying to catch up with the tech superpowers of the world. And as we strive to become the $5 trillion economy by 2030, this decade is going to be India's decade in technology, or may I call it India's decade. And we need to discuss the role that we in the tech sector can play in shaping India's future in this decade. So with that, I think the purpose of this panel discussion is to discuss on the problem statement of thinking cutting edge innovation from the point of view of nation building. So with that, I would like to start throwing the questions at the panelists. So I'll start first with Atul. So what? And you have been involved with startups. You have been involved with big tech, and you have been involved with academia also, I believe. So what do you think are the 5 cutting edge technologies that will define India's decade?
Thank you. I don't know if I can boil it down to 5 technologies, but I do want to make the point you talked about, what's happening globally. And today, technology, as we know, is front and center to nation building. And there's a big clamor in India, as you know, around building what's called sovereign technology, right? And so I think it becomes very critical for us to start building our fundamental technology stacks, right? And by the way, that doesn't mean that we shun global technology, because a lot of people are have a very nationalistic view and say, I don't think that's a viable option, because to be world class you have to compete with world class, right? So we should embrace global competition, including in our country. Now, on the innovation front, I've been, as you mentioned, I've been working with startups for a number of years. A lot of times we make a comparison to US, China, Israel. May not be a fair comparison. I mean, if you take a step back, our startup product ecosystem is no more than 10, 15 years, formally. I mean, how old is Flipkart and all, and much of it was B2C. Now we are seeing a lot of B2B, deep tech, SaaS and all of that, right? But fast forward today, we do have, I think, 80 to 100 companies that are north of $10 million revenue. Let's use revenue as the real metric, right, for success. So I think things are moving. Now, are we fundamentally innovating? Google came up with Gemini. Can we build that in the next few years? Those are good questions, right? So those kind of disruptive innovations, right? New foundational model, new drug discovery, etc., right? Things are happening in pockets, but if you ask me, the big opportunity, I think if you look at the whole slew of deep tech, obviously AI has been probably half to 2/3. If you look at from a metric of how many startups are building on some of these technologies, but if you look at robotics, drones, quantum, the whole list, right? I think there's tremendous opportunity. I feel the global opportunities. Obviously, we've seen successful B2B companies going after the mid-market SMBs, but for the enterprise, that's where the money is. So I think we're starting to see a lot of companies now building on these foundational technologies and going after, the enterprise market. And some of them are 100+ million revenue, some are several hundred million, right? And very focused on the enterprise. I think, across verticals, right? Obviously, BFSI banking has been an early adopter of a lot of this technology, retail, right? And then bunch of industries. We were just talking about manufacturing, being a big candidate in India, right? So I think today India is a apps, ecosystem. We are not very deep, but I think that is set to change. The other last thing I'll mention is, in terms of India opportunities, what we call the India class problems. If you look at education, you look at healthcare, like if you look at healthcare, how much of our population has access to a hospital or a doctor, within 100 kilometers? It's astounding. I forget the number, right? So I think we can use a lot of, medical devices, do your own, diagnostic and all, remote monitoring, and also there's a lot of technology being built out, education, right, through generative AI, to get private tutoring on a smartphone in a village, right? So I think those are game-changing things, and those are happening. And if we look at a very good example, how many people here use DigiYatra? I mean, one of the most phenomenal use cases globally, right? I mean, if you sometimes through Bangalore airport, you don't even have to take out a document. You're sitting in the plane through DigiYatra, right? Amazing. And now I heard the US is planning to implement that, right? During the pandemic, I had my biggest wow moment. And when, my dad is ex-army, for his pension certificate, typically you have to go to a bank, do some documentation, they'll verify you, and then the letter gets sent to the pension authority. It's a huge workflow. Through a blink on an app, right? The life certificate was generated, sent to through the process to the workflow to multiple authorities and done in a few seconds. I mean, remarkable. And the adoption of, I think it's called Jivan Praman, I think has been 5-10 crores, if I remember, at that time, right? So this is large-scale adoption of disruptive technology, that's happening in India. And of course, the examples are numerous. I'll stop there.
Yeah, thanks Atul for your insights into the work that is going on in the India tech sector. This question is for Nikhil. So you represent the manufacturing and infra sector, and that is one sector that the government is also putting a lot of focus on in terms of innovation initiative with the Make in India initiative. So what are the kind of technological innovations or cutting edge technology, if you want to stick to the theme, that that JSW is trying to solve or do some groundbreaking research, or if you can talk about the gaps that are still there that needs to be bridged with some technological innovation in this sector particularly.
Okay, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this panel discussion. Before I answer your question, I would like to share a few insights from customers' point of view, because in several tech events, we see new technologies being displayed and demonstrated by tech companies from the innovators and sellers' point of view. But my perspectives that I'm going to share here are from customers' point of view, who are actually adopting those solutions. And probably that will help in answering your question. Second thing, the framework that we have for digital innovation or technology-based innovation at JSW Group is that we look at technology in a very integrated manner. As you would see, there are several silos in terms of IT, digital, and plant or process automation, right? For several years, these have worked as silos, and integrating them is really an uphill task. So we have been consciously working on bringing all of these three components together and looking at IT, OT, digital in an integrated tech manner. So that is something that many tech companies forget or don't take that perspective because they are focused on their particular silo. Thirdly, the third principle that we use is very stringent evaluation of every technology from business value point of view. So we have committees that would look at every particular new idea, and they would try to see what would be the recurring business value over a long period of time, right? Without which the technology will not get adopted and implemented, and it will just remain a proof of concept or a POC kind of solution. So this is the basic guiding framework under which we work. Now, to answer your question, yes, there is a lot of thrust from government side, and not just from government side, but the manufacturing industry itself in trying to become better in adopting new technologies. JSW, for very long, before IT and digital became so prominent, we have been very innovative in adopting new technologies, especially in steel manufacturing. So, for example, there are technologies which were not adopted by anybody in the world, and we took them up and developed our steel manufacturing plants using them. So yes, there is a thrust from government, there is a thrust from our side, and as our chairman has several times in his public speeches said that digitalization and sustainability are the two most important pillars for us. So now to answer your question, where is the gap? The gap is not so much in terms of technology, but the gap is more in terms of the capability for energy, natural resources, and manufacturing companies to adopt them. Because there is limited budget, there is limited bandwidth available. So we have to choose those technologies which would be easier to implement and provide good enough business value and ROI in a shortest possible duration. In terms of adoption or types of technologies, I would say all of them that we see here in this event and what we talk about, right from data sciences, big data management, AI, ML, cloud, on-prem and edge adoption, metaverse, etc. All of them are at different stages of implementation and adoption right now. So as we go through the conversation, I can share some more insights with you on exact adoptions.
Thanks, Nikhil. And I have some follow-up questions that I'll ask you on some of the areas that infrastructure and manufacturing can leverage technologies. But I'll come back to you on that. Now, to you, Ravi, you have been involved with a lot of startups and you have mentored a lot of startups. And you would have seen India's startup ecosystem change over last couple of decades, maybe. And you would have seen how the global startups have come up, especially from smaller countries like Israel, and we are still not up to that level. I mean, people still ask, why don't we have an Apple or a Google from India? I mean, before we reach there, we don't even have uh, companies of the level of what Israel has produced, especially in the deep tech and B2C areas. So, do you want to elaborate from that point of what you have experienced so far, and any changes that you are experiencing or seeing now?
Yeah, thank you, Shailesh. Yeah, so over a period of last 18 years, I think the startup ecosystem has evolved to taking on small problems to solve to taking bigger and bigger problems to solve. So we see that maturity amongst the entrepreneurs now to say, you know what, I don't need to do something which is going to just take about 6 months to solve and build a product around it. If it even takes a longer time, I'm happy to delve into it. And also the ability for the ecosystem to support them, including the financial support, has also become a little bit more robust in taking risks and being able to make this happen. So when I was running Microsoft, there was an interesting phenomenon I noticed. Microsoft for startups, sorry. One was, there was China, which we were helping startups in. And startups were very clear that they were just going to build something for China alone, because that in itself was a large enough market. Problem statements were interesting enough for them to solve, and they could build, very, very large companies just in China alone. But if we looked at Israel, they knew from day one that they were just going to solve for the world. There was no market in Israel per se at all. And therefore, they leveraged whatever technologies were coming out of their labs, which they have some phenomenal labs there, and also labs that come from the army, where they actually get to do something very, very cutting edge because of the defense requirements that they have. And they come out and use that know-how to actually build some commercial products for the world. So you begin to see that they actually are taking that technology, but actually solving the problems for the world. In India, we had this very quaint problem where we could serve Indian markets, which are small, and we could also serve the global markets, which are pretty large. But we thought maybe it's a step one and step two. Do India first, and then we do the world. Now, what we're beginning to see is that not only has the confidence level amongst the entrepreneurs grown significantly, where they're taking the most important problems and apply their knowledge of deep tech, and therefore be able to do those in a much more meaningful way, but also develop it at a cost and scale that becomes applicable to the world from day one. So most of the startups that are actually building these technologies today are, I would say, not very far from where Israel is, if not already there at the level that Israel is doing. So NASCOM, for example, has a deep tech club. The kinds of problems that they solve is absolutely unthinkable just a couple of years ago. And these guys will only improve, and that flock will only grow. So I don't look at this as a problem for us. I think it is just a matter of time that we needed that evolution to happen. And I think it's all coming together at this point in time. And therefore, I think the kinds of companies that will evolve from here is going to be on par in terms of technology. I think the bigger challenge, as I was telling you, Shailesh, is not technology alone, but their ability to reach the markets and be able to sell to those markets. So if you see in India, we are extremely happy about the fact that within 18 years, we are where we are today. Today, when I started my journey in Bangalore in 2005, we had probably about 10, 15 startups, the way we define it today, product startups. Today, we have 13,000 startups in Bangalore alone, and several of them are product startups. So if you look at a lot of these startups, they are mostly B2C. They talk about their successes being able to serve the Indian markets. They are unicorns. We have 45 unicorns in Bangalore alone. So, I think the numbers are very, very impressive. But how many of the B2B startups are actually solving global problems and serving the global markets? How many, companies that are global category leaders out there in the world, we can point to and say they came from India. They came from, any of the IITs. Not too many. They may be the same IITians sitting in the Bay Area, maybe having a much, better success at this point. So I think for me, the way I look at it, it's the ability for us to scale these startups onto the global stage will be a great opportunity given where we are today with the inflection point. I think we can actually solve for the technology in any fashion that is required so that we are able to meet the cost requirements and able to meet the scale requirements.
Thanks, Ravi. And I do have some follow-up questions, but on your point of whether India is going to catch up with at least with Israel. So I think Israel has some 89 unicorns from what I read, and India, we already know that we have crossed way beyond 100. So although the scale doesn't scale up because India is much bigger the size of Israel, but in terms of absolute numbers, we are going to be there. The question that we need to ask is how many of these startups are focusing on deep tech versus how many of these startups are aggregators or solving social problems. So before I ask you that, going to you, Abhishek, and maybe the hardest question I have reserved for you because you have been on both sides of the table on the investment side, right? So you have tried to build up a deep tech startup like we were talking, and I have seen that firsthand myself when I was trying to foray into AR VR startups and got the resistance from funding perspective because VCs to be to talk euphemistically is they are not very excited when we talk about long-term deep tech vision, and you have seen that, right? And now you are on the other side of the table. So from those learning of how much have you seen the deep tech startup evolving in those last 7, 8, 10 years, and what you are doing as a investor now to focus and to encourage these startups without compromising on the ROI side, for example.
Thanks a lot, Salesh. Fantastic question. And first of all, I would like to thank the panel and the audience to sort of give us the opportunity to share our ideas, right? As Salesh and I were discussing, we also happen to have the common interest of AR, VR. And I think as an investor, as well as being on the other side as an erstwhile entrepreneur and my prior stint as an investment banker, I think one of the key learning that I've had is that technology in silo is not going to be sort of widely adopted unless and until you have an eye on the opportunity side, which is the market and the timing. and timing plays a crucial role. So 2015, when I was doing deep tech, at that point of time, VCs were not really having the kind of patient capital from their LP side in terms of the tenure, the duration, right? And to get an idea of duration, right? I mean, when let's look at the bank, right? I mean, you put in a fixed deposit of 3 years. Against that, if the bank actually lends out 10 years, right, there can be a bank run. So you have to keep that duration perspective in mind when you look at the VC or the funding pool. Interestingly enough, right now I think we are at the cusp of the biggest opportunity of our lifetime. I've been hearing India shining for the last 20 years. Most of us actually stayed back in India because of that. But now I can tell you that India is shining, and because of two factors. There are two pools of opportunity, and I'll tie that down to deep tech in a bit, Sailesh. I know you focus more on the cutting edge side of it. Big opportunity, right? I mean, big opportunity, right? I mean, it has to be inclusive, both from the perspective of enabling the Bharat story, whether through regional sort of media or through the India stack or through a lot of other sort of technology that you can use or leverage to make it more and more frictionless for them to come up, increase their productivity, and also consume, right? It's a cycle. More the consumption, more the money velocity, more the GDP, more your share of the stature in the world economy. So I think that is a very unique opportunity, which is only going to grow very secularly. And that has ramifications across the board. And I'll come to those sectors. But the top ones, I think fintech is already there. And much to the credit of the government. ONDC, the e-commerce story, the sort of tier 2, tier 3 sort of story, the regional sort of inclusion. Health tech is still completely unsolved in my view. Ed tech or education, especially at the primary to secondary level, is still unsolved. And let's not look at the IIT or the NITs as the shining example. We also need to make it inclusive for a far bigger sort of proportion of population. So I think that is where cutting edge technologies will play a big role. And a couple of years back, I was meeting someone who is known to be a big mind in AI. And when I asked him, what is the biggest suggestion that you have for us Indians? He said, cost arbitrage is done with. That's not your story. Your story is data story, right? You have a data arbitrage right now. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is what you touched upon, Ravi, which is the unique opportunity to build in India and sell globally, particularly by way of SaaS, dev tools, DevSec tools, developer security tools, right? That is a big opportunity. And I've seen that very, very closely, both as an entrepreneur as well as a fundraiser or a M&A guy on the other side. 20 years back, people used to sort of come up with solutions on SaaS, right? On CRM. The sort of easier solutions which you can build over here with leveraging very sort of simplified developer techniques and probably a call center on the support side and the sales side. Station a few people in the US and sell it. The confidence with a lot of developers and product guys staying back in India has increased. And now I see a lot of focus on deep tech, a lot of patient capital coming in. And the patient capital will mostly come from the domestic pools, right? I mean, people who have stayed over here, who have been ex-entrepreneurs. We heard Chris earlier in the day, right? I think my personal view, I mean, the domestic capital will provide the patient capital for more and more deep tech stories. But in terms of deep tech, and as Google also, right? I mean, so that developer ecosystem, making sure that we build and invest in the deep tech ecosystem over here also sort of lies very, very high in our priority list. I mean, Bharat is more of our consumption, is more of our day-to-day business, because that's where we make our money from. So that obviously we'll be investing in. But for the global ecosystem, I think developer tools, which is coming up very, very fast. And it could be a lot of areas, right? I mean, in AR, VR, for example, industrial application is where metaverse is finding the biggest sort of application. So you have to first identify what is the problem that you're solving. And in India, the good thing is that there are so many challenges, so many problems that you can pick up anything and solve it. For the global story, I think the time for just looking at cost arbitrage is passé. Will become very, very expensive very soon, in my view. You have to look at the sort of arbitrage that we have in talent terms, and then solve the global stories. And I think there we still have a long way to go in terms of where our talent pool is versus the opportunity that we can tap.
Thanks, Abhishek. So,
Shailesh.
not talking about the
Shailesh, hi. Sorry, I just want to remind you we have 10 more minutes. If you want to spend some time for the audience, then you have 5 minutes. Sorry. And yeah, after that also we would, like if the panelists can spend time with the audience and talk to them off stage, but
Sure. Yeah, I think so. This question I'll throw open to the entire panelists, whoever wants to answer. But when we talk about the ecosystem for innovation, we have the holy trinity of academia, the big tech enterprises, as well as startups. So, whose prerogative it is to, and I'll stick again, Abhishek, to cutting edge technologies, whose prerogative is to think and envision what should be those futuristic technologies that we should focus on, and who should take the lead on doing the basic research. Of course, the big tech will productize them, but whose prerogative is to do the basic research and create some technologies out of non-existent work right now? Is it startups? Is it academia? What are the gaps? Atul, you want to take a shot at first?
Yeah, I can start. So, any kind of innovation, especially radical innovation, needs three things. Needs capital, markets, and talent. We have talent. Capital, I think as we spoke about, is we need more patient capital, right? And we need domestic sources of patient capital. And actually, we have a lot of communities that are working on that, like unlocking family offices and all, because some of this needs to be outside the conventional VC cycles, 10, 15-year bets, right? So that is one. Secondly, coming back to opportunity, on the market thing, until we have a reasonable domestic market, innovation will always be shallow. It's very hard to build everything sitting here off the back of, the US, which is, 80, 90% of consumption. So I think what's changing now is, with this polarized world also, and if you look at areas like cybersecurity, multi-trillion market, I think I agree. I think we have a very good start in India in terms of cybersecurity. That is a huge opportunity to build for India and globally. Defense tech, global defense tech market is 2-3 trillion. It's just like the IT market. And now all of that is transitioning to technology. It's not about building large scale weapon systems like aircraft carriers, manned aircraft. It's all about autonomous and AI and all of that, right? So India is, I think, number one, number two importer of defense technology. So huge opportunity, consumption in India. Similarly, ISRO has shown us, right, space tech. So I think India, through PSUs and government and all, is going to become a bigger buyer for this disruptive tech, which will drive more innovation. Now, coming back to quickly to what you're pointing out, until we invest in research, and I think Chris Gopalakrishnan covered all the angles there, we will remain reasonably shallow. And for that, we need basically industry academia collaboration. And it's very simple. At the end of the day, we want more rupees flowing from industry to research and academia and more IP coming back to industry. And how does that happen today? The basic problem is that they don't talk to each other. Of course, with all due respect to good exceptions, right? And I think that's what we need to unlock. And, for example, I'm part of several communities where we have hundreds of professors from IITs, ISC, tier 2, tier 3 academia, right? And we have people from industry. The whole idea is, like an Indian startup that's scaling, can they put 5-10 lakh check into some area of research, right? To a professor, students and all, right? Can we fund scientific innovation, right? And I think that dance needs to happen just like Silicon Valley was born, right? And that was again triggered through defense, DARPA, right? 50s, 60s. So I think that same playbook in a very different fashion, in Indian fashion, needs to play out here. And I think we are starting to see the beginnings of that. And people like Chris, who are big champions, that's their big message to the rest of the country, right? Invest in research, put the scientists on a pedestal, have more PhDs, have more visiting professors, professors of practice. So all of these, this sort of marriage and dating needs to happen between both sides, and then we'll see some outcomes.
Quick question to you. Thanks a lot, Atul. Quick question to you, Ravi. And top two.
Unless you're asking all your questions, and then what about the audience?
Just the last question. Pick top two startups that we should watch out for in the deep tech.
Yeah. So just to add something to what Atul said, so the way when we were building the ecosystem in Hyderabad, we were sitting in IIIT Hyderabad. There was a lot of good research coming out of that place. The question was, okay, do the researchers become startups or the startups do research? So I think it was very important for us to define the roles of the ecosystem players and say, research guys have to keep on doing their stuff and do it absolutely wonderfully well, do it at world class like Chris talked about. The startups, on the other hand, have the propensity to go take risks and find problems to solve. And therefore, they are the drivers in the driver's seat. And the payload that they take in there is all the great research that is sitting in various labs and see what is applicable to each of the problems that they find. They have the propensity to take risk. They have the propensity to find niche areas to solve, open up new markets. That's what their job is. So let the startups take the lead on that front. Similarly, on the corporate side, corporates, the way they are going to live today is not the way they're going to live tomorrow. If they are not going to be innovating very, very fast, they're going to be fading away into obscurity soon. So the only way they can survive is to actually work with the startups. The problem statements come from them. They are dealing with a changing market, so rapidly changing that they need to have new products and new solutions, every other month, every 6 months. So if they don't collaborate with startups, they're not going to survive. So I think that's the demand side, and this is the supply side. I think startups can play a fantastic role in that, in that part. And just to answer your question, Shailesh. So one of the things, as I talked about cost and scale, what we are beginning to see, I work very closely with startups in the assistive technology space. And here the costs are even more under strain. The people in the disability space do not have the same spending power as the regular consumers. They need very sophisticated technology, but they need it at a very cheaper price. So how do you actually make this thing happen and also solve for a market that is quite fragmented? It's not easy to reach through just advertisements or through a regular channel partner. So how do you solve for this? And Indian startups today, we have about 450 to 500 startups that are solving problems for the disability space. Now, those are applicable anywhere in the world because of the cutting edge technology that they're actually employing to solve these problems, to address these two issues. And at the same time, they now have solutions not just for the global disability market, but what we have also found is the same disability solutions can also be for the temporarily disabled people who actually come out of hospitals, need some rehabilitation for a while. That is a great market for them, which is highly lucrative. And so is the aging population market for the same. So, they solved the problem using fantastic technology, but the ability for now to address a much larger market remains in front of them.
Thanks, Ravi. Now, in the interest of time, we'll take questions from the audience.
Hi, this is Gaurav, IIT 2009. So with more global companies following China Plus One policy and more manufacturing jobs and manufacturing money coming into India, how do you think the startup world going to change in next 10 years?
Nikhil, you want to take this up?
Before I answer that, I quickly want to reply to your question, whose responsibility is it to innovate? Rather than calling it institutes and industry, make it three-legged. Industry means both sellers and buyers, right? and institutes. So unless all three collaborate, it will not happen. If it is only tech companies with institutes, then you will create something, but there will be no takers for it. So unless it is with a perspective of who are you selling it to. And having worked for SAP in the past, I've seen most of the products of ours that were successful were those that were co-innovated with customers. For example, commodity procurement and sales solution was developed jointly with BHP, right? Maintenance solution was developed with BASF. Okay, only those products which were developed jointly with the industry were successful. Otherwise, there were many of them which didn't see the day of the light. Okay. So to answer your question, yeah, from manufacturing point of view, innovation coming from various places, we are dividing into three categories. First of all, innovation which is designed and conceptualized in India and developed in India. Designed and conceptualized elsewhere, which most of the global large tech companies are doing, but developed in India. And third is the category where they don't have any support available here in India. They have done some developments overseas. Many such startup companies reach out to us, but they don't have any development and implementation and support and maintenance capabilities. So we give a lot of weightage to those companies that would have their development capabilities here and who are willing to invest in co-innovation jointly with us and have patience, right? Not be in a hurry to close the deals and have revenues flowing. I know startup companies have a lot of working capital constraints, but that having patience and being willing to invest jointly with us is the criteria that we look for. Anything else I can answer?
Okay. Last question.
Can we
One last question.
conclude? I mean, sir, maybe you can interact with the panelists later because we're already like falling behind schedule.
We were just warming up and it got
I know.
ended.
I think the sessions are very short.
Yeah. Can we take one last question?
Okay, quick, but the answer should be short.
See, in the context of Make in India, we are often confronted with the situation where people say that, look, the building block levels, you are still importing from abroad. And that is a big problem. And I want to know what is the situation or status where we are able to manufacture the chips and things like that and make it totally Make in India product. How long will that take?
So your question is basically for semiconductor industry? I know, yeah. So I know government is taking a lot of initiative on where India can bridge the gap on semiconductor shortage that the world suffered during the COVID time, and that's where China and Taiwan monopolize, and that's where lies in the big opportunity for India. And I know Vedantu had pitched in partnering with Foxconn, and now Tata has joined the race with Tata Technologies. So there are a lot of work going in this area with the tech leaders like Tata coming into picture and decided to set up a fab in India. And Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister, also has said in the past that India and the government will invest a lot in making India, bringing India on the map of semiconductor superpowers. So I believe that has started now, and the vision of the government is there. The big tech has warmed up to that, and I think slowly we'll see startups going and jumping into the semiconductor area, quantum computing area, and chips innovation, and having India its own big fabs. So I think we are on that journey now already. So I think we have totally run out of time, overshoot the time. So we'll like to conclude. Thanks a lot to the audience, and thanks Aditi.
Thank you, Shailesh. I would last thing is if you can hand over the gift hampers to the panelists. We'll just So are we ready for our next session on frugal innovations? Frugal innovation for the masses. That is the topic of the panel discussion. I think our panelists are here. Dr. Vipin, are you here? I saw you. Oh, all of them are outside. All the panelists are outside. Okay. Oh, they're discussing among themselves. Oh, okay, okay. So maybe I'll just go check. Okay, 2 minutes break. So should we get our next panel on board? So we have Dr. Vipin Kumar. He is the chief scientist at National Innovation Foundation. His research interests are incubation, promotion of inclusive and frugal innovations, by addition of value, by intellectual property protection, business development and commercialization of open source technologies. So, sir, thank you for joining us. Next, on the panel, we have Professor Sheshadri Shekhar. He's the director of IIT Palakkad. We have one more professor on this panel, Professor Siddharth Panda. He is a professor of chemical engineering, and also the coordinator of the National Center of Flexible Electronics, NC Flexi, from IIT Kanpur. His research focuses on chemical sensors for various applications, including healthcare. So we are happy to have him. Is Professor Siddharth Panda here? Oh, he's here. Oh, hello, sir. Okay. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Nitin Gupta. He's the founder of Sickle Innovations. Sickle Innovations is he's a product designer. He's with a mechanical engineering background, and he's worked at ISRO before. And Sickle Innovation is a agricultural startup. So he has an interesting company as well. And our fifth, but not last but not the least, our moderator, Somil Majmudar, sorry, Somil Majmudar, who's the CEO and MD of Sports Village. It's a startup trying to ensure that 100 million children get to play sports. I think they've reached a sizable amount of that target, and his aim is to get people who can't play sports to play sports and to learn via sports. So welcome, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for those introductions, and welcome everybody. My job as a moderator to make sure that what they know, and there's a very motley but extremely well informed research panel, connects to what you folks want. Just as a context to build on what introduction, we have somebody who's been in the top 2% of scientists in India as shortlisted by Stanford for the last 4 years consecutively. We have somebody who's the chief scientist at the Government of India's Innovation Foundation under Department of Science and Technology. We have an entrepreneur who has a thriving startup in agriculture, very appropriately called Sickle Innovations. And we have someone who has won the IBM Invention Award and has also rolled up his sleeves on building a smart haptic watch, which is now about to see commercial reality. So it's brilliant. So we have a fantastic variety of people from academia to research to actually scientists who develop products to on the ground. I also want to do a quick audience check. How many of you are working in innovation, funding innovation? Any show of hands? How many of you are working in not frugal innovation, wasteful innovation? One person at least is there. Everybody else is working. So that's the one point that we want to talk about. Innovation, frugal innovation. What's the distinction? And that'll be one thing. How many of you are working on innovation for the masses? Nice. And how many of you are working for innovation for the elite? Nobody? For this room, innovation for this room? Nobody? Okay, that's interesting. So the way we are structuring this is to have 5 minutes of opening remarks by each of the panelists, and then some conversation based on what discussion we've had earlier. And last 10 minutes or so, or 15 minutes of Q&A, and Aditi is going to make sure that we protect that 15 minutes of Q&A. To all the panelists, as I reminded you, if my hand goes up, you have 30 seconds to stop. Yes? So, Shekhar, if I may start with you, if you can give us your views, given that you have, of course, over the last, as a scientist, you've been in top 2% and have that side of your work, and now you're also director at IIT Palakkad. How do you see frugal innovation for the masses, and what is your thought? Some opening remarks from you. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So that's good now. Okay. So from good morning to good afternoon, we are delayed. So I think it's a very good initiative by these organizers, particularly considering the present situation, and also country like ours, developing country, frugal innovative is always needed because it's addressing mass, and we need to reach many people don't have proper food, shelter, and many more. I don't have to explain that. In fact, the first session morning by our keynote speakers and all, very clear. Some of the points they've already given some inputs in this direction. So in my opinion, it is not new, as all of us know what is known as Jugan, typically some sort of non-conventional way of working, temporary solutions which are there in our Indian system. Hindi word called Jugan is a modification, or typically is, I look at is same thing. I teach product design course to final year students, and I was in IIT Madras. I have not started teaching in IIT Palakkad because I just taken over last year and only. So I had to spend time to teach. We are having a lot of construction and other things. So administrative things I am doing more involved into that. But when I used to teach this course, product design, all of us know a product design course starts from basically what is a need analysis to start with. Any product, why should I do that? There should be a need analysis, then a basic definition, what is to be done. And currently, what is the situation? The customer survey, and then the concept development. What way it should be different from that? It can be cost effective, or it can be more efficient, or it is giving a better solution and whatever. The idea here is there is innovation automatically comes when we focus for the need. So all that starts with, my opinion, is the need indirectly makes people to come with any innovation, frugal or whatever innovation is innovation. It's good innovation in my opinion, or that's very good to the society. Whatever you take, that innovation addresses a big number, useful for the society, is always a good thing, whether you call frugal or you call by some other innovation. And today we have seen in the talk also what ISRO is doing, not just Chandrayaan alone, but several fishermen also getting benefit. What else? That is a typical example. The vaccination, what our another speaker told about, our is much cheaper and could address to many patients. That's a good innovation itself, is an example of frugal innovation, I can say. So what I look at is, as I again go back to my subject called the product design, which I taught in addition to my area of vibrations in mechanical engineering. In product design, again, one thing I will tell is the value analysis, value engineering. I think many of you already using it in even in industry. Typically, value is equal to function divided by cost, the functionality versus the cost. So the numerator functionality has to be increased qualitatively, and the cost, the denominator has to be reduced. Automatically, numerator increases, denominator decreases, the value will increase. Look at any product, you will have some components which are very useful functionally, but cost more or cost less. You have to attack the ones which are very expensive and giving less functionality. I will attack that one. So as a researcher, as you said, I will try to attack those components which are unnecessarily costing. Can I replace with another which is cheaper? And so automatically the value increases, which is typically what is the frugal innovation is for. Now, as IIT faculty or a director or any other institution or R&D or any industries I see here, the duty is we should focus on how to apply in our day-to-day thing this technology, as you said, innovation to the public. Several ways to do whatever opportunity is given to us. Since I am in Kerala now, I am looking at the facilities in around, for example, a lot of coconut trees and palm trees, etc. I will try to use core technology is already going there in a great level. Similarly, I have a lot of water resources in Kerala, so we are trying to develop some hydro technologies, cheaper versions. Kerala government already approached us. In Palghat, in particular, we have a lot of what you call wind energy, because of the Western Ghats are laid out in such a way, you get fantastic wind all through, and solar also very good. So these things, so we started one center for excellence, what is called core center of renewable energy, hydrogen, as well as this solar, wind, and so on. So look at your surroundings, rather resources or whatever available around you, and you can always innovate on that. I'll conclude with one more thing we found is the Attapadi, very close to IIT, is a tribal village. They don't have a power. They are wasting their milk products because they can't preserve. And so what we as a group went along with the collector and we found how to help that. We are now developing drone technology to carry their products to another place where they can sell and do that, because that's also lively for them. So look at, you are also doing, when you do the outreach, there is an opportunity to get into innovation, cheaper way, helping the society. So several other things we are doing at IIT Palghat. I don't want to brand that thing here, but as any institution, we can always do that. IIT Madras has already developed affordable house for that, GF, RB, RG models and so on. Several things are there. I think I'll leave it to the others. I'm sorry, I've taken a little more than the time.
Thank you, Professor Checker. This is useful. Dr. Vipin, you were the director till recently and now chief scientist at the National Innovation Foundation. And you spoke about, when we spoke about frugality and what you call demand-driven innovation. Just talk to us about that as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I'm thankful to PNIT Network for giving me this opportunity to share my views. Many times it happens that the people, maybe in the institutions or in the society, do not want to live with the problems. They try to address the problem. And many times they used to, do some experimentation and use the local resources. And because of that, the frugality or affordability component is there. Many times it happens that some people, when they saw those sort of technologies, so they are not the technologies, in fact, they are the proof of concepts. But as Professor mentioned, that when it is blended with high science, they can be the cutting edge technologies. Let me give, one good example. Somewhere in Latin America, some people were, boiling the leaves of a plant and the laborers, in fact, after coming, from the work, and they were feeling relaxed, in fact. And one scientist just observed that what these guys are doing, in fact, might be it is having some effect. So it is the responsibility of the technology institutions and the science institutions to find out what is the mechanism and what is the mode of action. And they found that the salicylic acid was the component which was giving that anti-inflammatory kind of property. But when somebody started using it, they found that it was causing ulcer in the stomach. Then they treated with acetic acid. Then this acetyl acid, salicylic acid is the aspirin, in fact, largest selling drug in the world, actually. Can you see the trigger came from the common people? In fact, they might have done lots of experimentation in the laboratories of their lives, but unless it has not been blended with the modern science, it has not reached to the masses. This is not one. Large number of such examples are there. We at National Innovation Foundation used to identify such innovations from the people. We blend it with high science and try to take to the masses. And because of that, large number of technology have reached, even the startup of the year in Amazon Sambhav year was the person, in fact, who was dropout incubated by us. There are many examples, like in Malaysia, who got the Padma Award. That Padman was our story. So how those people have reached to the masses, it is because the science was blended with that. But it is not, in fact, Samil mentioned that whether it is going to the masses or it is living to the limited, places. We have to address both the issues, in fact. If in Assam, in Dhimaji, the iron contamination is in the water, and we see that, okay, market is not there, then who will work on those technology? So it is the responsibility of the institutions, it is the responsibility of innovator to develop the technologies, might be for the niche areas. So it is not for the localized or for the masses. Innovations are the innovations, in fact, and if they are good in nature, probably if it is not helping in generating much money, but definitely it is helping to the humankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vipin. This is very useful. Professor Panda, if I may come to you, you developed this smart haptic watch for the visually challenged, and you spoke to me about you developing a braille kit, if I may, for, again, visually challenged. In addition to your opening remarks, I'm just curious as to why did you choose this particular, let's say, segment for innovation? Your work of sensors and semiconductors would have opened it to a larger or many more segments. So do you start with a segment or do you start with innovation? And how does this play out as you actually go down to innovating? What do you say?
So can I answer?
Please, of course.
Does it after my opening
Yes, of course.
Wish you all a very good afternoon. And thank you, Somil, for this introduction. I would like to clarify that when I talk of frugal innovation, I'm not limiting my discussions or my thoughts only to those which have been developed at the grassroots level and which perhaps may not have that high degree or high intensity of R&D. Rather, it's including those innovations which have been carried out in organizations, for example, the ISRO, or in companies, but which have been developed under resource-constrained settings. But they have a certain level of this scientific foundation. And that gives them the ability to be scaled and to be used for larger masses. And I'll elaborate on that a little bit more. So based on this, there are 3 points I would like to highlight in these opening remarks. One is the context of frugal innovation, is the Indian context of frugal innovation. Now, frugality is considered culturally to be a virtue in India. And hence, this socio-economic context provides a fertile ground for not only development of frugal products and services, but also the adoption. And also, the Indian market is said to be very cost sensitive. And this underscores the need for companies to innovate so as to meet the customer requirements. Now, there are several enablers for frugal innovation in India. And these advantages include the market structure advantage, the cost advantage, the demand advantage that we have a large population, in-house population, which is underserved. But more critically, that we have we have a technological advantage. That is, we have a good technological infrastructure and also a large population of trained manpower from the students. And this is specifically where IITs and other education institutes and R&D institutions in general could contribute to the story of frugal innovation in India. Now, the second point I would like to bring is the solutions which are developed under this resource constraint settings are not limited to the resource constraint markets or societies. And the examples which we have seen earlier today, whether it's by ISRO, like how it's helping people elsewhere, and how countries across the world, including developed countries, are coming and utilizing the launch facilities of ISRO. And similarly, this affordable excellence of the medical sector in some pockets have resulted in people coming to India for treatment, resulting in what we call the medical tourism. And similarly, there are examples of engineering products which have been designed and developed in India, which are finding market elsewhere. Just to give an example of some of the automotives, and also a specific example would be that ECG, which was developed by GE. The point is, when we talk of frugal innovation, frugal innovation is not simply about lowering the cost to make it more affordable and accessible. It's also lowering the environmental footprint which comes in the process of making these products. Because at the end of the day, we have to also look into the sustainability of making these products. Whatever we call it as resource abundant societies today will no longer be resource abundant in the years to come if we go along this not so, what you call it, if you're utilizing these wasteful practices in the process. So these solutions, these frugal solutions, which might be developed in resource constraint settings, have a place also in the developed worlds, because even the developed worlds also have the goals towards this sustainable development, this SDGs, sustainable development goals, which have been set by the United Nations. And hence, as was mentioned in the previous panel, can we make in India and make for the world? And that is something where India has a big advantage. And that leads me to the third point. How do we further enhance and strengthen this ecosystem for frugal innovation? And specifically, how can IITs, and expanding this further, how can R&D institutes and other educational institutes play a role in supporting this ecosystem? We already have some success stories. Now, how can we make it even better? There could several ways. Can we have an even further strengthening of the different innovation networks, different groups coming together? Can we have a further strengthening of the industry academic collaborations? And more importantly, how can we enthuse our students? How can we facilitate our students? And how can we train our students to look into this area of frugal innovation? So having said this, Saumil, I'll come to the point which you have asked. Very specifically, to come to a point, Saumil, we have developed a smartwatch and a watch for the visually impaired. And again, it was developed in IIT Kanpur, and we have licensed to a company, and is expected to be launched sometime beginning of next year. And again, we looked into, and when we looked at the design, we went from the very beginning that we had a student who was visually impaired at IIT Kanpur, and that was a starting point, trying to understand what the problems were. And then when we did the initial designs, we went to a school. There's a blind school in Kanpur, and tested it on them, tried to understand what their problems were. And we incorporated all these things, and even we bought some of the existing solutions out there and compared our solutions with theirs and tried to figure out what are the best practices elsewhere and where the gaps were. I think this is one of the processes by which when we involve the user at the very beginning, and that is something which helped us to develop a product which eventually got a lot of positive feedback from a larger section of users, and eventually we will be seeing a market launch sometime soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Nitin, coming to you, you are a scientist at ISRO, and ISRO is known globally for frugal innovation. And you decided to quit and set up a company which is doing innovation for agriculture. So just talk about, I mean, your opening thought, but also I'm keen to figure out what caused this shift from ISRO to another venture around agriculture.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to congratulate the Pan IIT organizers to bring this important topic to such conference, because generally what my personal experience is, and the reason why I moved was, I find personally it is my feeling that technology is overrated. We talk a lot about technology, but we talk very little about the applications of the technologies, and a problem solving approach, which can actually bring a lot of other solutions, like professor was talking about. A blind person had to come to IIT for education, so that that IIT group could understand the problem and then solve for it. Imagine if we have a very dedicated approach towards solving those problems, and going to the society, going to the bottom of pyramid segment, and finding out the problems. And then technology is trivial. Imagine so I was working on a mission which was going to go on Mars, and all of a sudden it was discarded because of so many reasons. So what I felt was ki, all my effort was gone in a second. But yes, I wanted to see that changes, whatever effort we are putting, to see change in somebody's life. And I would like to mention here the frugal innovation, what is very interesting term which has been brought, is highly underrated. You will see there are a lot of things, because as it was also mentioned, frugality is in our genes. As an Indian, it is there in our genes. Whatever we do in our lives, the way we are running our businesses, it's all frugal ways. Subconsciously we are doing that. Uh, so when we started working on the problems in my own engineering, my major project was to make an ornithopter. It is a aircraft which flies like a bird. And so it was all just wanted to do it, but what is the application? The last slide, we had a small slide. Okay, it can be used surveillance and all those things, but what is the purpose? Like all my 4 years engineering, and if I had a real problem, and during my masters, after I was introduced to this beautiful philosophy of design thinking, and how do you solve the problem solving approach. So we worked on a cotton harvesting solution, designing a solution with which we can harvest cotton, and we can solve somebody's problem. And I'm always so thrilled to share this story. The biggest revenue which come for us is not from the high-end engineering solutions, expensive solutions. They come from very small fruit harvesting devices, weeding devices, and which could have been done many years back. And frankly, we do not even like to call ourselves as a technology company. We believe we are a product design company, and we are okay with that. And I think that we need much more bigger stories in product design approach rather than technology led approach. And that is what some of the examples I can give you, which is actually which we might not actually able to connect directly. The sachets you see, this is one frugal innovation which was done by one entrepreneur in Tamil Nadu. He wanted to sell shampoos, and even before that, the tea sachets which you see, this is all frugal innovation which was done by companies. And why? Because our consumer, we have, even if I talk about the business point of view, we have a huge market lying. If you cross that, the top 10% of the higher income groups, you go down 90%, and you see, imagine the market. So the shampoo companies, almost 40 to 50% of their sale is coming from sachets. So imagine, the kind of innovation which has gone, and, it is giving the returns. But as I said, it is highly underrated. We don't see that, in our regular meetings or in the conferences. And it is very good that, this topic has been brought up.
Thank you. That is useful. Dr. Vipin, if I may come to you, this again, coming back to this topic, frugal innovation for the masses. When people think about innovation, do they start with a segment saying, I'm going to innovate for the masses, then think of innovation? Or do they start with innovation and then say I need to be frugal or I have resources? Where does this cycle start? It has to start somewhere, and then you kind of get sharper, right?
See, when the starting point is identification of a problem. So sometimes, somewhere, the people struggle with something and they try to address that particular thing. So that problem statement is the first statement, first step of innovation. Many times people do have the resources and they try to do the proper experimentation like we used to do in the laboratories. Sometimes they do not have the resources and then they try to find out the the ways from here and there. And it is not that the people at grassroots used to do. In lab also the same struggle is there. If you see that the Mars mission, the what investment NASA has done, if that is the budget, government will never approve. So we have to find our own ways and do lots of innovations to achieve the target. In 1/3 cost of NASA, we have achieved that mission.
But I have a question for you on the
Yeah.
same point. If we had that budget, would we have been as innovative, or would we have wasted money?
Sorry?
You said we had 1/3 of the budget, and therefore still we gave and we clap for ourselves. This is great. Let's say we did indeed have NASA's budget. Would we have been more innovative?
No, it is not there. In fact, sometimes the necessities, the mother of innovation or mother of invention, and also the mother of innovation. So the resources are secondary actually. Resources are secondary, and when the resource constraint is there, then probably either we live or we become more innovative. But whether it is more budget or less budget, in fact, it is our dedication, commitment, intelligence, planning, execution, everything, in fact, contribute equally.
Thank you. Professor, if I may come to you, because we've been talking about demand-driven innovation and application-oriented, you are also a scientist. So there is a space for pure science, which starts with innovation for itself and then figures out a demand. Right? How does that coexist with this notion of almost applied science, applied innovation, which only starts with a demand?
It is something like a chicken egg problem sometimes. Yes, sometimes some companies force the customer to use it. It can be other way, right? You will go to the need analysis and do that. It can be either way, same way. I develop some technology and I will do it on my own, as you said, without bothering about the market. But finally, it comes to that, okay, it's a very good innovation and this can be applied. But somebody else take this technology, this scientist knowledge, whatever you say, and then they will apply somewhere else in an innovative way. That's what. Always the product designs will go with two ways, right? I will develop already a company, I'm very strong, so I develop in novel way and ask the users, come on, you use it, this is better, cheaper. Other way is, as I said, you start from scratch, do the need analysis, define it, come to that solution. Either way possible. As a scientist, that's why in industry, in institutions, we don't encourage only this. Obviously, there are pure scientists, pure mathematicians. We have to acknowledge them, encourage them. And one fine morning, the algorithm that is developed by ex-professor always can be used in some other way. There are persons to use it. You can't discourage them also. Always talk only product. Who will develop the technology, new knowledge. So you cannot do that.
They both coexist.
Somil, if you still want the reminder
Yes.
for the audience.
How much time do we have left?
I mean, we have
What
10
time
minutes.
है?
नहीं, बहुत time नहीं, actually, कम time है.
One more session is there. Right?
Yeah. And lunch.
अगर
You have 10 more minutes?
lunch आराम से करना है तो
Sure. Okay. We'll come to the audience after just one. Professor, to you, I want to dig deeper on your choice of the visually challenged, right? I mean, it came about because you had somebody in your department who had that challenge. And if for some reason that person was not there, would you have looked at innovation in some other space completely? Is there a lot of serendipity involved in some of the innovations reaching a certain market reality?
Specifically, I have a cousin who is visually impaired, and something that was there at the back of my mind. And then I got a very good student who also thought that way. So things fell into place.
Things fell into place.
But if you permit me, if I just add to what Professor Shekhar said, See, and just to add, like, because it goes both ways. Sometimes what we do is we also show a certain capability. This is what we can do, and then we go to different fora and say, this is a problem which we think we are getting it done that way. And what has happened is, like, we have had feedback from the companies, look, I think you can get it done provided you just change your trajectory, and would you be willing to do that? And we have done that. And that also has led to some very successful executions of projects. So it goes both ways. Sometimes we take it all the way. Sometimes it comes from there. Sometimes we start somewhere midway.
Yeah, thank you.
I just add that we just started in PIWOT. I'm sorry, I'm referring to PIWOT again. We have just started 2 months sabbatical leave, to the faculty. During the summer break, they can go to industry only, just like sabbatical going to other universities. But they will go only to industry. Then I will give you 2 months leave to explore the problems, which can be, as you said, can be both ways, and etc. And then they come back, do the collaboration, take projects like that. That's what we just started.
Thank you. Last question to you, Nitin, before we get to the audience. I want to talk about this controversial word called jugaad, right? Which we think is a great thing. I know many of you feel it's not so great. What's your view on jugaad? Is that innovation? Is that frugal innovation?
There's a lot of gray area, like as we were discussing. Jugaad, in a way, it is good if it is solving somebody's problem locally with local environmental condition, all those situations. But there is a procedure, you can convert that into an innovation. So when the innovation word itself is having a business model embedded into it. So innovation means it has to reach to the masses by any ways. The business means does not mean only by the transaction, but it has to be adaptable by scale, by masses. Yeah, it has to be scaled up. So jugaad might be good for a particular situation in a local community, in a local area. It can be translated into a frugal innovation by a methodology, but we should not be actually encouraging or you can say celebrating jugaad.
You shouldn't celebrate jugaad?
We should not be celebrating, because that underlines a lot of our capabilities when it comes to.
I'm sure there are people who don't agree with you. They'll find you at lunchtime, I'm sure. So maybe we have 5 minutes for questions. 1 minute for questions.
We have one question.
One question.
Budget.
Don't make it too long. Any question? Anybody? Looks like the panel has answered everything that anybody wanted to know about frugal innovation for the masses. There's somebody.
I'm Paul Dayanadi. I'm a professor. My question to IIT Kanpur, Datta, you are telling that you are developing some sensors for chemical engineering. As a part of your conversation, I came to know that. I just want to know now, AI has been made as a core subject in all fields of engineering. And already I had initiated when I was a professor in Bombay to set up the AI lab for all fields. So do you have any development on the chemical engineering sensors which can be deployed in the AI for lab setup, which will give innovation to the students? That is my question to you. Because we have now set up an AI lab which is common to all schools in College of Engineering India. Now I moved from Bombay to Chennai. So do you have any innovative sensors that you have developed for chemical engineering, which can be used in the AI lab, which will give innovation to the students, where more result-oriented things can come out?
Okay,
my question is clear.
Yeah. To me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we have developed sensors. And let me take a very specific example of gas sensors. And we are also adding smartness to the sensors by adding algorithms. But this is something which in a few months we'll be deploying it for field trials, because that has to go through the technological validation. And then that will be, we are jointly developing the company. So we expect that if that succeeds, they'll take it up. Once we have a successful deployment and once all the sensitive issues associated with technology transfer are done, then we will think of utilizing that learning in the classes.
Great. I'm told we run out of time. Thank you, gentlemen, for a wonderful discussion. Thank you, everybody. Please give them a big round of applause.
Somil, will you please hand over? It's for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Picture with.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please feel free to interact with our panelists when they come off the stage also. Without wasting any time, we're going to the next session. Next session is on scaling technology innovations. And on this panel, we have Amita Roy from Red Hat. She's the solution. She heads the solution architect team for India and South Asia. So she's one of she engages with clients and partners to bring the power of open source technologies to enterprises, to innovate and build agile businesses, optimize their IT, build modern applications. She's a role model for, I think, the women here because a lady in technology at this level. So, yeah, thank you, Amita, for being here. Then we have Swati Vasudevan. She's the MD of Khan Academy. She has, so other than Khan Academy that we all know of, Swati has also served as the COO of Gates Foundation India and co-established the Indian School of Public Policy as a founding CEO. Thank you, Swati. Then we have Avnish Sabarwal joining us as the next panelist. He's the MD of Accenture Ventures and Open Innovation. He's responsible for designing and leading the innovation agenda for Accenture. His work includes partnering with startups, investing and acknowledging and acquiring technology. Hi, Avnish. Then do we finally have Professor Satyanarayan? Sir, welcome. We were waiting for you. He's director of IIT Tirupati. Thank you, sir. And lastly, we have a moderator, Chetan Bhagat. So he needs no introduction. All of us have read 5 point someone, I think. Over to you, Chetan.
Hi everyone. Hi to the esteemed panel. We have इतने बड़े-बड़े महारथी हैं यहाँ पे. Such esteemed people, and we were discussing. We got a chance to hang out at the coffee shop, and we were discussing this session in detail. And we were saying that today, when you talk of innovation, we first thought that session is called scaling innovation, and nowadays innovation is technology only. Tech only, और कुछ innovation बचा ही नहीं है, right? You cannot, like, if you open a gym, it's not a startup. There has to be code. Code मांगता है. And but then I thought, let's for me, like, at least in a way, in my work also, there is the innovation part or the writing part of writing a book, and then you want as many people to read it, make it bestseller, whatever. That's the scaling part. Same for any tech. It's like there is a core product or service, and then you want to scale it. So first, we will get into how to scale things. But I was asking the panel this, that are we too obsessed with scale? And does scale take away something? Like when you're making a product, when you're doing creativity, when you're doing innovation, like at least if I write a book constantly thinking about what will sell the most, it won't be the best book. Even now, the book that was mentioned was 5 Point Someone, which was my first book. When I wasn't famous, it was actually written in a way that I had no idea, right? And same way, sometimes companies are asked to scale very fast for whatever reason, and they lose the correct product, the touch with the customer, something. So is there too much of are these two separate things, and is scale too much? And then later on we can ask how to scale anyway, because of course we must all scale, because it's not a startup if it's not tech, and it's not successful if it doesn't scale. So ma'am, we'll start from you. Go, everybody, opening thoughts.
Thanks, Chetan. Since I am from Red Hat, I will wear my tech hat to talk about, scaling. What would scaling mean from a technology innovation standpoint, right? The way I would like to think about it is, I'm sure you'll all agree that great business ideas is what drives innovation, right? And if one wants to innovate, you need to be able to innovate at speed. You can take all your time on R&D, but you need to be able to innovate at speed, the speed at which the market requires that particular whatever innovation. You need to be agile to be able to change things depending on market response. And you need to also be flexible, right? So from that point of view, and why I think scaling technology innovation is important is because when you want your idea to reach a large population, and in a country like India, there are several of these ideas, that have really, I think in a previous panel, I heard about Digi Yatra. Then we've all seen Arogya Setu app, during COVID, the kind of scale it was able to reach. Then we're talking about, our stock exchanges. We're talking about UPI transactions that reached, some billion, I forget exactly how many billions of transactions. All those are scale. And how do you reach scale? So one of the ways that I would like to think about it is that we have to be able to create quickly and be able to fail fast. So rapid prototyping, testing, and in order to do that, many times, open source becomes a low entry barrier, because you don't have to necessarily only learn from your own experiences and fail at them, right? There is a lot of innovation that happens in open source communities that can be leveraged, because a lot of the communities pivot around all the areas where the technology innovation is happening. I'm sorry, I keep bringing back to technology because that's the space I operate in. But there's a lot of that innovation happening that can be leveraged, okay, to get a starting point. And then, with enterprises, if you're going to look at a startup lens, then from an enterprise standpoint, it's a symbiotic relationship that we would have, because some niche idea that a startup may come up may complement, something that a larger company may already be going to market with a solution that this could add value to, So joint GTM strategies together can help you achieve that scale, So that's the way I would like to look at it as my opening thoughts. And over to Swati.
Chetan, too, and I think you ask a very good question. And the way I look at it, it really depends on what you're trying to solve for. I think in my sector, so we as Khan Academy, here's what we do in India, just to give you, to set some context here for what I'm about to say. The Khan Academy in India is focused on providing access to world-class quality education to the underserved population of students in the country, which is the government schools, and do it in partnership with the government at scale. Now, why is that important in this particular use case and this particular sector? The idea is to try and bring impact at scale, right? You want to bring access to quality education at scale. And why is that important? Just to put some numbers here, there are 260 million students in the country, of which 157 million attend government schools. So a very large section are underserved today. And you want to, and they don't have access to quality education. I think we can all agree on that, in the similar way as a privileged student or in the remaining part of this 260 million would. So if you want to bring that access to quality education, you want to do it fast. Why do you want to do it fast? Because you don't want this generation to pass you by. So if you want to make an impact at a scale large enough to impact that large set of population, you have to design something for scale. And that's why scale is important in our case, where you're trying to work on a public good, trying to improve lives and make an impact at the scale, which will have an impact on population level metrics, such as GDP in this case. So I think that's where the scalability is very important. And one of the reasons I joined Khan Academy was actually that. I wanted to make a difference to the country at that scale in my lifetime. Now, that's only possible if you design something which can be scaled. There are, just to give you the contrary side, there are enough organizations that are doing some really phenomenal work in the country in the education side. But the work is happening in small pockets across India. Doesn't mean that they're not adding value. They're adding a lot of value. They're setting up some really interesting models. They're showcasing, they're doing pilots and doing proof of concepts, which are providing ideas for design of other scalable products. But it's not having a dent on the population level metric, right? Another quick example, 2017 in Punjab scored the bottommost quartile in maths education amongst all the states in the National Achievement Survey, which is a survey conducted by the central government where it rank order different states. 2019, Khan Academy goes in, and by 2020-21, we were at scale. In other words, all the 6,700 schools in Punjab were using Khan Academy to supplement math in Punjabi. Come 2021, and the next National Achievement Survey happens, Punjab topped all the states in maths. Now, I'm not saying Khan Academy was the only reason for it. There were other things that were being tried, but as we all know, in order to affect that population level metric, which is state level metric, and to show up in that number, you have to have the intervention at scale. A really strong, solid intervention, but done in a pilot subscale setting, will not impact population level metric. Hopefully that gives a little bit of a context on why in some cases, scale is very important.
Thanks, Chetan. I think first of all, I agree with both my panelists here in terms of the examples they have given as far as India is concerned, right? India is all about scale. So I think that goes without saying that if you want to make an impact in India, whether as a corporate or a startup, you need scale. I'll just give an example of some things which did not reach scale. There was a product which was developed some time back with IISc, if I'm not wrong, was called Simputer. Some of you might have heard of that. Probably a better product and an earlier product than the iPhone, both in terms of technology, but more in terms of also design, right? It didn't go anywhere. Had it gone and scaled, I think today we would be having Simputers in our, in our courts rather than the iPhone. So it's a great example of a product, innovative technology did not scale from India. The second I would like to call is Reva, right? Again, one of the earlier pioneering projects in terms of electric vehicle. Today we talk about Tesla, we talk about the Chinese EV market. But had the infrastructure and government policy been supportive, which would have led Reva to scale, again the landscape would have been very different. These are just two examples, but having said that, there is definitely a scope for niche innovation as well. I work with startups which are either in deep tech or deep science space, and they are trying to solve some very tough problems for both business and society. And they take a very, very long time to scale. And that's why they need patient capital and the entire support of the ecosystem. Israel ecosystem was built like that as well. Hardly any startup coming from Israel scales because they get bought up very, very quickly, right? Those startups get bought and then get integrated into the value chain of big industries and big companies. So I think there is opportunity, Chetan, for both. It depends upon the context, is my view.
Sir, scaling we should do. Scale the IITs.
Yeah. So thank you. Yeah. So I was just telling them that I didn't know I was part of this panel today, still today morning. So I was just putting my thoughts together as I came here, walked in here. So I'll look at the scaling from the perspective of education. Okay. Yeah, as you said, we have currently the gross enrollment ratio around between 28-30%, and we're talking about reaching 30% by 2035, and so on. So you're talking about huge numbers. How do we scale up our education system in a very fast way, which will lead to the innovation ecosystem and so on? And this is the challenge that we have in our country in getting access to the large population for so on. So this is one thing that I think the Indian institutions typically are suboptimal in terms of their size. You look at the average size of a typical educational institution in India, I'm talking about higher education, is less than 3,000. Okay, is less than 3,000. You go look at the universities in US, in Canada, in Europe, they all have, a medium-sized university will be 30,000 students. Large universities have 50 to 70,000 students. And even these niche universities, whether it's MIT, Harvard, they're all 10 to 15,000 students kind of size. Now, one of the things with respect to innovation is that you want to bring in people with diverse background, diverse outlook together. And so one of the aspects regarding this is dealt with quite well in the NEP, is that we need to create more institutions that are broad-based rather than very niche, separate schools of planning and architecture, separate law schools, separate pharmacy schools, and separate medical schools, and so on. Instead of that, we need campuses with multiple departments. So I give this example in terms of optimal utilization of resources also. I take the example of my alma mater, IIT Madras, where I studied, and then I was also a faculty member. So when I studied, we were about 2,200, 2,300 students in the campus, and we had certain infrastructure, in terms of sports fields, common classrooms, and so on. Today, there are 12,000 students. So when I had 12,000 students, doesn't mean that from 2,500 to 12,000, you're scaled up about nearly 5 times. It doesn't mean I'm going to create 5 times the infrastructure. I'm not going to create 5 more football fields, 5 more auditoriums, 5 more so on. So your utilization of your resources becomes much more effective when you have a larger number of students. And the other thing is bringing in this very interdisciplinary approach. So having institutions that are of a larger scale, I think, is desirable rather than opening up too many institutions in a very niche areas and at suboptimal sizes. So that is one aspect I thought I would bring out here in terms of why we need institutions of a much larger scale. I'm not talking about the university system where you have one university which is handling some 150 colleges, more from an affiliation point of view and so on. I'm talking about campuses that are at a much larger scale. The second thing that, again, from a scale perspective, what I have seen is as a new IIT in the last 4-5 years, we have bought something like 170, 180 crores worth of equipment. Okay. And 80% of the equipment I have to import. Okay. Even simple instruments, everything has to be imported. Now we are talking about, Atmanirbhar Bharat, making a lot of these things in India and this thing. But once again, for that to be sustainable, you need scale. I think if we are going to be pushing this within the Indian ecosystem, And the people who are making it, if they're looking at supplying this, especially in this for research and for testing and for innovation, if you're looking just the Indian market, it not be sustainable. You need to look at whoever is doing this, has to look at a scale that is internationally competitive, and you'll have to look at the international. Otherwise, there's no way you're going to be able to match at suboptimal levels of production in terms of the economy of scale that the Chinese have and so on. So I think what we need to look at is, so that's why I said I'm looking at totally different aspect from the education, is when we have these initiatives that we need to push things that are looking at global markets rather than just addressing only the Indian market. So these are 2 points I thought I'll submit to take the discussion forward. Thank you.
Okay. So clearly everybody likes scale. So I'm going to not debate that anymore. Many of the people in the audience here have much smaller companies. You're talking of Khan Academy, you're talking of Red Hat, you're talking of IITs. These are big brands, big companies. Even the examples you gave of Reva and all, backed by big companies. If I have a startup or a startup that's been around for years, now I'm hearing messages that you must scale, think big. How do I know that I should make the back end a bit better, or make the UI a bit better, or I don't know, just make my product or service a bit better, or just have the organizational culture a bit better? I don't know, whatever. Or should the focus be on scaling? Let's just go. And scaling is usually expensive for some of the smaller startups. How do you navigate that? Yes, scaling, we want to get there. How does a founder, CEO, whatever, decide that it's time to switch? You said you must scale fast, you must innovate fast. What does that mean?
Okay, the way I would look at it is, I get your point. When we're talking about the smaller companies, right? How can you leapfrog? If you want to leapfrog, then you may need to piggyback. So it starts with, like, how do you scale from a technology standpoint? Scale can be achieved if you're not having, from a technology standpoint, what we call closed architectures. You should have open architectures. You base whatever it is that you're innovating with on open standards, open processes. From an organization standpoint, you need open cultures, to be able to, kind of foster that kind of innovation that you want to get at, right? And today, no company lives in isolation. And therefore, small or big, for example, just to give an example, we had recently a lot of some banks that were, mandated by RBI to run a pilot for CBDC, central bank digital currency, right? Now, there are small players in the market that are actually developing those apps for CBDC. However, they can work with companies that are already established in the banking space in terms of the ones that are providing that foundation and the platform, etc., on which many of the other banking apps are, working on. And then it becomes a win-win situation, right? So there is a huge ecosystem that you have to play with, is the point I'm trying to make. So if you have made sure that the foundation of everything you're innovating on is based on open standards, so from a technology standpoint, scalability becomes easy. Because today, some technology is the next new shiny object. Tomorrow, it's going to be something else. Are you going to keep on changing your architecture every time? You can't. So the way it'll happen, and the whole industry is pivoting around this. We're talking about open banking today. We're talking about open APIs. Application programming interfaces. So that you can just keep on building that ecosystem as you go along, and that will only happen if you're based it on open, practices. So that's the way. And I would think that you would look at my solution, complements, which other solution, and you work with those players. For example, we work with several such smaller companies that are now available on a digital marketplace that Red Hat has. So when our customers are looking for solutions, obviously Red Hat cannot be in every single space, but they go to our cloud marketplace and they look at, which are those solutions that are certified to work with Red Hat. So this Red Hat certification acts as a, what shall I say, a stamp of approval, if I can say that word. So for our customers, it gives them that kind of confidence that yes, this is guaranteed to work. on this particular platform. So that's one of the ways that one could do it. And it's not just with Red Hat, right? You could do the same with Amazon, with Google. All these companies have their marketplaces. So you could make sure that you're listed out there, small or big, right? Sometimes you offer a very niche solution that is required. You may be a small player, but you can achieve that scale when you are able to join hands with others in that ecosystem to make it work. That's my 2 cents on it.
It's a great question. As a creator, if you want to go to scale at some point, should you worry about that in your process? And at which point do you start worrying about that? If that's the question.
Yes.
I mean, ideally, you want to have scale in mind right at the outset. You need all the way during the design phase itself. And you need to carry it as a common thread all the way through its value chain, including when you are, or in the process of your development process, including when you are figuring out your scaling strategies or go-to-market or, so have you. But that does not uniformly apply strictly in every scenario. Let me take the example that you gave, Chetan, earlier about writing a book, right? So when you're writing a book or creating a piece of art, I would go out on a limb and actually say this, that you can actually get away with not having to worry too much about scale. Why? Because in some of those instances, sometimes a consumer cannot identify what is good until they see one. So you could, as an author, get away with just focusing on creating the best piece of content, that piece of writing or that piece of art that you're trying to create. And chances are it will appeal to certain audiences. And you will get lucky if your sensibilities tend to match with a large part of the segment out there, in which automatically means it will automatically scale. So it depends on, how much of your sensibilities overlap with how large a segment out there. So I think that's the case in this example. Now let me take a different example. In the education space, or in any space where you're trying to create a product, it is imperative that you design for scale. In fact, I would go to the extent of saying it is easier to design for scale, even if it's imperfect, and improve it over time, than to build a perfect product which is meant for subscale or a pilot implementation only, and then try to take it to scale later. I'm just sharing my perspective that you may or may not agree with this, but my experience has shown that seems to be the case. So one needs to think about this at the design stage, because that's when the user needs to be your North Star, because you need to be crystal clear in what you're trying to solve for. As an example, in this case, if you're building for K through 12 education space, which is kindergarten to 12th grade, then that student is your North Star. And you need to keep that in mind. And you need to be very clear about, yes, personalization and adaptive learning are great to have, but what am I really solving for? In this case, you're solving for access. So if access is what you're solving for, automatically that helps you define your attributes in your design of the product. For example, it has to be inclusive by nature. It has to be responsibly and ethically produced, right? It has to be safe and has to take into account privacy of data for the student, because they're a minor. So just things like that. So you have to think of those things right up front. Now come to the second piece, which is the distribution or go-to-market or scalability, right? Can be known by different terms. There also, it is very important to be innovative in your thinking of how you're going to take it to scale, and the scalability matters or innovation matters in your scalability as well. As an example, even the student is my ultimate user. Trying to do targeting of students in the underserved segment or bottom of the pyramid segment is very, very challenging and very capital intensive. So Khan Academy strategically took a call that we're going to be teacher-directed platform. But even to go through teachers, it is a lot more efficient and scalable to do an aggregator approach. In this case, the state governments. So you'll gain a lot more by working through the state governments and using their machinery and building their capacity to help scale your product than trying to go it alone. Because that not only makes it more efficiently scalable, but it also helps to make it sustainable, sustain the gains, so as to say. So long answer to your short question.
No,
It has to be right from the beginning, and then it has to thread through all the way till the end.
So I think, first of all, just a remark on the Reva, Chetan, right? We have a saying that either grow or go. So Reva did not scale, and that's why they were acquired. If they had scaled, maybe they should not have got acquired, and they would have become a big Tesla on its own right. So I think that's a fact of life. If you remain small, you will either go bust or you will get acquired. That's the only two ways to do about it. Now, and I'm talking about obviously the tech industry and similar industries. Now, if you look at when do startups come to know that they have to scale? If you ask the startups, they are in a big hurry to scale because they also have VC money, right? And VCs don't have any patience. I think most of you know that. So if the startups are also not showing growth, then it is a tough time for them because VCs are breathing on their neck. And that is why growth of deep tech startups, I think in the last session, there was a question going on, why doesn't Google come out of India? Or why doesn't a big product company come out of India? That's the reason. Because we don't have patient capital, right? VCs want money as soon as possible. And the startups have to oblige. And that's the reason why they also are looking for scaling very quickly without having probably built the right infrastructure in place. So scaling can be of many kinds, right? It can be of your customers, it can be geographies, can be talent, can be your operations, and it can be your tech infrastructure. All of it is included in scaling. So generally, my view is that I think the startups, the first stage before scaling, which is product market fit and growth. By the way, there is a difference between growth and scaling, right? Growth happens when your revenue is increasing, but your cost is also increasing. Scaling happens when your revenues are increasing multiple folds and the cost is not increasing as per that proportion, right? So to go to that scale or to that level, you need a product market fit and you need a lot of experimentation before you can decide that this is the right time to scale. Having said that, I'll give you a story of what happened with Airbnb. Airbnb in 2014 was a company of 40 odd people, and they had just done their first millionth booking. And suddenly they got a shock of their life when they heard that three brothers in Cologne, Germany, had built a copycat startup. In fact, these brothers were experts of copying the US models and then scaling them, right? And they had made billions of money on that. So suddenly a startup came up in Germany and they were competing with Airbnb. They received $90 million of funding, while Airbnb at that time had received 7 million. This startup offered to buy Airbnb and said, you can buy us. Sorry, it was the other way around. They said, you can buy us, but we would need 25% of Airbnb, right? That was the offer. Obviously, the Airbnb people refused that. What Airbnb did was that they sent people to Germany and Europe because they knew that they had to actually scale in Europe if they had to become a global thing. They sent people to Europe, they hired people, they brought them back into US, trained them, and then sent them back to hire hundreds of people. Suddenly in 1 year, the game changed and Airbnb was able to take the entire market. This, what happened, was later coined as a term called blitzscaling. Blitzscaling, right? And this came from the LinkedIn founder, Reef Hodman. So what happened was that during the pandemic also, this became very, very popular. VCs basically came up with this idea that if you are not the category leader, you are gone, right? Which means that you have to pick up more and more money and go to scale very, very fast because there is no scope for the second leader. Now that concept is receiving a lot of criticism. But I just gave you an example that while all the fundamentals of scaling should be there, but in case of what Airbnb did is a unique example of blitzscaling. where if they had not done that, they would have probably got acquired by the other company.
Sir, before I come to you, this blitz scaling can work and it can very badly backfire also. We had in India a very big education startup who were blitz scaling, sponsoring cricket, World Cup football, and we all know what happened there. And there also, I feel the product was not there for that blitz scaling and it just went wrong. Airbnb, it worked out for them, maybe their product was right. Even on Reva, I don't know, you feel it's a scaling issue, but Reva, the product itself, the car, I mean, it's a little mean, but the BBC, or they have an auto show and they do auto car reviews, and they did a race of Reva with 4 guys holding a table and running, and the 4 guys won. When you have that kind of, then it's kind of, what scaling can you do then, right?
Chetan?
Sometimes that can be an issue also, but yeah, sir, your thoughts?
I'm just sorry I'm interrupting. I have to keep the time in mind, and a lot of
This timer is all over the place.
I know, I'm
I
sorry.
know. How much time do we have?
Maybe at 5-10 minutes, but a lot of people in the audience have questions.
Yeah,
I
so
just want
after
to-
sir's thing, we'll
Yeah.
take, because this is telling me 18 minutes and 53, 52, 51.
I don't know. People are telling me
So,
different
sir,
numbers.
your
But-
thoughts, and then we'll break the
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, I'll just quickly. So this issue of scaling one, again, looking from my lens of educational sector, certainly there's a huge demand for computer science programs, right? There are private engineering colleges suddenly scaled up from having 3-4 sections to going to 25 sections, 30 sections of computer science and engineering. So you overnight, within 3-4 years, you have scaled up massively, trying to address the local the demand. But the challenge is, when you're doing the scaling, do we have the wherewithal in terms of the faculty members who can handle this kind of numbers? There are many private engineering colleges today, they tell that mechanical engineering, computer science, civil engineering and other faculty members saying, go learn Python, go learn blockchain and start teaching those courses. Now, the other challenge is what's going to happen to all this huge. So this whole scaling thing has to be done very carefully. Just catering to the immediate market requirements is a challenge. And at the same time, what is happening is the core sector departments are getting shut down, right? So this sudden overnight increase, this thing is going to have a huge impact. That tomorrow, when there's a demand for more of these core sector, we say we still have to build 60% of our infrastructure. We want to be a manufacturing hub for the world. And if no student is joining mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, you start shutting down these programs and scaling up only one core area, one area, as they call it, the tech area, it's going to be a big challenge. So I think we need to do this carefully, but at the same time, there is a requirement, the use of technology to reach these large masses. The model, for example, that IIT Madras data science program, where they've started admitting 10,000 students, giving access to the IIT education to a larger mass, because we have this holy cow of JEE, advanced JEE, that only way you can get into an IIT. But now we are looking at newer models of how do we reach to a larger number of students using technology. So I think we need to look at this from various angles, which can be easily scaled up, if required, scaled down. And there are certain niche areas which, from a country's critical economy point of view, critical technology capability point of view, cannot let them die, right? So these things have to be sustained. In the interest of just building up large scales, we cannot let these things die. So these things have to be dealt with different ways, depending on the market demand, depending on interests of the country and so on.
Nice. Okay, I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions. Please introduce yourself, your name and what you do, your organization. That'll make it more interesting. So how do we do it? Ma'am, you only choose. You choose.
The closest.
Yeah.
Thanks, Aditi. Thanks for all of you. My name is Arks, and I'm from IIT Kanpur. I run a Section 8 company there. But I have an observation that probably everyone is missing, maybe missing. I just want your idea. I think Amita said about how scaling has happened in technology, where it's Arogya Setu, Aadhaar, UPI. Swati, you talked about Khan Academy. Punjab, you specifically spoke about 6,700 schools you scaled up and made it to #1 in math. Or Satyanarayan sir has talked about engineering colleges going up from something like 600 to 4,000 in very, very quick time. And of course, computer science going up. And Dr. Vipin talking about Reva and Simputer not scaling up. If you look at one close thread everywhere, all the others, Arogya Setu, UPI, Aadhaar, engineering colleges, it's the government which is spending or rather helping that entire thing grow. Why only Punjab? Because Punjab government helped Khan Academy to grow. Khan Academy has been there for a very long time. But why only Punjab and it has become #1? Why not the other 27 states? But when you look at things like...
you have a question?
I'm just asking. Whereas Google, FB, TikTok, etc. have grown without government intervention. What is it that we are missing here in India, which is when scaling technologies we talk about? And is it only government intervention which can help or something else can do it also? That's my question.
Yeah. I mean, you hit the nail on the head, at least for public good type of sectors, which is public health, education. You cannot do it without the government. I mean, the government has the largest outlay of any development funds in the country for both of these sectors and many more. So in some ways, you would be a little naive trying to go it alone, trying to create a parallel structure when a government structure already exists and at that scale. So I think it only makes sense to partner with the government to make this work. I'm not saying that it's not possible to do it in parallel. You can do it in parallel. It's just a lot harder. The reason why it works with the government and harder otherwise, at least for these spaces, is because the country is not a homogeneous country. We are a very diverse country, and a lot of the subjects are state subjects. Education is a state subject, as an example, right there. So you have to work state by state by state by state. It's very hard to scale if you're working as a private sector entity, trying to figure out those customized solutions for each state on your own. And you need a distribution channel. You need an aggregator. And the government ends up being a very strong aggregation point and a distribution pipe for you to put your products and your services through. Plus, I think it's valuable for the country to do it that way. It helps to build their capacity, right? Then, because 10 years later, your organization, Google, may not be there in the country, or that product may not be there, or these people who are trying to help get that product out in the market may not be there to do the hand-holding and the capacity building. So then who's going to take it forward? Will the whole thing die down? That's not what you want to have happen. So working with the government also helps with the second aspect of just building something which is for sustainability also, not just for scale. So I think it's important to remember that scale and sustainability need to go in hand. You don't want to do all this work which is at scale and let it all die within 5 years of you starting out. So, but
That may be
anybody
there.
else?
Actually, we don't have time, ma'am. I would have loved to get everyone's views, but you can see the timer right here now. It's like a ISRO timer. Ma'am, yes. Just take the mic and introduce yourself. And
Yeah, my name is Rekha Pai Kamath, and I want to go back to your first question.
What do you do? Which organization?
I'm representing Capria. It's a VC for the Global South, but I actually live in the US. I wanted to go back to your original question, which was, why do we need scale? And I'm actually from the field of technology, but I lived here in the last few months, and I saw how not being clear on the objectives of why we need scale has actually messed up our impact. So a good example I'm giving you, digitization of things like laundries. I grew up in a place where laundries were quite common, and ghar chalta tha, kisi ka ghar chalta tha. And now we have VC money that's subsidizing laundromat type of places that are disintermediating people in the middle, small and mom and pop services. So for me, shareholder interests, VC interests, even employees' interests, companies are all maximized by scale, which is great. Technology has good impact, which is great. But when we have stakeholders' interests not fully taken care of, where monopolistic practices are being increased, like you only have 1 or 2 players now for taxis, I mean mobility, and or maybe 3 if you count Blue Smart. I'm looking at Bangalore, but my point is,
I understood your question.
Yeah.
So since we paucity of time, who wants to answer? Sir, would you like to answer? Can scale become evil?
Yeah, I think it definitely true. In the kind of example she is giving, I think it all depends upon the kind of model you have and the problem which you are trying to solve. If you are trying to create a problem where obviously none exists and then trying to scale it, then I think probably that's not the best model to go with. Having said that, I think you can always have these outlier examples. It's not that these examples are not true, and I think that's why Chetan, the question was very valid, right? Does everything have to scale? Probably not. But where we are sitting in terms of technology and where we are sitting from a country perspective, if you're looking at India, I think if you have to make an impact, then yes, scale is important, but you have to put some common sense behind it as well, I guess.
Yeah. No. As we discussed, I feel everything doesn't have to. Trust can't scale, love can't scale. I mean, it's a deep question. Think about it later, but that's me. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming, and thank you to the panel for such amazing insights. I really enjoyed it. I'm so glad to be part of the conference, to be part of IIT. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. I will just hand over some gift vouchers. Chetan, can you please... Stand for the photo also. All of you will stand together for a photo. Chetan, this... Okay, Meeta, this is for you. So this...
Right. Thank you, everyone. This was an amazing panel. So can we have one big round of applause for the panelists, please? That's more like it. I know it's getting to the lunch hour. We have lunch ready. So what we will do now is we'll break for the lunch, right? And we'll be back in 20 minutes here. Our next panelists are already here. They're waiting to talk to you. So please let us finish lunch and be back by 2:20, 2:25, right? And we'll pick up the next one, right? Thank you again. Thank you, everyone.
Technology is a magical while that may be daunting for some and alarming to others, we believe technology enables us to achieve more. But for that to happen, you need the right kind of people. People that can apply technology to human needs and make you excited with what
We have Rishi Das. He is the co-founder of IndiCube. He has also founded CareerNet and he has built HirePro for hiring solutions. So welcome, Rishi. And then we have Rohit Utmani. He's a VP products at Indus App Store. the youngest panel member for this discussion. Then we are hoping to have Ravi Narayan again. For those of you who remember, he joined us in the morning session as well. But he's, I think, on his way. Oh, Ravi sir is here. So you're joining us again on the ecosystem for innovation. So yeah, so I mean, I'll introduce Ravi again for those of you who don't know. He is senior advisor at Startup Genome, and he has helped. I'm just saying the key things. He's helped Microsoft develop its accelerator program in quite a few countries, and he's also the founding chair of Pan IIT in Washington DC. You have such a long resume that I always fumble. And last, we have a moderator, Ashok. Huh? I know how to pronounce the name, sir. Ashok Chandavarkar. Yeah, I'm a Maharashtrian. Yeah, so Ashok sir is the director of strategic innovations at Intel, and he has until recently been involved in the Deep Tech Club at NASCOM, and also conceptualized and developed Plugin Alliance. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Okay, normally I won't talk about the standard thing. Post lunch, everyone will be sleeping, so we'll need to wake them up. Normally, I don't need a mic because my voice is so loud that it wakes up people. What this topic which we are going to discuss today is ecosystem and innovation, and we can actually look at this topic. I mean, there is no standard for what is ecosystem, right? So it could mean anything to anyone. Now, luckily for me, the panel which I've managed to get over here have different dimensions of that same ecosystem. So when Ravi got introduced over there, I look at him as a person who's worked on both sides of the table, both in government, as well as in corporate, as well as having started a startup in his earlier years. So he will bring a different perspective of what all typically is needed in an ecosystem. Next, we have Rishi over there, who comes with a different dimension of looking at talent, right? So one of the key essential elements of an ecosystem is talent. The third one is Sushant, who's basically looking at finance, because if you're looking at if you're looking at a startup, money is one thing you look at. The second is talent. And the third is where do I need to actually set up my place? And the fourth is how do I go to market? So those are the four typical elements which are there. And we have over here Rohit, who basically represents a unicorn. So PhonePe, and he's setting up a marketplace, which is again trying to create an ecosystem of Indian apps, a made in India kind of set of apps. What better kind of a panel can I have over here than this, right? So a truly diverse set of individuals here. So I'll start with Ravi. Ravi, what I would like you to do is help us define in your terms, what's an ecosystem? What are constituents of an ecosystem, the characteristics of it, and then we can maybe evolve it out from there.
Thanks, Ashok.
One more thing, I think, how did we told what? So try and find.
Yeah, thanks, Ashok. So, in terms of just an ecosystem, obviously, ecosystem means lots of things to lots of people. So let me define what an innovation ecosystem is, which is what our topic is about. So innovation ecosystem is usually one that is based on a city, like Bangalore is an innovation ecosystem. Singapore as a country is an innovation ecosystem. Odisha as a state is an innovation ecosystem. It's a constituent of the startups, the innovators, the research bodies within the education and the research institutions, the financing institutions, be it banks, be it VCs, be it angel investors, and then you have startup enablers. There are organizations such as TIE, such as Pan IIT, which has an IT startups part of it, NASCOM, CII, FICCI. These are all startup enablers that are sitting and kind of creating vibrancy in that ecosystem, churn things, and create that energy in the ecosystem. And then, of course, there's the government, which plays an integral role in, providing the policy frameworks and giving some kind of an impetus for certain areas that require a lot of help. So there are two ways that we are measuring ecosystems. Just to give you a sense of it, there is something called a startup genome entrepreneurship research that happens, GSER. So in that, there is a ranking of all these ecosystems that you can see. If you just look it up, you will see that Silicon Valley is by far up there, where no one can reach them for several years. But then right behind them is New York, and then you have London as sharing this number 2 spot, and so on and so forth. The highest that a city in India is Bangalore at 20. So that is one dimension. It's on startup dimension. But then there's also the dimension of a Global Innovation Index, GII, and India also now has a Niti Aayog has a innovation index for states as well. So there we talk about the innovation capabilities, the number of patents that are coming out, the amount of research papers, the number of times these papers get referred to by other people, and so on and so forth. That's also an indicator of how innovation is spurring the economy, the economic activity of that particular ecosystem. So I think all of these are a combination of these things. Something that I just will add to it is that there's a whole lot of other things that are happening in the social impact space that don't necessarily have an economic impact, but has a huge impact on the social side. So if we have to measure India's economic, ecosystem efficacy, we also have to take the social impact into it. And that's how we will be able to measure ecosystems here.
Thanks, Ravi. Always a answer which has quantitative information, so that's good. So what I would say is that the next thing that evolves from your thing is why do people gravitate? Like you mentioned, Bangalore is number 20. How did it become 20? Now this question goes to Rishi, because Rishi runs two companies, CareerNet and IndiCube. And I want you to give your personal example of what gravitated you to come over here to Bangalore, and what do you see as nuances of the Bangalore ecosystem, which is why it is, say, ranked over there, and how can you actually spread that across to other places? What's missing in other places, or what can be done to spread it?
Thanks, Ashok. So broadly, I will break this in two parts, maybe using Bangalore as an example, as a migrant who came here in 99 and co-founded a business, CareerNet, and then IndiCube. I will run from that lens. And in the second part, possibly talk about the tier 2s, which is a lot of buzz today, especially after COVID, that how these can evolve into good ecosystems. So if I look at Bangalore, broadly, any ecosystem, I will divide in 4 parts. One is a period which is pre-95, which is a time when the physical infrastructure, the social infrastructure, the academic base, starting with ISC, and then the research organization, the public sector organizations, the HIL, DRDO, NAL, all that got set up. And then the Manipal model. We all must remember, while ISC was always there, a state like UP had 6 engineering colleges till 95, 96, whereas Manipal model had already proliferated a mass number of engineering colleges in Karnataka. So I call it that as a phase 1, maybe an era till 1995. And between 95 and 2005 is the second phase, where we started seeing local entrepreneurs, the diaspora of Indian origin, which had gone to US, started bringing in the smart capital, the smart talent, and then we saw the dot-com boom, subsequent burst, the rise of the IT, a lot of companies getting listed on NASDAQ, typically till 2005 as a phase two. And then is when basically the third phase started, which is a flywheel, where the system became typically self-propelling. And then IT got into a phase where a lot of people started having exits. They started investing. The very guys who joined the MNCs, like Amazon and all, started going entrepreneurial. The same VCs which brought a lot of cross-border companies to India, they started creating India-specific funds. And that's when we saw the rise of Flipkart, the Olas of the world. That period went on till 2015. And then we started seeing the fission reaction, where a lot of people who made money or who grew, they started branching out. And you saw a lot of alumni starting on their own. A lot of width and depth started coming in the ecosystem. And that's what we are witnessing as a phase four, the exponential growth which Bangalore is witnessing. So this is how I see the Bangalore ecosystem. In a lot of streaks we can see in Gurgaon as well, starting with Maruti getting set up in the 80s, and then the telecom. We all must give due credit where at one point of time, every other building in Udyog Vihar had something to do with the telecom, tower, battery, components, refrigerating stuff and all of that. So today, if I look at the tier two, now in India, there are about 50 cities which have a population of 1 million plus. Most of them are state capitals. Few of them are other big cities. Country like China has 500 plus cities whose population is more than 1 million. So we can all imagine over the next 20 years or so, how many 1 million plus population cities India is likely to add. Now, if we look at all these cities, tier twos, most of them, the physical integration has happened. The kind of airports, highways, infrastructure, I think physical integration is complete. The economic integration with GST is also complete. What was lacking was the opportunity, which is job, and the talent integration. I think in a lot of ways, because in IndiCube, we are now present in 13 cities, about 6, 7 of them are tier 2, Coimbatore, Jaipur, Lucknow kind of cities. So we see that before COVID, what was the problem? You had freshers everywhere. You did not have experienced talent. And without that 10% catalyst, you can't make any tier 2 take off. So what happened during COVID? A lot of people moved back to their home places, senior talent, and they realized that they don't want to come back. They stayed back. So I think that 10% talent came in. And our generation, most of us sitting here, all of us moved 1,000 to 2,000 miles for jobs. So essentially, first 5 million people in IT, people went where jobs were. Now jobs are going where people are. So I think that's a big shift that has happened. And that 10% is now acting as a catalyst where these things have taken off. Plus, people are comfortable working in distributed teams. The whole threat around security, data security and all that is also steamrolled to a good extent in the right way. So as a result of that, the tier twos are at a very, very interesting inflection point in India. And if I were to name, I see a city like Coimbatore. I always say it's a mini Pune. And it is where Pune was possibly 15 years back. Very strong manufacturing, very strong healthcare base, very good connectivity, very good educational base. I think that city is at a takeoff point. Same, we can talk about Central India, Indore, Jaipur. These are easily the, I will say, the stars in that ecosystem. So overall, I think if you look at the talent attractiveness, obviously, like people want good social infrastructure, good law and order, all of that to be in place, and then the opportunity. So I think Bangalore obviously is at a very different trajectory, but tier twos are coming, and that's what Ashok I have on that. Yeah.
Thanks, Ricky. Now, talent is one aspect of it, and the other aspect of it is risk capital, right? So the other part of it is how do I ensure that there is, it's not just patient capital, but it's also about talking about working capital. Startups need both these activities, I mean, both of these things for running their business. would you kindly let us know in terms of what does I mean, I don't want you to talk about, you can talk about your own company as what it does in terms of risk capital, in terms of this thing, but what more do you do than just provide, because everyone associates banks with only financing, but there's a lot more that you can provide as value to the ecosystem. So could you throw some light on that?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. No, I think thanks for saying that we can provide a lot more than finance, because when you go to any of these kind of events, the first thing that they look at you is banker hai, paisa dega. So it always starts with that, and I always say I'll not give money. So I'll talk about something else. So I'll come to the second part as to what we can, and I believe the second part's far more valuable than the finance we put on the table, because that's standard. Again, taking a cue from what Ravi sir said, we do a lot of stuff. Believe it or not, we have been doing it for the last 8 years, which is around impact fund. We look at social enterprises which are making a difference, but running for profit. Okay, so we are happy to come in at a very, very early stage. We run a foundation program for the last 8 years from Singapore, called DBS Foundation, that invests in companies. So your one example could be the Kanpur Flour Factory, which is Fool, which you see at all the airports today. Haq Darshak, another one. So we've been doing that actively. It's a handsome amount of money which we put out as grants, and we continue to do that. So it's not even debt, it's not even equity, it's a pure grant that comes in and plays out there. The foundation is now also part of an LP in a impact equity fund based out of Singapore. So that's where we start off. As we go up, and I admit on behalf of the entire sector segment and ourselves that we may have been a little late to understand this ecosystem, to actually contribute from a debt perspective to this ecosystem. But you'll see a lot of banks now picking up, a lot of banks now figuring out how they can look at a company differently from how they used to view it. The traditional lens of a profitable balance sheet, 3 years, we are moving away from that. So every bank, and not just us, is trying to figure out how we can, kind of support this ecosystem. It started with the government, and it's now, coming out to private players and banks like us. We do run we run a debt program which looks at non-traditional way of lending. So we provide working capital, we provide trade finance. These are all alternate ways of lending to us, receivable financing. So you may be negative, but you're supplying to a large corporate, and I can take a call on that. So banks have figured out it's not just your balance sheet. Who are you dealing with? Who are your investors, for example? So we are looking at all of those things, and we have a current program in place to do that, which is launched a year back. We've created a fund purely on venture debt, and lots of banks are doing so. Again, not just us. We have a $500 million fund based out of Singapore, looking at India very actively, but lots of banks have created their own. So I can't name the banks, but a lot of banks have actually come out there and kind of put out their own funds to support this ecosystem. What we don't look at from a bank perspective is that we are a custodian to a lot of customers. Every bank has two things running for it. Over the number of years, we have millions of customers on the savings side and lakhs of customers on the SME side, where we can go ahead and take the startups too. We can be that bridge and that ecosystem cog which actually connects you with a lot of SMEs or with a lot of individuals. That's what I believe we play a larger role on. And we've been doing that. We've been having a beyond banking offers where actually we've listed all startups who kind of go out there and serve the customer. So I think that's something which we do, which goes beyond just putting the money on the table, getting you more business. It's a reason why you've started your journey, which is to get more customers. And today, as a bank, where they're in 550 branches, 300 plus cities, so we can actually take you there. So banks, I think, also provide you that platform. Apart from that, of course, we do a lot of stuff to propel this ecosystem. We're not just looking at funded startups, which technically you'll think of bank as sharks and only looking at ones who have raised a lot of money. But we're also looking at startups which are coming out from institutes like IIT, IIMs, etc., and working with early stage accelerators and incubators. That's it, Ashok sir, for me.
Thanks, Prashant. Rohit, in your case, my question is very apt, right? So you are a person who has leveraged the ecosystem, right? I mean, as a company, you are the one who has leveraged. This entire ecosystem is basically to see how more companies like you can bloom. What have you heard from people over here, and what is missing, which you guys would have needed?
Yeah, I think we have covered most of the access that is required from the ecosystem. For example, we've covered government, we covered infrastructure, we covered talent, and we covered capital. But I think I belong to one of those generations which really benefited from the cultural and mindset change that came in especially when we were in college. I graduated from IIT Kharagpur in 2013. And at that point, there was a significant mindset change around entrepreneurship, around innovation, which was linked to freedom, which was linked to doing what you really want to do and what you want to work on. Because for a very long time, I think the Indian talent has been trained to basically work for someone. But then there was this sudden mind shift change wherein entrepreneurship, working for on your own self, bringing innovation directly into the market on your own just became a reality because of all these access coming together, right? So that was this cultural mindset change. And in fact, in society, it became very okay to kind of work for a startup or to do your own thing. And because that was a stigma for a very long time, both from parents, from societies, as well as from the entire ecosystem, that just all of a sudden got unblocked. So even banks, VCs, governments were looking at young talent very seriously, that they can come in and change the world. And some of them have been able to, some of them are still figuring out how to do it. But that cultural change is something which I feel is that magic formula that ultimately led to that, all the access coming together and seeing that amount of delta change that we have seen so far. So I think that's the bit that I would like to add from my side.
That, and the fact that you also had the experience of 2 generations of startups which have actually been there, done that, and they've spun off, like the Flipkart set of people who come out and from Infosys and various companies.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, okay, considering that we are 15 minutes, I see over here, I don't want to ask the rest of the questions because we missed out on government, academia. There's a bunch of other things which I would have asked if there was more time. But what I would say is that, what are your 2 takeaways? What is it that you think are your 2 takeaways which you would expect the ecosystem to evolve into, or what the ecosystem should provide for it to be innovative? Just 2 pointers for each of you, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Let me think.
Yeah. So when I was recruiting at Microsoft, so for startups, the startups I would talk to in Bhopal, Bhubaneswar, across they were very good companies. And at that time, I would kind of very apologetically ask them, this is a residential program. Can you please move to Bangalore for this program? And the answer would come back and they said, no, we are actually moving to Bangalore. We are not just coming for the program alone. We are actually moving there. And I would ask them why. So first thing that they talked about was, they say, there are ways in which we can find customers for our startup. So if there is already a huge set of folks that already are thinking that they can actually collaborate with startups, and there is a easy segue for you to actually come here and start either getting validation for the startup that you're building, or get early revenue opportunities by actually moving to a place which already has a lot of these things in place. And that's why a lot of our startups even go to the US, because the openness to work with startups is so much higher than in India. Today, I think the corporates are just opening their minds to the possibility of working with startups, right? So that is one huge thing. Demand generation, in a ecosystem is one of the most attractive nature of it to be very, very good. The second one is just the way people are in this ecosystem. I think Rohit alluded to that, is that if already people know, that you are in a product market fit, which means something to you. It's not something that you need to teach someone, or somebody says valuation, or somebody talks about revenue multiplier, and so on and so forth. It's a language people understand, and you're also amongst people who have actually been there, done that already, who can either help you directly or indirectly by saying, that I have done this in the past. I'm no different from the way you have got your education, the way you have built your career. I have the same career path and I have done something. So just looking at people of similar mind and similar circumstances, you begin to elevate yourself. The water rises and along with all the boats. So if you just come to this place where the water level is already high, you automatically become a boat on a higher level, right? So that's an ecosystem. And of course, the third thing that my Microsoft startup founders would say is it's also easy to find spouses in Bangalore because they accept these founder kind of people to be their husbands or wives. So that's what the advantage of a good ecosystem is.
Adding to what Ravi said, I think the best part about a place like Bangalore has been what you know is still more important than whom you know. And I think that character of Bangalore has not changed in the last 25 years. And that's why I'm saying, as a migrant who cannot speak a word of Kannada, right, and running a business like IndiCube, which involves interacting with having so many properties across the city and all of that, right? I've not met a single politician in the last 10 years of my running IndiCube. I can't think of any other city in India which will provide me that opportunity. So I think that is one very important part. The second is where there is a value for opportunity cost. If you are in ecosystem which are closed ecosystems, right? And I don't want to name a lot of SETG companies in this country. It's ironical that the only places where employees and shareholders by and large have made money is where FDI has come in. Right? Rest of the places, I don't think employees have ever made any money or employees have ever been respected. So, so this is a very important trade one has to look for, that you talk to a business family, the guy is thinking, oh, this nephew can do this business, right? If you are a startup, you go to them with an idea and all of that. So I think be very careful of systems which are closed systems. I don't think anything has ever come out of them, and always systems which have opportunity cost. They want to grow, they want to move fast, they want to partner, they want to collaborate. Rest of them just want to do everything on their own. I think that is one thing which I see Bangalore gets differentiated vis-a-vis, say, a Bombay or Delhi.
So I think just for like information, I also was part of the Bombay ecosystem for about 10 years, and we moved all of us to Bangalore after the acquisition for Indus OS by PhonePe. So I think one thing which I really like about the Bangalore ecosystem is that there's a lot of openness to creating new technologies and creating new businesses, which is something which kind of was imperative there in Bombay as well, but I see that a lot more happening here. One thing which I would actually have a contrarian view there was that in the Bombay ecosystem, the topics of conversation was way more like diverse. Here, it's more on specific things only, and it tends to always go in terms of the direction of what's trending right now in the market. Let's say, for example, a couple of years back, it was Web3, now it's AI. Whereas in Bombay, because of the fact that there are so many businesses, and these are traditional businesses which have been operating for a very long time, there's so much more access in terms of the entertainment industry, the financing industry, the consulting industry, everything being there. The type of realism was much more there as compared to a positive optimism, which is way more there in Bangalore. But again, it balances it out over a period of time. So that's my point of view.
I think what you mean is domain expertise versus tech expertise, right? So you have domain expertise because Bombay was the financial capital. It still remains, but the tech expertise is here. So that's typically what.
No, I think even to add to what Rohit said, again, coming from Bombay, Bombay brings that element of, how do you make money from the business you start off? It's not just about putting a product out there. It's basically figuring out how do you work with various industries. So I think when I travel, of course, when we travel, we hear everybody wanting to be the next Bangalore. And that's something you guys should all take pride on, because you go everywhere and they say, you want to be the next Bangalore. But the other locations, like a Gurgaon, which is picking up right now, why Bombay still looks at Bangalore and says, what did we miss out on? Is largely the fact that these locations know how to work with corporates, know how to work with SMEs, and they are, actually go to live is much, much faster out there. So I think that's something which, maybe this ecosystem will also pick up. And the general vibe for a startup in Bangalore when we come and visit is just amazing. It's just so conducive for somebody to come out here and start a new business and think like that. I think that vibe in the city is clearly there. And you, like we were talking to Ravi sir, and we said, how can you bring all of that together in a place and make it more concentrated as an effort? I think is the next thing where, you know, Bangalore can take those multiple folds ahead and move much faster than the rest catching up.
So with that, I will open this up for questions from the audience because we've got 6 minutes remaining. Sorry, I ate up 4. Someone can get the mic there.
Hello. I'll start with a brief introduction. I'm Salil Rana. I lead growth and investment efforts in a company that has created a nano coating for solar panels. We call ourselves Tri-Nano Technologies. It increases the efficiency of solar panels by 8%, and it's a self-cleaning coating. Yeah. So there's a reason why I started with this is because since the topic is building ecosystem for innovation, right? Whenever we think about innovation, there has to be some element of deep tech coming into our minds. Technology that takes years to build, like ChatGPT, of course, we are talking about it now, but then it started like way back. 20 years of ideation, brainstorming, failing has resulted into it. So our own coating started like 5 years back, and now we are, doing something about it. So like raising money and all, it becomes really difficult for deep tech companies to actually raise the kind of money that they need over a period of time. So how do we, bridge that gap?
Okay. Can I take it? Okay. Let me start first, and then maybe you can add one point. I'm going to give you a 2 thing, right? Be part of the ecosystem. If you're a deep tech company, be part of NASSCOM Deep Tech Club, for example. Apply for that thing. They are driving that entire ecosystem. They're close to 300 startups there. They're close to 200 mentors from diverse areas. Similarly, there's TIE Bangalore or TIE, which is there in various. Those are volunteers, volunteer-driven ecosystems which are there, which will help you because these are people who don't have a motive per se, right? So they are basically there to come in as volunteers. We are trying to build these ecosystems in different parts of the country. If you're a SaaS company, for example, go to Chennai, there's SaaS Bhumi over there. They are driving that ecosystem. So there are multiple such ecosystems that are mushrooming. You need to be in those things to be able to actually generate. You being a hardware ecosystem, I met someone over here who's actually building a hardware ecosystem outside, but that's something which is rare, right? I would say that, okay, there is Qualcomm, which has a QDIC. Go check with them. There are other such people who have hardware kind of ecosystems over there. There's Hacks, but that's in Shenzhen, right? So you will find certain places where we are weak. There are certain places where the ecosystem is getting formed.
I would just like to add, like, for example, Indus App Store used to, in the earlier business was Indus OS. So we were building a mobile OS, which I don't think so many companies have attempted in the past. And you can kind of say that we were probably building something which was very complex at the time. So it took us many years to even convince mobile manufacturers to give us a chance to even give them a demo of what we were building. It took us many years to get the relevant people in the government to even hear and warm up to the idea that something of that sort could be a reality. So we are here today, but this is a journey of past 10 years. So it's just that you have to be very persistent, and if you feel that the problem that you're trying to solve is really big, the opportunity is extremely possible. You just need to get at it. Like, for example, I have been with Indus for the past 8 years now. The co-founders in my company have been at it for about 10-15 years. So if you really believe the product has merit, you have to stay in there for a longer period of time. It's easy for, let's say, for example, consumer-facing products to immediately go to market with even a smaller MVP, but it can take a longer time. It's just that you need to stick through it. And as Sir correctly mentioned, build the ecosystem around you, leverage it as much as possible, get those connections which can help you to at least move that milestone from one where you are to the next milestone.
Yes, and Ashok Savant. So, like, you'll not imagine talking to a banker and adding to what you are doing, but we are doing financing on a for solar panels. So we've got a company where we are actually lending to SMEs who are putting out solar panels out there. And we've got 100 OEMs who are on the platform who are supplying to these SMEs. So you can clearly come in and talk to someone like us, and we can put you on to these OEMs or to these SMEs with us. So happy to connect with you later. And these are forums like this where you can actually make such kind of connections. So happy to speak to you later. Yeah.
Last question.
Yeah, I
But
have one.
keep the question short, please.
Yeah, yeah. So my question is like, how should the youngsters see conventional businesses? Like, let's say I want to do an import-export business, let's say, or I want to build clothes for dogs. Let's say, very niche example. How do you, as investors, see it in this age? And how should we see that? Should we think like, acha, we have to build 100 crore company, like you said, right? It should be very big, and you should be, so should we always think that big, or can we stay in the middle? Can we have like some middle grounds and grow like that?
Uh, So I will give you one example, and I'm very happy that you asked this question because I was talking to Dr. Sridhar Mitta. So Dr. Mitta was the first employee of Wipro, and he founded the TIE and that in Bangalore and all. So he said a very good thing, and I'm quoting. He said, Rishi, if you look at in India, the English media, the Western money, and the IITs, they have hijacked the entrepreneurship story. And then he started giving me examples. He said, look at Adyar Anand Bhavan. You look at Sugna Chicken, right? None of them have ever raised any venture capital. They are extremely successful businesses doing thousands of crores of turnover. They hardly have any technology. The consumer tech, if we were to talk about technology, unfortunately, we all have narrowed it down in the context of consumer tech, right? So I think the very important thing is that we need to get away. We need to look beyond consumer tech. We need to look beyond the VC money and build businesses which are real, which are for the Bharat, not necessarily for the India, and take a 20-year, 25-year view on the business. Right? There's nothing wrong in running a business which is completely private. Raising money is not an end in itself. Venture capital money, private equity money is gold-plated money. Consume it very responsibly. If you don't need it, don't raise it. Right? So don't. And this applies to a lot of people who are not from the tech side, right? That build businesses, good businesses are there. Like we are investing. Yesterday, I met a company. They do stents for heart and brain surgeries, right? And their only competitors are, and they are headquartered out of Mysore. Not a single R&D guy anywhere else. Not a single multinational employee they have employed. All campus guys, a 60-year-old person doing this company, right? So just focus on the problem. I don't think your business has to be very large. It has to have a viable exit, or it has to have a lot of so-called technology, any of that, right? Just go by the first principles. And I'm sure you can do a very large and good business in our country over the next 2 decades or so.
I don't think we have time for any more add-ons over here. As per this, unless she gives me more time. There's a hand raised there. So 2. Okay, these 2 and then we close. Okay. Okay, we can do that as well. Happy to chat. Thank you so much, audience. I hope that we've kept you awake and you learned a bit from stalwarts over here. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm back again. Still alive? Quick round of claps, everyone. Let's see. Very good. Very good. Which means we are doing a fairly okay job of keeping you entertained, knowledge, everything out here, right? And that is what we wanted to do. So we finished just about the first set of panels. We did run a bit late. And thank you so much for the patience. We did break for lunch. We'll start with the second set of panels now. And we talked about innovation. We talked about what happens in India. Now we are going on to something where we say, what does it mean to be actually getting on the digital bandwagon, right? We say, yes, digital will take us ahead. Digital will give us that mileage, but how do we actually do it, right? So start off with that. We will have our first fireside chat with some very eminent speakers you might have heard and known about in the media. So the first panelist, if I can invite on the stage, is Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta. He's none other than the CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. Mr. Gupta, please. With him on the fireside chat, we have Mr. Saurabh Bhattacharya. He's Additional Director of the Center of Smart Governance, Government of Karnataka. Mr. Saurabh. And moderating the panel is Mr. Sarath Chandra. He's co-founder of India Blockchain Forum. He is well known in the circles as a tech enabler, tech entrepreneur, and a tech visionary. So ladies and gents, please welcome our eminent panelists with a round of clap. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So without wasting any time, let me start the conversation again. And so before, in fact, I was discussing with some of my peers and I was quoting some numbers from Union Finance Minister's recent speech yesterday, where she talked about how in the last 8 years, we have leapfrogged to the 5th largest world economy, where other developing countries are contracting. India is emerging as a beacon of hope. And a lot has been contributed towards digital economy. And yesterday, even Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that by 2026, 20% of India's GDP will be driven by digital economy. So this kind of sets the context for today's conversation, where we have Sanjeev sir and Saurav. So Sanjeev sir, I would like to start with you and try and understand your perspective on how do you see the Karnataka's digital and startup landscape progressing, and what are the challenges startups and entrepreneurs face?
Very good afternoon. Thank you so much, PAN IIT organization, for inviting us and sharing us the information about, and maybe asking us to interact with the people here. First of all, thank you for the previous panel speakers. All of them praising Karnataka and Bangalore. I'm so happy about it. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, once a clap for the previous panel speakers. Lovely talking about Bangalore. On the digital economy side, our Honorable Prime Minister has talked about of $1 trillion digital economy. And that's what the minister was talking about therefore yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, 200 and let's say around, I would say $1 trillion digital economy that we are aiming for. Any guess that how much is contributed by Karnataka today? 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, $120 billion today. One of the largest among all the states. We are looking at to contribute $300 million going forward on $1 trillion. One state, 1/3 of it. Can we do it? Answer is yes. And if we do that, where are we on the GDP contribution? So the question to you is that the Karnataka is thinking of in that dimension. How do we make this statement? Because today we are 120, can we come out to $300 billion? Answer is yes. And the reason is that the 3 important aspects of digital economy, which is how do you grow startup and tech field? How do you make sure that your electronic system design manufacturing is growing in the state, in the country? And third is, how do you make sure that IIT, ITS, and GCC's companies grow up here in Karnataka? All these 3 clubbed together makes a digital economy. And the element of success, why $120 billion today? Today, we are contributing to state GDP somewhere around 28 to 30% of the state GDP comes from digital economy. We're looking at it, if it goes to $300 billion, it'll go up to 40, 45% maybe. Now, and that numbers is a very big number for any state to look at a digital economic contribution. And only one last part for success is how we can say so confident is the talent and the ecosystem of the state of Karnataka. It's the secret sauce of the way that we function, that we attract investments, the startups, and anything else in the innovations.
Thank you, sir. So now it's widely or often accepted that government has a bigger role to play when it comes to creating enabling environment for startups and economy to prosper. And government can be ideally said that it's one of the kinetic enablers in the space. So coming back to sort of and your work at Center for Smart Governance, there's some pioneering work your department has done, especially in the case of land records. But with respect to government services and government to citizen services, how your department is using digital technologies to make services accessible to all. If you can share some light on that.
I think see, it's very imperative to understand that any digital economy would require the government which leads the nation to be digitally suave and efficient. Now, for a government to become digitally suave or efficient, I think there are certain imperatives which we have, which we should implement. And the government of India, government of Karnataka has done credible amount of job into that. And some of those initiatives are something which is very well known when we talk about Aadhaar. If we say a digital identity, I think we are making a strong point that we have created a digital identity system through which we will be able to recognize and deliver services also. One of the challenge when we were architecting software was that how do you digitally recognize an individual? And when you start digitally recognizing an individual, that is the time you know that you will be able to deliver services also digitally online without requiring them to come to you or to the government. Now, what we did in Karnataka, we took Aadhaar a step forward. And I will talk about 3 key initiatives which the government undertook, and it's very interesting. And I'll also have some analogies to share how it actually impacted. Now, the first initiative which we did in Karnataka was digitize the treasury operations. Now, it's easy to say that we have Oracle treasury management suites and other suites, and why don't we use that? But government treasury is a little different. We work, fortunately or unfortunately, in a manner which is quite at least years behind the way the corporate works. The processes, the procedures are quite different from the way the corporate works. Now, what we did is that we created a digital financial management, treasury management system. And there's nothing new. Other states also did that. But we went one step ahead. We created the first of its kind payment gateway, which would ensure that the money lands up inside a treasury. So government doesn't, unlike a corporate or a private organization, we don't use banks to manage our finances. We use treasuries to manage. And that was one big question which we had in our mind. How do you put money inside it? In a post 216 era, when this entire thing came up, sorry, pre 216 era, there was only one place where you could actually deposit your taxes in Bangalore, and that was in Shivaji Nagar State Bank of Mysore branch. That also up to 230 through cash. I think of the entire city going there. So if you have to pay your RTO money, you have to pay your that time we had VAT money or excise duties. Corporates, individuals, everybody who is supposed to pay has to go there and pay that, and then he gets his clearance. From a distillery, if a truck has to leave, he has to go and first pay there, prepare a challan, go and show there, and then the truck will leave from a distillery. Or for that matter, any VAT payment will happen. So you can understand what type of challenges which we had. And today, thanks to the gateways which we have created, every payments which you do to government are online. So recently we launched the property registration system in Karnataka. Means it's July, June we launched it. And the government of Karnataka increased the that values from valuation rates were increased from 1st of October. Now, there was hordes of people who wanted to register before that. Usually we have around 10,000, 8,000 to 10,000 registrations a day. On 26th and 27th of September, we had 27,000 transactions online, 500 plus crore per day collected online. And that was something I think which happened because of that. Second initiative, which is another thing which, although it's not unique for Karnataka, but the way we have implemented is little unique. It's called Kutumbha. It's a, I would say, a rip-off of something which was done by Rajasthan called Bhamasha. We created a
database of citizens and their families. Now, every detail of that how many kids that family, children's that family has, how many women members are there, who heads that, it's a women or men, they pay taxes or not, all details were there. And thanks to this database, when the government started this guarantee scheme, they decided to start it around July, the Grihalakshmi Yojana. Any such scheme to be started prior to this digital ecosystem which was built would have taken almost a year or so to start, because to recognize the beneficiary, you have to advertise, the person will come to your place, to the offices, he will stand in queue, they have to prove that they are female, they have to, sorry, that to anyway they can prove, but you have to prove that you're eligible. And the eligibility is that you are the head of the family, you don't pay taxes, all those conditions were there. And then you have to give your bank account details. That has to be verified whether it is owned by you or it is owned by your husband or someone. All these challenges were there. Thanks to Aadhaar-enabled payment services and Kutumba, within 15 days we started this service. Now, by the time the decision was made by the cabinet, we knew that there are 1.5 crore beneficiaries, because the database told us clearly these are the number of people headed by female members. This is the size of it. These are the bank account details. And 1.2, we had full clarity that they don't pay income tax also. So that is the type of initiatives which government has taken, because of which I would say is we are able to promote a digital economy.
Thanks, Saurav. I will come back to the point about collaboration opportunity for startups and what's the roadmap which Center for Smart Governance has. But before that, let me come to Sanjeev sir and get his views on. So there's a broader shift towards consumption from, so we as a nation have been consumption of tech products and services from the West, but that has pivoted, that has changed. And now we have become producer of tech stacks. So our digital public infrastructure is getting exported. So there's a wider push on creating products and services within the country. So sir, what's the key focus area? What are some of the key focus areas as KDEM, especially in terms of software products, GCCs, and taking startup entrepreneurship beyond Bangalore?
Lovely. Thank you. I think it's a very important question because we're shifting the gear completely from one orbit to the second orbit. Friends, out of 90,000 startups that country has registered in India, 22,000 plus are in Karnataka. $165 billion has been raised by the startups in last 5 to 7 years. $65 billion is raised by the Karnataka-based startups. Elevate program, which Government of Karnataka runs, is to give a grant up to rupees 50 lakh to a startup to convert their idea into a POC. 30% of those comes from beyond Bangalore, Mysore, Mangalore, Udupi, Hubli, Belgaum. And 30% of that in total number comes from a woman entrepreneur. A gentleman talking to me was saying that if a new entrant comes to Bangalore on Monday, and by Friday, he knows everybody in the ecosystem, who's who, where to go, whom to meet. That's the power of Bangalore, the power of people around us. It has created that magnet. What top of this has happened is the GCCs, Fortune 500 companies of the world, 400 plus have their R&D and innovation center in Bangalore, in Karnataka. Out of Fortune 500, 400 plus. Second state or anybody says, I'm not comparing that. In fact, somebody talk about and saying, Bangalore is the Silicon Valley of East. Recently, the term used, and I think you will definitely like it, is that we should call ourselves as Silicon Valley. Forget about Valley. And then let the San Francisco say that I am the Silicon Valley of West. So that is the way that our aggression is, the way that our mission is. Look, how do we reach that all these into a next level of orbit? By creating certain products and center of excellence on those. So what we started looking at, the new tech which is coming up. Let's say if financial capital is Mumbai, let the fintech capital be Bangalore or Karnataka. You create cash, we'll manage the cash on the tech. And that's how we will do the part of it. 10 unicorns in the fintech were born out of Bangalore, not out of Mumbai or Delhi or Gurgaon. They're born out of here. So we have that capital. Can we have a center of excellence on fintech? Can we have a center of excellence on metaverse? Can we have a center of excellence on AI? Can we have a center of excellence on cybersecurity? We're shifting this orbit for this. Just to let you know, we set up a center of excellence of cybersecurity in Mysore. 6 companies of product development, one from Pune and Mumbai, shifted to Mysore. Because the power of that product, the power of the community, the power of the ecosystem was available at that location. COE and FinTech in Mangalore. You know the Mangalore story, right? Out of 8 public sector banks of the country, they were born where? In Mangalore. Genetically, Mangalore has that FinTech in it, or a finance in it, or a banking in it. So we're promoting the center of excellence in FinTech there in Mangalore. In Hubli, you will be amazed to know, today we have more than 6,000 resources working on AI in Hubli. Kabhi socha aapne aisa? We have this, we talk about this. 70,000 AI resources in Karnataka, second largest in the world. These are the powers that we have. So now, the GCCs which has come here, our R&D innovation centers, they started a very long-term journey only just having a support system here. Today, all of their products and new designs of developments happen here in Bangalore. The Boeing is a recent example. They set up the world largest R&D innovation center in Karnataka in Bangalore. Only R&D center, no support systems. Let support system go to somewhere else in Hyderabad or Chennai, doesn't matter. Our target is what? Can we ask them to register IP here? And if that can happen, just say amen with me. We will be the largest IP producer of the world then. Because all these IPs which is created and registered in US and Europe is actually manufactured or designed here itself in Karnataka, in Bangalore. So our motto is that. Then the comeback is the startups community which is coming up in these center of excellence. They are getting all the tools and technologies, ecosystem of industry. And then we are trying to design a program called as Beyond Bangalore, creating more Bangalores outside Bangalore. And recently, our ministers also talk about democratization of entrepreneurship. And I'll talk this later with you on this topic. But this is the one area where we're shifting the gear of orbit from just mere support and IT services to the product development. We in the Bangalore Tech Summit, just 1 minute more. In a Bangalore Tech Summit, we did a Chandrayaan show. I don't know whether have you anybody attended the BTS? If you have, please raise your hand. If you've gone there, you will see a Chandrayaan show. All the companies who developed their product, which was used in the Chandrayaan, were showing there. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the most attended pavilion in the BTS, which is the Asia's largest tech event. All these products are coming out from here. And we see space technology, aerospace, defense, medtech, energy. The products are designed. The last example is your entire EV that you think about, of in the drone that you think about is, most of the products of 90% product is designed here in Karnataka. They might be manufactured somewhere else.
Yeah. Great insights, sir. I think we have one of the best or vibrant startup ecosystems in the country. And hopefully we should be able to maybe evangelize the term Silicon Valley much more. Right. Now, coming back to Saurav, as Center for Smart Governance, what's your outlook on startup engagement? What do you think are some of the areas and how startups can engage with this body? And what's your take on the hackathons, acceleration with respect to using digital technologies in governance?
See, I'll just like to use one small quote. If startups are artists, then government is the canvas where you have to do your work. So you cannot get a better platform than government to solve your problems. Now, we had a problem recently. The government started the Shakti Yojana, where what it meant is that when you board a bus, you have to, means if you are a female above 6 years of age, domicile of Karnataka, then you will be given a free transport facility. Now, challenge is that these state transport undertakings like KSRTC or BMTC, how do they prove to the government that these many number of folks, women members had boarded, commuters had boarded, and that this is the amount due which you have to pay? That is the distance they traveled. Now, government, what it is using is that the old statistics that this is the last, maybe around before the Shakti Yojana was implemented, May or June, this is the number of female commuters you had transported. So this is the amount of money which we'll give. But after Shakti, this has doubled. In fact, it's actually more than 2 times of the traffic which we used to see. So the question is detecting the person who is boarding the bus as female, detecting that this member has got down at this area is just one of the use case I'm talking of. We don't have a solution, but we know that there are platforms, there are technologies, and there are certain talents who can make that happen, can help us understand that. Similarly, we have large problems when it comes to land. Now we don't have, there's a huge database of properties which we have, but all of them are in paper or in some sort of a or semi-digitized form. We have to bring it on maps. We have to digitize and we have to take them on maps. This is another problem statement. Now, like that, there are numerous problem statements which you will find, and there are some challenges, real life challenges, which has to be addressed. Now, one of the biggest challenge which we are now facing is impersonation. Somebody coming and selling someone else's property in his or her name. Unfortunately, property is not linked to any type of digital identification systems like Aadhaar. It is based on your name. So if I am Saurabh Bhattacharya, somebody can claim themselves as Saurabh Bhattacharya and sell my property. Now, how do I solve that problem of impersonation? That's another challenge which is coming up now. So there are multiple challenges which we see, which is government or the domain which we deal with has, and we need ideas. We need young talents to come in and help us solve that. I think that is the most important place for convergence between tech-driven startups and government.
Thanks, Saurabh. And I think the startups who are listening to this, I mean, they can reach out to us, the KD, when I say us, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, and as a bridge between government and industry, I mean, we should be happy to help them out. Now, coming back to you, sir, the concept of democratization of entrepreneurship, this is a very interesting term. Can you help us simplify that?
Yeah, I think whosoever has a thought of becoming an entrepreneur, irrespective of where they come from, economic class, region, any gender, that doesn't matter. It's a right for the person to become an entrepreneur. But unfortunately, for the last so many number of years, the focus of the ecosystem has been towards Bangalore, or let's say Chennai or Hyderabad or Delhi NCR. How can we now create a model which can say that a flourishing environment and ecosystem is available everywhere where the entrepreneur is there? So what we try to do is to say, how do we create an ecosystem in, let's say, Mysore or a Mangalore? How do we create that? So the ecosystem depends upon what? The ecosystem depends upon, let these students come out with a lot of ideas first, right? A lot of ideas should come up. So that's one segment of it. How do you infuse that thought process into the mind? And also concepts of entrepreneurship. The second one is, how do you convert that thought process and ideas into actually a product? Then third one is, if you even create that, how do you create access to the capital for them? They have to still rush to some other place. How do you create a mentorship or an incubation center or an accelerator at that location which can be done? Can we create as many as them? We can't. We need to provide some model onto this. The last is, how do you create an institution and a market access for them? How do we create that industry linkages with those entrepreneurs? All these 6, 7 pillars of the entrepreneurship journey needs to be now strengthened there. And you have to not forget that a very good petrol pump owner in a city could also be an angel investor. A very good showroom of a brands, they can also become an angel investors. HNIs of the region can become a further coming up as an angel investor. How do you bring that audience into an ecosystem that it can become mature enough or smart enough to understand how the investment should happen? These all 7, 8 pillars, friends, becomes the democratization of entrepreneurship. And I'm very fortunate to share with you, this thought process was shared by us in Karnataka and has been now accepted by Niti Aayog itself. They're saying that let's start this model into some other states, and all the state level heads of the startup ecosystem were here in Karnataka. All of the states across the country, 3 days. And they looked into all the center of excellences us and understand the concepts from us. What I'm trying to say is, first time in India, Karnataka is setting up a cluster seed fund. a 25 crore fund for Mysore, only for Mysore-based entrepreneurs. 25 crores fund for Mangalore and 25 crore fund for Hubli, Belgaum, Dharwad. Karnataka Accelerator Network. That means if I am incubation centers we call us K-Tech incubation centers, engineering college has incubation centers, private incubation centers are there in different cities, but there's no accelerator. If I have business, I have to rush to Bangalore to get understanding how to mentor scale the business. So Karnataka Accelerator Network has been set up where 3 mature accelerators of Bangalore and one each in these locations of the clusters can become a network. And government funds the cohort to run this model into this so that the Mysore base or Mangalore base, they mature by themselves. And in the cluster seed fund, we are also trying to bring the HNIs to contribute on this. So we're asking HNIs to participate in that so that they become a mature investor slowly. So all these I can go on talking about is, but these are the areas where we are working on. Last is to create an institution at the level of clusters. So what an institution is? Institution is not about government department, right? Institution is by itself as an institution who is working for it. Examples like TIE. Can we have a TIE chapter there who becomes the one important element to infuse the entrepreneurship of all ecosystem there in that region? Fortunately, Karnataka is the only state where we have 4 chapters of the TIE in every of the cluster that I'm talking about. That's the way that we are trying to push together an institution. And government, both ways. One, inside the government, where Saurabhji was talking about doing fantastic work, looking at the technology that's to be infused. Outside the government domain, we are partnering with an industry to create these ecosystems of entrepreneurship in this part. If you say that 45% of the unicorns came from here, am I confident about the number of unicorns to come in future? You can ask this question. ठीक है, आपकी किस्मत अच्छी थी, पहले वाले में अच्छे लोग आ गए आपके पास, right? But dear friends, equal number of Sonicans are also there, soon to become unicorns. My pipeline is strong. And after that, my Elevate winners are there. 10 years down the line, you will definitely find Karnataka, the Silicon Valley of the world. That's it.
Thank you, sir. So we have a couple of minutes left. So we can maybe open this up for questions. If anyone has any question, yeah, please.
My question to the forum is, as you told that Silicon Valley or San Francisco Valley in Bangalore or Karnataka in Hubli, Mysore and all, why an indigenous 5G technology is not developed by Karnataka? See, Reliance has launched 5G and it has got indigenous and it has a lot of problems, layer 1 protocol and all these things. Why we are still not able to develop our own indigenous 5G ecosystem? And see, if we still depend on Nokia, Ericsson, and Samsung and all this stuff.
I'm not so educated in the 5G or 6G technological understanding, but from a very high level, I can say that if you come to one of the institutions in Hubli and in Belgaum, you will find a startup working on telecom, especially in 5G. I'll introduce you. What I hear from, as far as I'm known, is that there are indigenous companies based out of Chennai, based out of Mumbai. They are actually doing a fantastic work on 5Gs. And our central government minister, Mr. Ashwini ji, has actually, I've seen some of the videos. I'm just talking about from what I read it. I have not seen myself. But what I read it, there are companies who are working on 5Gs and 6Gs. I don't think so that we're going to be dependent upon any of them. But at least from my beyond Bangalore cluster perspective, most welcome. Come along, I will introduce you to a couple of them.
To add to your point, sir, so even if you look at in the case of generative AI, some of the large language models are being developed in India. A great example is the company called Kritam AI, started by Ola founder, right? So we are getting there yet, and that's as sir rightly said, we need to build the right IP ecosystem in the country, and with the right leadership of the state, we should be able to get there. So with this, I would like to end this conversation today, and I would like to thank Sanjeev sir and Saurav for sharing the insights. Thank you, everyone.
Right. That was a wonderful, amazing panel. All eyes on Bangalore and all eyes on Karnataka. So let's have a big round of applause, everyone. They have come from a long way to share all this good and wonderful news. So let's do that. Please allow sir to share with you a token of small appreciation from us. Right. So moving on, we did hear an example where there's a case where using Aadhaar, people were able to be onboarded very fast, very quick, right? And that brings us to our next exciting panel, which is what Aadhaar has done for the digital transformation in India and how it is powering up the digital economy, as we say, right? It has gone beyond from the point where it was just a proof of document for presenting identity, and today it stands to do much more than where it started. For this, we have a very exciting panel, and allow me to introduce them one by one. Our first panelist is a technology leader with a passion for digital public goods. He's a partner at Bharat Innovation Fund, a fellow at iSpirit, and the chair of technology committee at MOSIP. He has been instrumental in the development of many large-scale, high-impact systems, including the Google Mapmaker, UPI, and of course, Aadhaar. None other than Mr. Sanjay Jain. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Our next panelist is a 2006 batch IAS officer from Tripura Cadre. She's presently working as a Deputy Director General in Technology at UIDAI right here in Bangalore. Ms. Tanushi Devarma, can you have you on stage, please? For the next panelist, we move from deployment, from planning, from infrastructure, to someone who's actually out there doing that, and not for a few hundreds and thousands, but doing it at scale. None other than Mr. Kedar from Hyperword. He's the CEO, co-founder of Hyperword, an IT Madras alumni, and he's building Hyperwords for about a decade now. The amount of identities that he has just verified is about 800 million plus using his platform. And that number of verifications is almost equivalent to about 10% of the world's population. That is when we talk about scale. We talked about scale in the first half of the session. Now we see what scale means, and we will hear from him on that. And finally, moderating this exciting panel is our own Dr. Nikhil Agarwal. He's the CEO of SIIC and AIIDE, and he comes from IIT Kanpur to be with us today. Ladies and gents, please, let us give them a round of applause and initiate this panel. Over to you, Dr. Nikhil.
Very good afternoon, everyone. And I'll do some small survey with you, though less number of participants now. But how many of you have used Paytm or Bharat Pay or Phone Pay since yesterday? Practically everyone. How many of you have seen your own Aadhaar in the last 1 week or you saw something? It's a fairly educated crowd, you can say. So, and how many of have a DigiLocker or used practically everyone. Surprising, I don't have it. And how many have used e-sign? Oh my God. So I think we're in the wrong room. Everybody knows about us. So wonderful, that's excellent. The terms which I have just mentioned has dramatically changed the landscape and the image of India worldwide. We call them e-sign, we call them Aadhaar, we call them Abha ID, we call them eKYC or anything else. Publicly or commonly they are known as digital public infrastructure. 8 or 9 years back when this whole discussion started about creating a massive public digital infrastructure, and I was exposed to this India stack, which Sanjay will tell you more about, it was looking like a fairy tale. When we were growing up, we grew up in the movie of Back to the Future, when there is a gentleman who comes from future and comes back and then tell you all these things. It was looking like that. Is it possible? It is worthy of doing it? Sab to theek chal raha hai. Kya karna hai? And then suddenly a lot of things started happening one by one. And we realized that why these public infrastructure and the technologies that we are building, why is they so important? The first incident or critical incident happened, I'm sure you will all remember, was demonetization. one of the first reaction we had, कि कितने 2000 के नोट रखे हैं, कितने 1000 के नोट रखे हैं, कितने 500 के नोट रखे हैं, कहाँ जाएंगे? And the second one, after 10 or 15 days, how do we pay? Commonly now it has been well documented as a Paytm movement, and Paytm took off. Many of us have started working using the UPI based digital payments at that time. Another thing happened in 2020, COVID happened. Many of us started using the another sort of Paytm or using the digital identity lockers and all to send out our documents to verify. The government of India started working on National Health Authority, and then Aadhaar number came, that how do you pull your records from different places. There's some phenomenal work has happened. Now India is considered now as a leader for digital public infrastructure in the world. The sheer numbers that we hear and what we will hear from some of the panelists today is mind-boggling. I can guarantee you, other than Indians or probably Chinese, nobody can understand these numbers, because these numbers does not exist. Before I go to the panel, I'll tell you a very interesting anecdote. Many years back, when I was studying from a master's, almost 2 decades back, my classmate was from Estonia. And at that time, I was in Mumbai, and I was coming from Mumbai. He asked me this question, and somehow he knew about India. He said, "Are Munna bhai MBBS and all." He knew about some. He was watching Indian movies. He said, "You are coming from Mumbai. How many people actually live in Mumbai?" I said, 30, 35, 40 million. Now, do you find my answer strange? 30, 35, 40 million? No, it's not. Because everybody will probably say the same thing. He said, no. Is 30 million, 35 million or 40 million? Was it exact number? I said, I don't know. 5 million here and there does not matter. So he said, does matter to us because we are from Estonia. We have only 700,000 people at that time. So those numbers does matter to outside world. So welcome everyone and welcome to our panelists. We have an IS officer, we have a technocrat, and we have a startup which is making the word move. So probably I will request them to give the 30 seconds, their own background, what excites them, why they are here, and then probably we'll start our panel discussion.
Hi, I'm Tanushree. I head the technology center here out of Hebal for UIDAI. And this is the hub for all our technology development, as well as the center for one of our data centers. So all your Aadhaars are at my backyard, but very secure and very private, if you take my word for it, and the government's. There's a lot of interesting work that we are doing in topping up whatever was done by our founders. And there's lots more to discuss in terms of innovation, adoption of AI, adoption of blockchain and consent management. So hopefully during this discussion, we'll talk about it.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sanjay Jain. I've been part of this DPI journey for a while now. But I think the point that you were making, Nikhil, was that India has been the place where we started all of this. And part of the reason for us to do this was to bring everybody into the formal economy. So if you're able to reduce the cost of identity verification, you can onboard them into a bank. If you're able to reduce the cost of payments, you can get more people to pay digitally. If you're able to pay more digitally, you have more records. Those records allow you to then get more access to credit because you can prove your behavior. And so this is really the formalization journey that we have been on. We have been building these digital public infrastructures to bring down the transaction costs so that these, so if you think of a company that does business, you want to bring down transaction costs because that allows you to take it to a larger market. If your transaction costs are very high, you will serve a very few number of people who are able to afford that service. If you bring it down, you can bring down the costs and as a result, get more people to be served. And the more and more people you serve, the more and more formalization happens. And this is a positive cycle that feeds on itself. And this is the journey that we have been on, and which is actually why it has been so transformative. It is not just the ease of use, it is the fact that it allows us to go take banking to the masses. I mean, you can serve a person in a village who now has a bank account because they're onboarded at a very low cost with Aadhaar, were now served through the Aadhaar-enabled payment system in their backyard, where they're able to go get cash and so on, without actually having to install an ATM. India has the, you were talking about large numbers. I'll give you a small number. 200,000. That's the number of ATMs here in the country. 220,000 today. Okay. And for a country with 6 lakh villages, you just think about it. I mean, all those ATMs are actually in the cities. They're not even in the villages. And so the distance to an ATM, if you are in a village, is probably 30 to 40 kilometers. Compared to that, with AEPS, we are able to place an agent in their village so that they can access banking services without a bank branch, without an ATM. And so that is how we are transforming it, because that's the only way we can, with our size, with our population, with our cost structures. The only way we can bring down the cost of serving everybody to bring them into the formal economy is by doing this. And as a result of which, we are actually far ahead of where the West is. In terms of digital payments, we boast of order of 10 billion plus transactions a month. In terms of number of transactions, we are already, I think, the number of digital transactions in India is almost equal to the number of transactions done by MasterCard globally. They're the leaders in transaction space, right? So we are now, I always used to think of India as a continent, but now we are actually becoming larger than the rest of the world. And that is something which is why we are being recognized as a leader in this space. And now we have taken this decision to take whatever we have learned in here to the rest of the world. And I think that's the right decision, because much of what we have done can benefit the world as well. And that's something where we're going.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, my name is Kedar. I'm the co-founder of Hyperverge. Hyperverge, if I have to give a quick introduction, helps out whenever you want to onboard a customer. So whenever you want a bank account, or you want to get a credit card or get a SIM card, all of us know that we have to go through a KYC process, right? We go through KYC process, we need to do bank account verification, we need to do many steps before that account can start working. And Hyperverge works on making this journey as simple as possible for the end user like you and me. And it helps large organizations, which could be large banks, telcos, insurance companies, etc., understand what are the friction points in this journey, how can those friction points be eliminated. So in terms of, we started out with identity verification, as sir said, and we have done identity verification for about 800 million people. That numbers wise is about 10% of the world's population. We do it across Southeast Asia, India, Africa, and some parts of US. What we are very, very passionate about is, so all of us work towards building an economic engine or building, we work in a job. Some time back, we were at a crossroads when only 6 months of money was left. And, we had an acquisition offer of maybe about 10, 15 mil. And it was just a 13 members team. So at that time, there was this question, right? There is this one path where, right out of college, 2 years down the line, you're getting this exit. And the other path meant, doing something different. When we asked ourselves, if money is not a constraint, society is not a constraint, none of these things are a constraint, what kind of work would we want to do? Almost all of us felt that the kind of work we would want to do should change lives of people. It should bring fundamental change in lives of people, like work in education, work in healthcare, etc. Very quickly, our investors and some of the good seniors from college knocked on our head and said, with 6 months money left, you can't do that kind of transformational work. You first learn how to live. You first learn how to stand on your own feet. And the wise voice which said this was Sridhar Vembu. And taking a lot of inspiration from Zoho, we realized that we would love to build an economic engine, which hopefully, like Tata's or Zoho, hopefully is built to outlast us. And if we can build a very strong or a set of very strong economic engines, then we can build a lot of contribution engines that can be powered by these economic engines. And these contribution engines can make a fundamental difference in people's life. So this jugalbandi of an economic engine and contribution engine working together is what we call as a conscious business. So we feel it's our life mission to build a business like that. And that's what we are very passionate about.
Excellent. I think the first question I would like to ask the panelists, which is troubling a lot of us, is about the privacy. And there are certain incidents which has happened, whether the cyber fraud or Aadhaar leakage or identity leakage which has happened. So what kind of technologies you are building up, how you wish to safeguard the identity and ensure the privacy of the people that you are holding their identity or records.
So, from the very beginning, Aadhaar has made a very conscious decision of what the fundamental data that would be kept. Initially, there were discussions, should we cover caste, should we cover religion, etc., which many of the certificates of government do capture. But the founders were very, very clear in the head that Aadhaar was not a proof of birth. It was not a proof of your address. It was only a proof of the uniqueness of the person. And the entire architecture of the digital ID was minimalism. That itself is a fundamental character of privacy. Now that we keep very little data regarding a resident, we use it only for the purposes that it is needed. We are only talking about DPDP right now, but 10 years back or 11 years back when we founded, we had the critical elements of digital privacy incorporated in the architecture of Aadhaar itself. All our architecture that is there, it is privacy by design, it is privacy by intent. So the architecture itself ensures that it has trust no one phenomena incorporated. I myself do not have access to any kind of data that I would like to see. It's anonymized. All our reports that we generate are very, very clearly not defining somebody's identity per se. So the principles of privacy are incorporated in the very design of Aadhaar. And let me assure this forum that the data is not just kept in physical barriers of the data center, but the architecture itself is very, very secure. Coming to recent articles on the breaches of digital identity. Though it does not absolve Aadhaar of its responsibility, but there are still systemic changes that need to be made in the digital ecosystem of the country. So we have not just Aadhaar as the digital repository or the source of truth of the identity, but we have an entire ecosystem working. Every time you land up in a hotel and they ask for a digital card, you have the right to provide your Aadhaar in its masked format, and there is no requirement for the hotel to ask you, I want the entire Aadhaar with the entire number. It's very clear in the documentation, maybe awareness is lacking. So the hotel is keeping lakhs and lakhs of Aadhaars over a period of time, and he can misuse it if required. But still, the system itself is so strong that if the bio identity as well as the digital identity are not put together, it cannot be used for authentication. So just because somebody has your Aadhaar, he cannot misuse it per se. At the same time, we have a digital ecosystem which is there through our Aadhaar authentication units, like a bank, for example. Their architecture is also authenticated by us or validated by us. When they set up that system, the digital vault system or the Aadhaar vault system ensures that nobody has access to the digital data per se. Now, the leak that had happened, it was because of certain breach at certain entity like this. And though the extent is much more explained as a larger snowball phenomena, but if the ecosystem was, and we mature with time, was compliant to the systems that we have in place, such breaches will not be talked about as often as we talk right now.
Actually, may I just add to that? So I think in terms of the design of Aadhaar, as Tanushree just mentioned, you cannot, like in the US, people say, you have your social security number, I can go access your bank account. That's not possible in India. Without authentication, you should not be able to use your Aadhaar number. And so if there are people out there who are building systems here, I think 2-3 things you should remember. If you're capturing Aadhaar number, please do it only after authentication. It's useless if you capture it without authentication. As users out there, if you're giving a photocopy of an Aadhaar card, just say no. As simple as that. I mean, don't ever give somebody a photocopy of your Aadhaar card or any ID document for that matter, right? I mean, what in the world, where do people need photocopies anymore? There are digital ways of doing identity. Ensure that businesses you do business with ask for a digital identity and not a paper photocopy. And I think those are two things that will help go a long way. But to a broader point, we are getting into this world, and I described the journey where we went from nothing to a very highly digital world. So what's happening is the maturity of companies and businesses has to go up. We have to go beyond the pure data to now thinking in terms of how we use that data, both defensively, for fraud prevention, and so on, and to expand business. So both of these are required. And I think as an economy, we are now maturing, and there's a room for startups. I mean, that's primarily what Kedar does.
So that will be my next question about the opportunities for research of our startups. Like, I just opened up my wallet and I pulled out some of these cards, which most of you will recognize. There is a PAN card, there is a driving license, there is a Aadhaar card, there is a IIT Kanpur card, and there are other 3 credit cards, and perhaps 1 or 2 loyalty cards. If you ask me how much money I have in wallet, maybe 500-700 rupees, because I have a Paytm and I have a 5G phone. So my question to Kedar would be about the identity duplicacy. Like, it is so easy to lose them. It is so easy to misplace them. And the sheer effort the person has to do to, just in case if I lose my wallet, all these IDs are gone. So what are the new opportunities that are emerging that you combine these identities? And is there any way that the government should participate? Or as a startup, I am asking you, or do you want some kind of policy documentation to be done, or such opportunities exist from the technology perspective?
Yeah. So whenever we talk about the infrastructure layer, if we see in most mature economies, right, the infrastructure layer, a lot of good economies like India has been created by the government, right? In India, we have a fabulous digital infrastructure layer on top of which companies like Hyperverge are building. Imagine if that layer is not there, then we would be struggling solving, each of those problems, doing OCR on documents, and, is this a real document? Has someone done a Photoshop with a document? All of those would be like very, very level 0 problems are what we would be solving. Right now, if you ask me about protection, I think most mature systems, even in our country today, it's not like you can just give an ID card and you can open a bank account or you can open a SIM card. Almost every company today wants that to be combined with a biometric identifier, right? That biometric identifier could be your face. That biometric identifier could be your fingerprint in case of eKYC. But it is very important that you know who you are and what you have, right? Both of these factors are very important to authenticate you. If we see, for example, when we even use a Paytm or all of that, our device is sending a SMS, and with that SMS, then the device is a unique device that is identified, right? That is what you have. And in spite of that, we are putting those pins and all, right? So what So there are always multiple layers that are being used to authenticate people. And I think at least in terms of digital identity in India, if you see anywhere, the days where we give an attested Aadhaar or an attested PAN and, and the agent takes it and then the account opening happens, etc., etc. I feel those days are numbered. We are moving towards a system where all of these things happen digitally. And when I say they happen digitally, there are always 2 factors that are required for you to get through.
So I'll ask this question to Tanushri, follow-up question. In the enthusiasm of building a digital economy, are we not having too many IDs? Like, for example, like if as a businessman, you'll have a DIN number, you have a Udyam Aadhaar number, you have a DPIIT registration number for startups, you will have 4 or 5 cards which I have shown you. So in and all, if I was calculating, around 13 to 15 IDs, educated urban startup or somebody is having nowadays different kind of numbers. So, and of course, like there is another enthusiasm from the state government number of times of giving IDs from the state or a community-based ID system that exists. So from the government perspective, like what should be the way that we should be able to unify? Because ultimately the idea is to simplify the citizen services, simplify the business activities. What should be the way forward? Is it the right way forward, or there is any way that something more consolidation can happen?
So, Nikhil, what I would say is that we are working on a legacy framework, and the greenfield working doesn't happen in India. We have a long heritage of digital, non-digital ecosystems which are parallelly working, trying to find tandem. Driver's license has been there forever. You showed us passport and other documentation have been there forever. But with and Aadhaar has never been a proof of whether you know how to drive or not. It was never a proof whether you are eligible for public distribution system or not. It is for proving that you are unique in terms of the biometrics that you are submitting, and you are not a duplicate or a triplicate of the same identity that was created, which was very easy to do in a PDS. I could have had 10 ration cards. I could have 5 different caste certificates, and I could have had many other documents because the systems were not digital and uniqueness was not possible to be done. But when that speaks to an Aadhaar and ensures that the identity is linked to that, then the uniqueness comes into the play. And that is what NHA has done, where the easiest step to do is register yourself with Aadhaar and your health card gets created because it is Aadhaar backed and nothing else required, just few clicks of a button on a website. Now, with an NHA card in place, your eligibility comes into the place. Now, for the eligibility, you'll have to use other 3 different certificates that you have to give, or your income certificate has to be linked. So there has to be an interplay amongst various, certifiers for different eligibility criteria. Like Kutumba scheme of Karnataka is trying to solve for that the identity uniqueness done for through Aadhaar, and thereafter their income certificates and land ownership and all those things speak to each other to ensure. Now, when we come to speaking to each other, yes, Aadhaar plays a very important role in enabling that digital ecosystem because it is horizontal to everywhere and ubiquitous enough. So we are speaking to various departments like passport, we are speaking to the ration card system, the countrywide, and we are ensuring that there is interoperability and transmission which happens so that when you want to get a new PDS card, can I ensure that at least your identity, face, etc. can be picked up from Aadhaar rather than giving any other document digitally? So your onboarding becomes so simple. And thereafter, it just takes a Tehsildar to go and check whether your income is whatever it is, the way they do it even now. If that was even better, if he already had an income certificate, could I have digitally spoken to his income certificate and checked whether he falls in that income barrier? Done deal, 0 time taken. So these are the things that we are working on to have interoperability, ensuring there are common standards on how these certifying or certificate issuing authorities talk to each other digitally and ensure that once you have a certificate, it doesn't have to be reproduced non-digitally for various workflow processes. So there we are playing an important role.
I think there's a very good it's a base framework that exists, which is Aadhaar framework. And top of it, there are other IDs which are built up. And what the government is ensuring is there should be interoperability between the different IDs, which is quite useful. So I think we have 5 minutes left. So I'll ask one set of question and then we can open up a few minutes to the audience. To Sanjay, my question would be, because he is the one which was part of the India stack and built up the whole infrastructure. So what's the future for identity or digital economy or digital public infrastructure? And certainly India will take a lead. But what do you see? Like we are entering into Amrit Kal 2047, everybody speaks about. So certainly what will happen after 5 years, 25 years, or maybe 50 years?
So let's start with the 5-year mark. So globally, what's happening is that identity standards are sort of starting to come into play for both interoperability and everything else. And there is a move towards a ID wallet, where in your wallet you can hold credentials. And these credentials can then be presented digitally and they can be accepted digitally with your consent being recorded. And so that, so today when I entered here, I didn't have to show an ID, but a lot of times when I enter a building, they take a note of your ID number and so on. That should be purely digital. Why should there be a piece of paper where that happens? And the fact that they recorded my information should be known to me as well. and it should be recorded as well, right? So in that sense, I could present a credential, a recording that I've presented it to this party, and they've then let me enter this building, and they could have a record on their side. And so all of these processes will happen digitally. Even today, we already do some of that with the DigiLocker. So caste certificate is a great example. It's a document produced by one government, typically a local government, urban local body, a panchayat or something, and is presented typically to another government body, which is, for employment or certain benefits and so on. And yet it goes through paper. There's no reason for it to go through paper. The moment it goes through paper, you have to worry about whether it's a forgery, whether it's genuine, and so on. Right now, it goes through DigiLocker. You don't have to worry about any of those. That same thing, instead of going through a centralized infrastructure like the DigiLocker, it could go through a decentralized infrastructure like a wallet, a digital wallet. And so I think that is the next evolution of identity and credentials, which is already starting to happen. And again, we are making a great progress. I mean, you can think of your DigiYatra as a very special purpose wallet. It contains your ID, it contains your boarding pass, it links the two, it talks to the airport system, all under your control, and allows you to then travel at the airport with ease. And there is a significant user control in the process, right? I mean, it's only for a brief period of time when you're passing through the airport that the airport system has control. But if you take this and extend this concept to other user journeys where ID is used, you'll start to see that trend. And that's really the trend we have already started on. And I fully expect that will happen in the next 5 years. 50 years, I don't know. Kya banayenge, dekhenge.
So perhaps this question is to Kedar. So give us top 3 startup ideas. Like you have already done it. I'm sure you don't want to divulge, but a lot of other startups are there. So what do you want to see? What you are not doing? What do you want to see? Because there is a massive infrastructure that exists, and it is open, partially open to a certain extent. What startup can build on it, and does it make sense to build a business on top of it?
So, I think when we think about startup ideas, there is a B2C world and there is a B2B world. I think B2C world is where a whole lot of things people do out of a lot of clarity. Sometimes you are just building toys and, and suddenly something explodes, right? And it becomes the next phenomena. What I have seen, which is more predictable for any smart team, if you work with a business, right? And if you try to understand what's a genuine business problem that they have, which is not solved, and you spend some time with that business, eventually, maybe it's not the first problem they give you, it's not the second problem they give you. There will be, at some point, you will solve a valuable problem for them. So in our case, what we used to do is we used to do a free POC, and we used to ask people that you have to pay $50,000 for a pilot. The assumption was that if someone pays $50,000 for a pilot, which is maybe 3 months or something like that, then the problem will be at least $500,000 worth, right? Otherwise, no one will write a 50K check. And if we are solving a 500K worth problem for one enterprise, then there's a very high likelihood they are not the only people in the world who have that problem. There is very high likelihood there are many other people who have a similar problem. So I feel always that if we are looking at it from a predictable perspective, if companies are going into the B2B space, there are so many problems that are there. And most organizations today are open, right? Unlike before where, they would, if you're a 25-year-old and you're walking into a bank, people will be like, who are you? And, we have been doing this for 20 years. Today, it is a situation where everyone respects technology. If you understand, if you spend time to understand their business, you understand the inefficiencies that are there in their business, and you focus on a problem that matters to the decision makers. As long as you have good results, no one will worry about what is your age or, what is your background. Someone was saying about democratizing entrepreneurship. If you are solving a business problem, it's as democratic as it gets.
One place, caste does not matter, color does not matter, age does not matter, nothing matters, only solution matters, which is startups. So big round of applause for the startups. I think there is a bell ring, so we have to stop. Unfortunately, we cannot take any questions. But certainly, I'm sure the panelists will be happy to receive any questions through email if you have any. So many thanks for the panelists for giving some insights. about the future of digital identity, what is happening, fraud prevention, interoperability, frameworks. So a lot of discussion and a lot of keywords which were mentioned. I am sure when you go back, you can certainly research a bit more about what's going on in the digital public infrastructure space. I'm really sorry we cannot take it. Moderator has already picked up the gifts. So if we speak more, then we will not get any gifts. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for moderating the panel. It was very well done. And if I remember, we had a discussion on this. So thank you for taking up that role. Again, exciting panel, all domain experts from different walks of life. And now we know how the Aadhaar and the identity system got built and what can be done ahead. And there's a lot still to come in the identity space. So ladies and gents, one round of applause for our eminent panelists. Thank you so much. So moving on, we talked about identity and what identity can do. It's one of the most, or let's say the basic forms of data definition that you can have about every individual. But what do you do with identity once you have that, right? Everyone needs money, everyone needs access to money, right? In some shape and form. And that is what the topic of our next panel discussion is, where we will talk about fintech innovation, right? We talked about identity innovation. Now we'll move to fintech innovation and how India has been redefining the financial inclusion with the innovations that we have seen in the country. We have a StarCast panel for this one, and I would like to start with our Sri Brijesh Basikiar. He is Deputy General Manager from RBI. Please, sir, can we have you on the stage? Next, I would like to invite Mr. Chandan Kumar, co-founder of OnRap Money, whose digital solution on fintech is now live across 30 countries. Moving on, we'll invite Ms. Monica Jasuja, who is a 22-year-old veteran in digital financial services and consumer internet industries with experience across Fortune 150 companies and market-leading tech startups. Thank you for being with us, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Krishnan Nilakantan, who is partner at Ankur Capital, and he will be talking with us and telling us how fintech is not just about making payments, but what actually happens on the grassroots at the far end of the the demographic ecosystem that we have in India. And moderating this very elite exclusive panel is our very own Mr. Kumar Raghavan, who is India Head of Startup Sales from AWS.
Panel, we're going to talk about innovation and fintech, but also inclusive. Sorry, I'll try one more time. Yeah, good evening, everyone. So this panel, we are going to cover not just about fintech and the innovation that's happening, but also about inclusivity. And when we talk about inclusivity, it can take multiple dimensions. I think we heard from many of the previous panels about how India is making payments and a variety of financial instruments accessible to larger parts of the country, to varieties of citizens, women being extremely included in multiple services, also penetration beyond the tier 1 cities, and also a variety of other dimensions in which today all of the systems that we are building in the country is being accessible to the broader citizens. So what I'll do is, without further ado, I'll go straight to Brijesh. Brijesh, when we think of RBI in this country, and especially in the finance world, it's often associated with the regulation. But I think you come from a very, very different and cool part of RBI. It's about innovation and how you can foster a lot more of innovation happening in this country. So do tell us a bit more about what you do and what your team does.
Yeah. So very good evening, all of you. And I'm privileged to be part of this panel in this Bangalore, which is the fintech hub of the country, fintech capital of the country. And the last two panel discussion which we heard just now. So it sets the tone of what we are doing. So as Ruchi just now mentioned, that Reserve Bank of India, I am from the department which is not a regulatory department as of now, not a supervisory department as of now, but it's fintech department, which yesterday when we were discussing, it is more of a collaborator, facilitator of innovation so that innovation can be fostered in the country. So we exist, we are a toddler, we have just completed 1 year of our existence as a department. We were born in January 4, 2022. So we have a legacy of 1 year, though some work definitely fintech as a fintech cell and unit we were doing from earlier. But in the fintech department, few of the initiatives for fostering innovation in the country that we would discuss today in this panel. And in the department, we are collaborating with various fintechs. We also have created one subsidiary, wholly owned subsidiary of Reserve Bank that is called Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, which is based out of Bangalore only. And they have been specifically created to foster innovation and have tie-up with various innovation initiatives, which is going on across the country and mostly in the educational institutions and technology hubs. Apart from that, few of the initiatives which Reserve Bank has taken for fostering innovation is in terms of regulatory sandbox. We are fostering innovation through regulatory sandbox. We are conducting hackathons. And we also have some of the initiative in the domain of inter-regulatory fostering of innovation. So we'll discuss further. Apart from that, in the department, we also work as some role we have in the account aggregator ecosystem of the country. And one of the most talked about initiative of fintech department in the present times is launch of pilot of central bank digital currency, which a pilot is going on since December 1, 2022. So recently we completed 1 year for that also. And one of the another issue which we deal with from the fintech department is pertaining to the policy stance of Reserve Bank of India on cryptocurrency. So these are few of the initiatives which we take care in the fintech department of Reserve Bank of India.
Thank you for that, Brijesh. I mean, to me, it sounds like you have one of the coolest jobs in the world. One, you get to meet all of these innovators who come with these very powerful ideas, with conviction in their ideas to change what can happen for the citizens of this country. The other is you also have the ability to bring it to life. So you mentioned the sandbox, which you're using as a mechanism to bring out these innovations. You also mentioned the hackathons, and yeah, clearly when you look at the account aggregator or the CBDC, so those are innovations which have passed through your department as well. So what are some of the upcoming cool ideas that you see which we can look up to and look forward to?
Yeah. So pertaining to the fostering of innovation, which is the primary mandate for the fintech department of Reserve Bank of India. So basically, if you see the initiative which we have undertaken in the field of innovation facilitation, is basically threefold. First and foremost, we came up with enabling framework for regulatory sandbox in the year 2019. So this framework, because in 2019, this framework was announced by Reserve Bank of India. At that time, there were very few regulatory sandbox frameworks across the world. So few central banks were having that. So India was one of them in the early days of regulatory sandbox. In that, we are mostly fostering innovation by roping in the innovators from the domestic market. So that is the approach towards fostering innovation in the domestic market, and that too within the regulatory domain of Reserve Bank of India. So the initial regulatory sandbox framework, which was published on August 2019, from there we have now moved to we have completed 4 cohorts in the, it's a cohort based sandbox framework. So we have completed 4 cohorts. The first cohort, and during the 4 cohorts we have had around 80 applications from various innovators across the country. And if you see the eligibility criteria, it is a very broad-based eligibility criteria, right from India, means apart from individuals, whatever you can think of, they can apply in the sandbox. So we have some net worth criteria associated with it. And during the process, the first cohort, and we were discussing about financial inclusion throughout in the last 2 panels also, how we reach out to the last mile. Because if you see most of the fintech initiatives, if you see your own pocket, your own mobile phones, you will find most of the innovations which has taken place in the fintech. We all must be using more than 2-3 in every day-to-day life. But what about those people who are not so privileged, or the unserved or the underserved? So that is the main target of innovation, how we reach out to them. And one very important aspect of innovation in these times is not only to reach out to those people, to those fellow countrymen of ours who are in the hinterlands or who are not having smartphones, but also those who are Divyangs. So these are the innovation we need to think of, and we are thinking in this direction, that how innovation can make life easy for not only unserved and underserved, but especially those people who are Divyangs. They have the very special need, and technology can make their life very easy. So as I said, under the regulatory sandbox, we have completed 4 cohorts, and the first cohort was on retail payment. And regulatory sandbox is a learning experience for all the innovators who are participating, the banks who are participating as partner with the innovators, as well as the regulator. So how new things can be done in the sandbox environment, because many things you cannot do in the actual marketplace because there are regulations associated with it. But when a product is in the sandbox provides you an opportunity where you can leverage, there can be some regulatory relaxation, and you can test your product in a limited scale during the sandbox period. So retail payment was the first cohort. Similarly, cross-border payment, which is one of the important areas, second cohort. The third cohort was pertaining to MSME lending. Again, your financial inclusion was one of the objective of having MSME lending as the third cohort. And the fourth cohort was very contemporary, fraud prevention. Now, basis the learning of the different cohorts, we have now come up with a theme neutral cohort, in which innovator can apply for any topic, and that can be tested in the sandbox. Apart from that, as I said, this was the domestic approach. The international approach is, we have started a hackathon which is called Harbinger. So we have done 2 sessions of Harbinger 2021 and Harbinger 2023. This is basically targeted towards the international innovator community, in which we pose the problem statements which is plaguing the country, and the international innovator community, they come forward and basically they provide the solutions. So we had 2 successful rounds of Harbinger 2023. So the first theme was digital. It is a theme based. This time it was digital services. The previous one was a digital payment system. So in this also, the current 2023, we had some problem statement which were pertaining to different use cases of CBDC, and that too particularly with regard to offline payment. DLT is one which has some of its own issue of transaction per second issues are there with DLT blockchain. So that was one of the problem statement. So how to facilitate innovation for the Divyangs, that was another problem statement. So these are the second part. The third important innovation facilitation initiative of Reserve Bank of India, that pertains to your inter-regulatory domain, because most of the many of the fintech products today which is being developed, it does not pertains to only one regulatory domain. It has cross-sectoral aspects. So how to provide a single window to them so that their products can be tested. For that, we have come up with an interoperable regulatory sandbox standard operating procedure. So any product which is to be tested between different, under the domain of different financial sector regulator, they can directly apply to Reserve Bank of India, and that product can be tested in the sandbox. So these are some of the innovation-related initiative targeted toward 3 different areas.
Thank you. Thank you, Brijesh, for sharing what you're truly building as a culture of innovation in this country. So I'll turn to you, Krishnan. So I think Brijesh mentioned 4 cohorts, 80 startups most recently. I know some of them have been through the process of evaluation and investment from your side as well. You bring these startup ideas into life. When you look at these entities being set up, what would you say are the building blocks of a successful entity? What do you look for when you consider these startups and bringing them to life?
So, sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. No,
There's something you want to add?
Just one thing I wanted to add. The Sandbox initiative, what we say is responsible innovation is what we are looking for. So I think, sorry.
So I'll start by echoing that. We're also looking for responsible innovation. But I mean, just to very quickly chime in, where we fit into the ecosystem, right? We are essentially looking for what all our friends in the panel, i.e. the regulator, the environment they are creating, what startups are actually putting putting their hearts into, what ecosystem enablers like AWS are supporting, and of course, what all of you as consumers are willing to use and pay for, right? So we are investors who are looking for innovations that are tackling large problems and problems with solutions that are truly what the consumer will value and pay for, and which can scale rapidly because of the structure of the solution. So in a sense, that's why we see fintech as a means to open up these large opportunities, which, every time we see that there is a space where there is a large problem, an underserved segment, whether it be for credit for MSMEs, low-income consumers, or segments like farmers, or or underinsured sets of consumers, we see that as an opportunity. So when we are looking at startups, we use a few key criteria, right? First of all, is the opportunity size large enough? 2, are they solving the problem for the customer, right? And I think part of the reason why a lot of these segments remain underpenetrated is because you've got a standard solution, right, that exists and doesn't actually address many customer segments, right? So we've had banks going out and setting up branches across the country for many, many years, right? But what happens is that those are solutions which are not cost effective, right? You're putting up a large bank branch in a geography which may not have as many consumers for very standard products, right? So that's why as we think about fintech, we see it very closely interlinked with financial inclusion, because we believe that these innovations are bringing access. And if you bring access across different segments of the market, you open up a large opportunity. They are bringing very specific products. So if you're an MSME, you may want a small ticket loan, which today most banks and NBFCs may not be servicing. You may want it for a shorter period of time. You may want a very fast turnaround time, right? And you may want very easy to manage processes, i.e. a customer experience that is personalized, right? And at the same time, uniform. So today what happens is, for a lot of these individuals, going to a bank branch may be intimidating, right? Getting you serviced in your own language or in a contextual manner may be a challenge. And those are all the things that technology can address. So essentially the market size, how the product is, of course, we have to look at the team and the entrepreneur's passion and their ability to make a difference. And we look at whether scalability, because is there in that solution. And that scalability usually comes from the fact that can technology bring a very rapid adoption, right? And is the rest of the ecosystem ready to support it? Sometimes what happens is either, the rest of the ecosystem may be weak. Like, for instance, we've heard India physical infrastructure may be lacking, or sometimes the regulatory environment may be a little harsh, right? So we may think that this is not yet the time to be making that investment. But I'm just happy to say that I think today we see a combination of all of these factors, which is what makes us excited about investing into the fintech domain. We've already made investments in areas like embedded finance for MSMEs, parametric insurance, which gives us solutions to farmers, which was not there earlier. And what's interesting is with a lot of our other companies, which are, let's say, in the agri-tech domain or in the health tech domain, we see the need for financing being wrapped into it or embedded into it, being a key a key reason for their own success, right? So in a way, we feel a lot of our portfolio success is going to be a function of how the fintech landscape evolves. I hope I've answered your question at least
Thank
partly.
you, Krishan. So multiple factors there when you consider what will work. And again, it needs to solve a real pain point and not a nice to have kind of a feature. But in this current climate, especially when we look at startups and VCs, so it's a very funding constrained environment. I think there's also a lot of emphasis on profitability. But when we look at an aspect like inclusion, which we are talking about, and we are solving for scale, may not necessarily in the traditional sense be the most lucrative. How do you balance the need for being economically viable and yet at the same time achieving the kind of scale, the rapid scale that you mentioned?
Maybe I'll borrow something from I mean, we see it all the time in our experience, but I want to borrow something from a session that happened earlier in the day, which was, of course, in the startup conclave where you had the partner from Prime Venture Partner, Sanjay Swami, and he was talking about his experience as an entrepreneur building one of the first payment solutions, which is called mCheck. And they were doing a survey to understand whether customers, and that to low-income customers, would pay for being able to get their salary in, right, without needing to go to the bank. And his poll revealed that they were all willing to pay between 3 and 20 rupees, right? And the reason for that was that, sorry, this was for them to be able to pay the electricity bills. And the reason for them is that, for them, they were saving time, right? They were saving effort. So the conclusion of that was that even the customer who we think does not have the ability or willingness to pay does value the product. And if they see value, they will pay. And we see it all the time, right? So if you look at low-income customers, we know today that they are ending up borrowing at rates that are, if they're money lenders, much higher. But even from some of the, fintech or other NBFCs, they're borrowing at fairly high rates. So the willingness to pay for value is there, and that's what we assess. So when we talked about product, we are really trying to see whether, and so unit economics is very important. And then, of course, if something cannot scale quickly enough, then it's not going to be profitable soon enough, right? And so those are the two things that we would look at.
Thank you for that. So I'll turn to you, Chandan. So I think you were described as someone who's spread your presence in 30 countries. Obviously, in a country like India, we heard of the strength of the digital infrastructure highway that's been built. That may not necessarily be the case in many other countries. So what are the other kinds of innovation that you have seen that's fostered inclusion in some of the countries that you have operated in?
So as you mentioned, in India, we have a strong banking sector. We have like very strong regulators, institutions, etc. Right? Most smaller countries, many smaller countries in the world don't have this. So there, what we're seeing is many countries, residents of many countries are skipping even the banks. So on the money front, you have stuff like mobile vouchers, even exchange of airtime minutes, mobile wallets like M-Pesa, etc. in Africa, right? And similarly, at the international layer, we are seeing blockchain being adopted as a layer of money flow within that again. So our company is also trying to build that. So at the international layer, we have the blockchain, and at the individual country layer, we're trying to get whatever the users are using there. So it could be bank transfer in some countries, mobile wallets in some, even voucher flows in some other countries. Again, and the geographies where we have some experience is East Asia, Indonesia, Vietnam, India, of course, Middle East, and Brazil, etc. And even Africa knows. So in terms of the problem solving, I think Africa is the most exciting personally for me, right?
Okay, no, that's great to hear. And yeah, clearly there are alternative technologies which suit many other countries in a different way. You did mention the blockchain aspect of it. So are there specific use cases that technologies like blockchain solve for that in your experience works very well?
Right. So we are a B2B platform essentially. So applications can get built on top of a platform. Few interesting use cases which are in very early stage right now is a movement of aid. So in case you have a humanitarian issue in any country, right? So some NGOs, even some bodies of UN experimenting with aid transfer across the blockchain. Few other interesting use cases are micro outsourcing. So in some African countries, we are seeing women, housewives, students who are doing work which may earn them only, let's say, $50 an hour, right? $1 an hour. So they receive the funds direct into their wallets, and they might either hold them or they might use an off-ramp service and move it into their bank accounts, airtime minutes, etc. So exciting things.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting, and it's great to see technology also powering some of these innovations. So I'll turn to you, Monica. So I think one of the critical aspects when these startups and when these ideas come to life is what is the best mechanism to package them, especially when we have very small ticket sizes in a country like India, and what is a good way to price them, particularly I think like what Krishnan said, for the value that the customer is willing to pay. So what are some of the mental models that you think has worked best for organizations looking at offers?
First of all, we need to break the mental model that, and I'll have to disagree a little bit with you, that the opportunity size being large means that first, you will have monetizable products, and secondly, people will actually pay for it. And that's why I actually want to break this down, because I actually feel that the opportunity size can be extremely small, which is the 1% of India. But as long as the entrepreneurs know that they are building for that 1%, and that's what they want to monetize, then it's a very different mental model than saying, I'm building for India, and you build for the 1%. And then when you go to the Hindi heartland or you go to the any other state, that's where you have the problem. Unfortunately, I think the times of the funding winter that have started have actually shown us that the mental models have actually not existed when we've tried to create and therefore value startups that are beyond bubble valuations. So I'd like to, I mean, the first principles of creating is actually missing. And that's why I love the concept, and Sir is here. So he, being one of the most progressive regulators in the world, I actually feel that the guardrails being put in place actually helps the innovators to have safeguards within which they can build. And when we didn't have any, I think the crypto space has shown us that not having them actually leads to loss of value. But on the other side, just because the opportunity size, especially in terms of India and other geographies, like Chandan has mentioned, especially Southeast Asia, these are the fastest growing economies in the world. But imagine countries like Africa, or, you know, there are many countries in Africa which are growing faster than India. But I can't imagine that they would have paying populations. So I think we have to kind of break this mental model down. All of us have been at the receiving end of this kind of fallacy, which has actually led to this huge set of layoffs and what we are seeing around us. So unfortunately, I'll have to disagree. And that's where I think having a sound problem to solve instead of trying to solve for an opportunity, there's a very big difference. When you're solving for a problem, I don't think it's for me to say that an Indian, no matter how much he or she earns, will pay for it or not. I want all of us to be able to pay for it. Therefore, it's not my job to be able to, and I say this out of complete responsibility, it's not our job to be able to help the 450 million, or I don't know how many crores of Indians who don't have basic food and ration. But it is my job to be able to build products that middle and top India will use. And I hate the fact that we still continue to say that Indians will not pay, because I've seen in geographies such as Indonesia, people are willing to pay for convenience, and these are people who earn daily wage. If they are willing to pay for convenience, then why will Indians not pay? So I don't believe that. And by the way, shameless plug, I've written a report on Indonesian payments. I'm surprised by the kind of use cases which are monetized. And that's why I think that there's a definite reason why entrepreneurs need to think beyond. Indians don't pay. Indians are too value conscious. Indians will pay for what you train them to pay for. And we've been paying for a lot without knowing it. So again, being a product person, I have to break this down in the best way that I know possible, which is what are you solving for? How scalable is that solution? And when we think in terms of monetization, think about not the number per transactions which will lead to, but we have to remember basics in terms of financial inclusion. There are 50 crore Indians who only have Jandhan accounts, and yet their balance is increasing. So when we say Indians are poor, yes, of course they are, but they're doing something right because the savings habit is actually helping them to develop the saving behavior, which actually means that at some point they will spend. And when they spend, you want to be the first point of interaction. And when we don't have those products which will help them. So a common entrepreneurial question is, I've built for Bharat, but nobody's using it because nobody understands English. And India has 30 languages, mainstream. So who is going to use it when you're dealing with money? And if you lose money, you and I out of pocket, no problem. Touch wood, we have a lot of things behind us where we can probably last the storm. But imagine if a driver or somebody who's living on a monthly basis loses 7,000, 10,000, and the settlement is going to happen in 3 days, because that's how much time it takes, even for a UPI payment going wrong, be showing up in a bank account. I think we have a problem. So India being as large as it is, I think the problem solving capabilities of Indians cannot be questioned. I think it's more about how we build the business model and marry it with the problem statement, which I feel still needs to be evolved. And I'm actually seeing it evolve. So I'm very hopeful about the India future.
No, I'd agree with you. I think even you think of another example like retail participation in the stock market, I think we see a phenomenal growth, which probably is one of the great reasons why our stock market is doing very well as well. So yeah, definitely technology has fostered innovation, and I think entities like RBI and all the other regulators, SEBI, everyone included, are doing a great job of guarding the general consumer while at the same time fostering innovation. But to pick one more thread on that, Monica, so we also need to consider adoption. Typical B2C kind of a startup in a traditional space would spend a lot of marketing money to get subscribers, or they would have a large sales team which will go around onboarding. That's traditionally not possible. So is something like a product-led marketing where the product is so good that it gets adopted, or it has a very easy method to subscribe or unsubscribe. Are those the kind of techniques that will work well in an area like this?
So I actually feel that the product-led growth models that we're talking about have become common now because COVID showed us that we don't actually need products and need salespeople to actually handhold you and to be able to adopt a product only after the intent to buy has been made. So we've had a lot of products where, again, value was delivered. And at the point, at that moment of truth, when value was delivered, people were willing to pay. And I think that's where it picked up from. And we have the best examples of PLG. All of them have been SaaS-based models. And we don't actually need a physical product. Now, that's the best part. But it doesn't actually eliminate the cost of acquisition, which is where I think cost of acquisition gets masked into different P&L parameters that need to be taken care of. But the whole idea of how do users know about, and therefore the product discovery, is now not being led by simply just trying to create either marketing or digital awareness around and using channels for that. You actually let the product be the hero to create that value and to be able to continuously iterate over the product proposition. I was just speaking to somebody who was telling me that instead of creating products that people don't use, they actually did an experiment where at the top of the funnel, they kept asking, why do people drop off? And during this experimentation, during the iterations that they had, they figured that the people were dropping because they just felt, I will take the money that you're giving me, but after that, I'm not going to use it. And I'm tired of doing that. So when they heard that feedback, they stopped giving money. And you won't believe people actually went to the bottom of the funnel because they wanted to understand what's the big deal about. So it's very counterintuitive, but that's where product-led growth, because of the A/B testing model and the hypothesis that you build into the product and then you keep iterating, allows product and marketing folks to actually look at that flywheel effect that they create. And I totally believe that in financial inclusion, specifically for the Bharat that we're trying to build in, we need to understand what problems we are solving for what kind and niche of people. And that's not going to come from people like us, of course, who are sitting here. And we're not doing any field testing to really understand. And I'm surprised to say this, but I have to take a leaf from Sir's book. But RBI has been a great innovator and a great teacher for us. In one of our meetings, and no, Sir was not there, I learned the lesson where they said, and even an illiterate person knows how to read an OTP. And what are you trying to do to eliminate OTPs? And I was actually laughing at my own judgment, of course, at that point in time. And he said, they know what a 6-digit OTP means and they know what their balance is. Please go and speak to somebody on the street and you will know. And that's the best education lesson that all of us people in the payments world and the financial services world need to know. People know how to use their money. We just need to make sure that they're earning enough so they can actually spend, and more importantly, then pay for services.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Monica. So I know we have a great panel here. Anyone has any questions for them before we close? Cool. Yeah. If there's no other question, maybe I'll just pick one thread. Any new powerful idea that you're most excited about, Brijesh?
Yeah,
You see a lot of-
one new initiative which Reserve Bank has conceptualized, and it is being developed by, it has been developed by Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, that is public tech platform for frictionless credit. So we have started the pilot on that since August 17 this year. So this is a platform wherein any financial institution for providing a loan, they use data services from multiple sources. So every financial institutions, they were required to have integration one-to-one with multiple data sources, which is required for credit appraisal and KYC and so many, so and so forth. So this platform has been conceptualized and built, which is doing the heavy lifting of connecting with the multiple data service providers, and the financial institutions, they have to just connect to this platform. And using this platform, data can be easily availed by these financial institutions to do the credit appraisal of a customer. So the pilot is already on. Some 9 banks have already been onboarded, and 5 different services like personal loan, your housing loan, digital Kisan credit card, digital dairy loan, and as well as personal loan that are being processed using the data which is being provided. So we are trying to increase the universe of the data which is there on the platform, so that more and more products can be processed through data which is provided by this platform. And this all started with the digitization of the Kisan credit card. So we have various data sources are already there. The land record, digital land record of 4 states have already been incorporated into this platform. And using this land record data and other KYC related data, CIC related data, the Kisan credit card loan, which was a manual process, which used to take around 15 to 20 days for sanctioning and multiple visit to the bank branch, all those things are being done in matter of some few minutes. So that is the new innovation which has taken place. Pilot is going on. We want to scale it further to most of the states of the country. We want to bring in more and more banks, more and more non-banks, more and more cooperative banks to it, and more products also can be processed through it. So this is a new initiative which has started, and the pilot is going on right now.
Oh, thank you for sharing that, Brijesh. We are definitely entering a brave new world, and definitely a lot to look forward to. But thank you once again. I know we are out of time. For those of you who want to interact, the team will be there. Thank you once again.
Thank you again, everyone, for your expert and valuable knowledge sharing with all of us, and for moderating the panel as well. Could I please request for a quick photo op moment? Mr. Kumar, could I please request to felicitate our guests with a small token of appreciation? So moving from identity, the next pillar we touched on fintech, money, but nothing works if you don't have health, right? Everyone says that after you've chased all the money after graduating from college, you want to get a good job, high paying salaries, everything. But end of the day, you come down and you say, health is wealth, right? And that brings us to our next panel discussion. It's a very, very special topic, very important discussion, and something which is happening in India and is an example for rest of the world. We are going to talk about digitizing healthcare for 1 billion plus people in India. And that is what we are going to talk about today. And we have a very special panel for this one. So first on our panel, as a member, I would like to invite Sri Bashant Gargji. He is the additional CEO of National Health Authority, Government of India. Next, he's the co-founder of Orange Health Labs with a 10-year experience in healthcare as a consultant, investor and a product leader. Can I please invite on stage Mr. Tarun Bhamra, co-founder of Orange Health Labs. Next, we have someone who is the director of postgraduate program in digital health, jointly offered by IIM Raipur and Digital Health Academy. She is a member of the Bureau of International Indian Standards, BIS, Medical Equipment and Hospital Planning Department, and was also the member of the M2M working group of the TEC, Ministry of Information Technology, Government of India. Can we please have on stage Ms. Mevish Vaishnav? Coming up next is a co-founder and CEO of Cloud Physician, a healthcare company that provides technology-enabled remote ICU management solutions to hospitals. Can you please have on stage Mr. Dhruv Joshi? And finally, for saving the best for the last, he's the founder of Health Parliament and Digital Health Academy. He's a leading public policy expert with vast experience in policy making and with major global initiatives on digital health. A former advisor to the Union Health Minister, Government of India, and he's played a key role in drafting the National Health Policy and the National Education Policy 2020. He was nominated by the World Economic Forum on the Global Agenda Council for Digital Health. He has authored 5 books and the book called Digital Health, Truly Transformation, which is a bestseller. Can we have on stage, sir, please, Professor Rajendra Pratap Gupta.
As always, health is last and it's always late. I'm not surprised. But let me tell you, the people in health are the best. And I'll give you a brief snapshot of what triggered digital health. And this is a personal anecdote. I guess in 2013, I don't remember the exact date. It was maybe end July or August when my that time boss, Dr. Murli Manor Joshi, chairman of the Manifesto Committee, called me and said, Rajen, start working. I didn't get what it meant. Then he said, Rajen, I'm again the chairman of Manifesto Committee and you have to draft it. So then I realized, okay, good. But the manifesto was all about all sectors that I had drafted. Health is something that had worked for almost like more than 25 years by then. So I said, that I'll do in the end. But those who had a chance to read it, my pain point came at drafting the things about technology. And I wrote that line that India is the technology capital of the world, but the fruits of technology have not flown back home. That was across sectors. So Digital India program became our flagship program. But when it came to health, I wrote 2 things. And this is, I think I would like to share that I'm a firm believer of having policies. And the reason I do that is policies give a direction. So you got the national health policy and the education policy as a part of the manifesto, which our Honorable Prime Minister with his vision implemented. And the second thing is I believe in creating institutions. So when I was creating the National E-Health Authority, which became the National Health Authority in the re-Christian name, a lot of people told that it is a National Institute of Family Welfare is there and the HRC is there. Why you want to create an institution? I said institutions outlive programs. They outlive people's thinking and their likes and dislikes, and they keep delivering. So the reason of National Health Authority, that time I had thought about the name of National E-Health Authority. And I think in the past few years, we had 3 CEOs. but it has done phenomenally well. I was also on one of the global projects, the Global Digital Health Index, which has become a Global Digital Health Monitor now. When we started, I used to feel ashamed that my country has the best techies in the world, but where am I in that list? Right at the bottom. Look at it now. We probably are on the top. And we have the top man from the National Health Authority with us. So Dr. Basant, you lead the National Health Authority as the additional CEO. So when you look at the world's first, as I would call it, an ecosystem, for digital health, what does ecosystem mean for you as digital health, and how do you see the role of stakeholders? And I would want you to specifically mention about startups because they are the disruptors.
Right. Thank you for having me here. When we talk about the Ayushman Bharat digital mission, absolutely correct that it aims to create ecosystem. What we mean by that, we want to create an enabling environment, provide all the enablers so that private entities, startups, entrepreneurs, they can come and they can provide premium services. They can cater to the demands of the market. In this regard, we are creating digital public infrastructure. There are a few registries that we are creating. The Ayushman Bharat Health Account, a national registry for all citizens, so that citizen being one of the biggest stakeholder in the health ecosystem is uniquely identifiable. Similarly, doctors, nurses, all the healthcare professionals, they'll be provided with a unique HPR ID, a registry for the professionals, being the next stakeholder in the ecosystem, and a registry for the health facilities to ensure that there is a trusted source for all the facilities. Of course, there are other registries as well, such as the drug registry that we are creating. In addition to the registries, we are developing gateways, such as the Health Information Exchange, Consent Manager Gateway for ensuring that there is interoperability of health data. Then there is the Health Claims Exchange, ensuring that there is interoperability of claims. And there is the Unified Health Interface, ensuring interoperability of services. Now, with these digital public goods, what we are trying to achieve is maybe in the physical world, imagine that the government, the public sector lays down the roads, provides the physical infrastructure, the bridges, and it is left to the public, left to the private individuals to bring their vehicles to ply on these roads. It is almost akin to that. The digital public infrastructure that we are developing is based on the open source model. So we'll be, any entity, citizen entity, any private entity wanting to use these registries, these gateways, would have access to those. And they can then, of course, as I said earlier, they can develop premium applications for providing services in the health sector. So that is what we mean by creating an ecosystem. Government does not want to create applications. Government does not want to compete with private entities. We feel that it is best left to the startups to innovate.
Thank you. And we have a startup, Tarun. The belief and the proof is that if you look at the last 10, 20 years, I mean, if I were to even go by comparison that I have done in one of my book, that the oldest automobile companies are 150 years old. I had combined the valuation of all of them, all companies, and the 2003 kid Tesla. Tesla is much ahead of all the companies combined. So startups are disrupting every sector. So where do you see this disruption coming from people like you in the healthcare system in India, which we have perennial problems, but we have perennial opportunities going forward?
Yeah, thank you. I think startups in India actually for healthcare, like Sir said, healthcare is always the last. And the reason for that, I think startups to touch it was primarily two reasons. Um, Startups is in India at least have been mostly led by engineers. So engineers would find themselves long way off from the health ecosystem, right? Understanding what doctors need and how the system operates. So that was always a challenge. And the second challenge has always been that healthcare requires a lot of trust. So naturally speaking, startup which requires fast growth and for it to be a venture bet to make a disruption, all of those things, right? There is actually a very slow burn initially to create certain degree of trust and faith with patients that there can be some value created by us in startup world. So as a result of which, last 20 years, mostly I think startups try to take the easy way out. The easy way was to actually try and solve for what the government is finally stepping in and solving, which is building registries and allowing for booking of appointments. You can find a provider on the website. So very basic kind of infrastructure, which I think now, given that government will take it up, that will be really big help because there is also validation and there is a certain degree of assurity that comes from that from the government side. I think having moved on from doing basic stuff, finally, I think there was some work I think which was done by SaaS companies to bring in some efficiencies inside hospitals, so hospital management systems and lab information systems and all of that stuff. But finally, I think startups are now willing to take a bite into the actual act of providing healthcare. So, Dhruv is an example. We are now trying to do something in diagnostics. There are companies that are trying to do secondary care surgeries. We're trying to build in a certain kind of efficiency that an engineering mind can provide and be of value and support to doctors in making things faster, easier, more accessible than what it is today. We can innovate to bring in some degrees of cost efficiencies by centralizing with new kind of tech. We're challenging some of the norms about what the healthcare ecosystem thinks that can only be done manually, cannot be done using tech. So we are kind of believers. We will always challenge that assumption and push the agenda on that a little bit. I can give examples within our own company. How we have automated some of the reporting solutions itself, how we have centralized the effort of pathologists, just like in teleradiology. We have made it possible to do telepathology in our company. So some of these innovations, are finally engineers are taking a bite at the problem, which I think is a sign of the ecosystem growing. I think the future is going to be that how with the new ABDM infrastructure, right? Payers are going to enforce certain standards onto the ecosystem. So every health company will have to be a health tech company to certain extent if they want to get paid, right? Because what I imagine is as soon as the health information exchange is ready, as soon as the claims exchange is ready, payers will find an opportunity to go deeper into the market and cover more outpatient expenses, cover more inpatient expenses. More money will flow through payers, which will in turn be only possible if you as a healthcare company are connected into this digital infrastructure. So the healthcare companies will work, I think, more closely with these things. And because of standardization of the language of healthcare, because of this, right? A lot more automation is possible, right? With advent of AI and other things, lot of basic processing we do, discharge summaries, identifying basic issues, creating flags for emergent cases, can just be done by technology. You don't need triaging, or you can reduce the cost of triaging by a huge extent. A lot of stuff will get automated, I think, in the future. Once the standardization kicks in, thanks to what government is bringing as a digital public good. But it'll take, I think it's still a maybe 1 or 2 decade journey, but it's going to be a very exciting one to do.
Thanks, Tarun. You said that engineers tinker, but the guy sitting next to you is a startup guy, doctor from AIMS. He still tinkered it. And what he did is very amazing. So those of you, I'm sure that those who are in health know would have heard about cloud physician. You know, when you are in a tier 2 town, the biggest challenge you face is, should you need an ICU bed or should you need ICU services, where do you get? You don't have specialist. So you found that as a big gap, you created cloud physician. It's a phenomenal thing that is available. So what has been your journey through? You're not an engineer. So what as a doctor you did, you know, the perception, what I like about startups is it every time beats our understanding of the system. You know, we believe something, it is totally the opposite. It's not engineers, it's doctors. You think that, you know, it's like established companies that will disrupt. Not at all. They may not even exist. So what has been your journey and what you see as, I would like you to talk about what you did, how you did, the role of digital ecosystem, the role of the NHA, how you can support NHA initiatives. Because see, at the end of the day, government has taken the stewardship role. It's not going to do all. But if we work in a framework, we will as a country benefit, will stand to benefit. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Gupta. So I am a doctor and I am an ICU specialist doctor myself. And so a little bit different. I've seen engineers trying to solve healthcare problems for a long time, and maybe it is time for some doctors to actually do that themselves. And so I run a company called Cloud Physician, and we help hospitals manage their ICU patients better. People ask me, are you a health tech company, or are you a tech company, or are you a healthcare company? And I always say that we're a healthcare company. But if we don't have technology in our DNA, we won't be a company at all, right? And while that's already sort of becoming the norm, and I think in the next 5 to 10 years, that is just going to become a reality. If you're not a technology company, then you're probably not a company itself. So we are still very much a healthcare company. And the way that we look at it is that, we look at technology as the enabler. Technology is in pretty much in everything that we do. But what's the problem that we're solving, right? I think that's how we've looked at it. The problem is that patients don't have the care that they need. Hospitals are not able to manage these very sick patients, ICU patients. And there are very few hospitals, traditionally the corporate hospitals or the large centers like AIMS, etc., that are able to provide quality care to the patients that come there. How do we ensure that quality care is provided to patients no matter where they are? Because emergencies and critical care happens everywhere. People have heart attacks everywhere. People, have complications of diabetes everywhere that require them to be in an ICU. How do we ensure that irrespective of where this patient is or where this person is, they can get access to their closest community hospital and get high quality care in that community hospital, as opposed to being transferred to another hospital or to another city where they lose a lot of time that they don't have, which is very precious when you are having a heart attack or a stroke or something like that. And we realize that the answer to this is not going to be a conventional answer, right? Unfortunately, we cannot put an AIMS in every community. We cannot put a Max or a Medanta or a Fortis or a Manipal in every community. But what we can do is we can enable the hospitals that do exist, the doctors that are running these hospitals in each of these communities, to provide the kind of care that perhaps they would ordinarily have received in a larger hospital. And that's what we are doing using technology. So what we do is we actually convert ICUs into smart ICUs, right? We digitize the entire ICU. We connect it to a central care center where you have a team of highly trained doctors and nurses who are located in large cities where they're available, who are then able to oversee the care of these patients. And they are able to reduce mortality rates. They're able to ensure better response times. They're able to actually ensure that these patients get the treatment that they need at the time that they need it and are able to go back home to their lives and livelihoods. When a person is critically ill, there are essentially 3 complications that occur for a person that is critically ill. One is mortality. Unfortunately, they lose their life, right? Or morbidity. They have some sort of a long-lasting disability. And the third one that people don't realize is that critical illness causes poverty. Right? Every time you go and get admitted into a hospital, your patients are actually using their savings to pay for their treatment. And if you get admitted into a large corporate hospital for a 5-day stay in an ICU, you are essentially sort of consigning yourself and your family to poverty. And so these are the 3 things that we need to address. We need to enable these patients to get the care that they need closer to their homes, closer to where they are, in a cost-effective manner. And you can only do it by digitizing this framework and by ensuring that this new way of care technology-enabled healthcare delivery can be provided. And that is what we've been doing now across 170 hospitals, across 20 states in the country today. And most of these hospitals, 80% of them are in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 locations. So we're enabling that those patients in those hospitals, small hospitals, medium-sized hospitals, are able to get the same outcomes as they would in an AIMS or a Manipal or whatever else it is, closer to their homes in a more cost-effective manner. Now, what can the ecosystem do to enable this? I'm really happy to hear about some of the things, and we are obviously plugged in with what the NHA is doing. But like it was pointed out, I think they're sort of laying the foundations, the roads and the bridges and the railway tracks for people to actually come and build their cars and sort of build their airplanes, etc. And I think that's great. The entire consent framework that's coming through that enables this. I think all of these things are really something that and I think one more thing that I would like to say is that we are seeing the payer system also mature right now, right? Whether it be the government payer, whether it be the private payer, or the traditional payer who is the patient or their family themselves, where they are sort of also want more accountability, they want more transparency, and I think that can also only come with digitization. Right? There's no other way that you can do that. At the end of the day, if you are paying for some care, you want to know you were given the standard of care that you deserve, right? Whether you are an insurance provider or whether you are, the government payer, or whether you are the patient's family themselves. And the only way that you can now ensure that is if you move to a more digital framework. So like I was saying earlier, I think it is inevitable. What we're doing is sort of inevitable. It's a question of how quickly we can get there. And it's great to see, whether it's government or other folks in the startup space, again, create this ecosystem of change. I actually do wish that more people from the clinical domain sort of come into the more innovative part of it. I don't think we have enough. We see a lot of engineers still trying to solve healthcare problems, not enough doctors, unfortunately. It would be good for doctors also to move that. I think they can really make a big change if they do. But it's good to see the entire ecosystem move in this direction.
If you really see this panel, it's very balanced. There are two doctors, one engineer, one healthcare professional, and one someone who's on the policy side. So you really get a mix of that. So I think more doctors are coming. But when I look at the title of the session, digitizing healthcare, I always look at being an author, not an authority. I've always been on that digitalization, and digital transformation. So for me, academics is very important. You have one side, organizational maturity. So if you talk today, India in digital healthcare has organizational maturity, technical maturity. Any problem you throw at, we'll give you 10 solutions. You say ICU nahi hai, group will say I have a cloud ICU. We'll have 10 solutions for every problem. So there is a technical maturity. Technically we can solve. Where is the organizational maturity? Where are people trained? So that brings me to Mavish, who runs the digital health programs. Like, what is the role that you see for academia, for programs in digital health? What's been your experience? What you would like to share with the audience?
So I would like to say there are digital health startups who are doing wonders, like Cloud Physician. But there are digital health startups who are actually not able to deliver and they fail doing it. The reason behind is they don't understand digital health completely. So there is a need of digital health training, upscaling required for them. We have met a lot of doctors who are keen to learn digital health, but there is no structured program. So in 2019, we started developing courses for digital health. And we have started the program, postgraduate program in digital health with IIM Raipur. We have Dean of Medical Colleges, CEOs, pharma companies have nominated their employees into this course. So there is a need that we need to fill, and we would need a lot of institutions delivering upskilling programs in digital health. The experience we have seen is the average experience of 20 years joining this course. We are also launching courses for hospitals, how they can adopt technology, and small hospitals can become the smart hospitals. So there is a need of digital health upskilling programs.
Thank you, Bhavish. And I will use the collective wisdom of the audience in the room. Most of the time, you have gems in the audience who are much more accomplished than people on the dais. And then, we will get to questions. with the panel. So what I'm going to do is pick a few questions, and I want to ask one question with you. See, there has been a concerted effort from the Honorable Prime Minister. You have a wonderful additional CEO of NHA. When I met him, I found him as like, really trying to do anything possible to make digitalization happen in this country. Someone who wants to push and do anything, fire all engines. Now, my question is that we have issued almost like 46 crore ABA numbers or more? 50?
Yeah, it's 49.3 crores. We'll be hitting 50 crores anytime.
So
during the month.
Yeah, I want to ask you, this is our moment of truth, is that how many of you use ABA numbers? Can you raise your hands? 1, 2, 3. So that's encouraging. And what I want you to do is, if someone can stand up and say, what exactly are you expecting from an ABA number, and let's try to find you an answer. Can someone please come here and take the mic and speak? We want to understand from you as well. I mean, this is digitalization, and technology democratizes information. Please, you can come here and speak if you want to. Yeah, please stand up and speak.
So I'm Meru Patil here. So I'm into healthcare domain. So when I was in Samsung research, I could see it. We had some of the Korean data where 10 years of longitudinal data can be fetched for a single patient. Can we find something like that? Because I will get MRI done somewhere else, X-ray somewhere else, show to some doctor. Okay, can we connect everything?
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think first I would like to, just a small reaction to what Professor Rajender here said. He said, we are all having ABHA, but we don't know what to do with it. Please remember, I held on to my Aadhaar for 9 years before even knowing what I could use it for. And ABHA is just maybe 1.5, 2 years old. So maybe that would set it record straight. But yes, I think what my friend there talked about is exactly what we are trying to achieve. The government's vision is to have the next generation wherein they don't have any physical health records. The next generation, right from birth, from their antenatal records, the kids, they have their, from the birth record, antenatal records, all health records are digitized and are available. I keep telling people this, even when I moved to Delhi from Punjab, and my kids, they joined a school in Delhi. Every school asked for that immunization record. I could not find it. Right. And being a doctor, I knew what the National Immunization Program is, so I just filled it. Now, why don't we have this all record? Why can't we have this all digitized, available in a single health account? That is what ABHA aims to achieve. There are people who have started using it. There are people who are now able to fetch their records onto their personal health record application. So this behavior change of having e-prescriptions, having electronic health records, linking these records to ABHA, storing them in your PHR apps, and being able to share them to your prospective doctors, your treating physicians. This behavioral change is going to take time. We have the infra. As Professor Rajender said, in India, we have the tech solutions. Of course, we need to create awareness. We need people, all the stakeholders in the system to adopt this technology. And then, of course, comes the behavior change. But we have proven with the way we have shifted to digital financial transactions, we have proven that this behavior change is possible. And I can see it happening even as I speak. The health claims exchange, introduction of a claims exchange where claims are interoperable is something which is happening as we speak. 47 insurance companies and TPAs have been able to adopt the health claims exchange. 9 of them, along with 9 hospitals, have been able to share data, share claims across the health claims exchange. So, we see that this transformation will happen. And you very rightly said, the payers will demand the providers to shift to do this technology shift. And that will happen. And then, of course, the final part would be standardization of health data, which will flow across the exchange. And I see it happening. I feel it could happen earlier than a decade, but it's a journey, and we have to take this journey together. So we are pushing for adoption of digital health, and I believe there's a technology factor to it, there's an adoption factor to it, and finally there's a behavioral change factor to it. Yeah.
Thanks. Dhruv, you are a doctor and you use a technology platform to provide a critical service that cannot be provided if you do not have the data and live synchronous. It's just coming online. So there are people sitting here who may think that why should I have an ABHA number? Why should I use, or for that matter, any electronic health record? God forbid, I am sure that no one should think of lawyer and a doctor in life, but what you hate to have, you end up having for whatever reasons. Like today, we all use our COVID vaccinations online. How critical do you think is electronic health record for people to start using? Starting with the ABHA, that's available, that's tested, done by government, and then made available. And his team is putting tremendous effort. So if you were to give a message to people to start using ABHA, why they should use electronic health record? The second part of the question, do we really have 10 years time for transformation?
I think that's a great question. I spent about 7 years in the United States as a doctor, and I was there during the time when the Obamacare, etc., and they did the entire digital transformation in the United States. And as a practicing doctor who takes care of patients myself, I know the importance of knowing what the longitudinal record of a patient can help me in, right? I know how it can help me deliver a better outcome to that patient. How else are you going to do it? Currently the way that we do it is, like it was just pointed out, you're either carrying your vaccination record, which you may have lost, or some CT scan or X-ray, which we constantly, as a doctor, I constantly encounter this problem where a patient will come and say, yeah, I did it at that hospital, I don't have it, I don't know where it is, etc. These things influence the decision that as a provider you're going to make. So you may either make a decision to redo a test or redo an MRI or redo a CT scan. That is not in the interest of the patient. They are paying more money, they're getting exposed to more radiation, they're doing all of these things. That is not an ideal situation. As opposed to having a longitudinal record where I can see that 1 year ago this was what the patient's HbA1c was, or what the MRI looked like, and this is what their complaints are today, and this is what it looks like. That makes an enormous amount of difference as a provider for the outcome that can be delivered to the patient. And also, in addition, providing better care to the person themselves, providing more transparency so that they themselves are involved in their care and they can see the progression of their care getting better, or in case it's getting worse, take action on it. All of these things can actually cause an enormous amount of difference in, number one, the quality of care that's provided, number two, the cost of care. Right? Both of these, it is going to influence them. So I think it is inevitable and we must move in this direction. I do not believe we have 10 years to do it, and hopefully with the kind of changes that are coming through from the NHA, I hope we don't have to wait for 10 years.
Thanks. In the interest, I saw divine bells ringing, so I'll have to be a little brief on that. So Tarun, I read testimonials of your people who have used your services, timely service. They say, couldn't imagine it could be like this. So now that we have data, we have tech platforms, and AI is in healthcare. I say that digital health is there to take over, and AI is here to overtake us. That's the fact of life. You like it or not, that's the way it is. So do you think really that if they start using ABHA numbers, or for that matter, any EMR integrated with ABHA, do you think AI will be able to help them save money and their lives as well? Your experience in tech?
Yeah, the main advantage of, like I said, for using a digital health record is essentially eventually going to be the fact that that information will be codified, right? And mostly a lot of the decisions in healthcare actually are quite heuristic, actually. So I would say it takes an expert to figure out that there is a flag somewhere to identify, but 70% of the time, I think body is trying to fight its own infections, and there is symptomatic treatment, and then there is an upfront assessment that you can very quickly do. The other side of it is that you can also catch very early trends. in your health, right? Like that's why you do preventive health checkups and all of those things. And combination of factors going in a certain direction, generally a human eye will not respond to it in a way that probably an AI will be able to say that, okay, these 5 parameters have been consistently moving up in your annual health checkups from 5 years, right? In combination, they potentially could also mean this. That means that you should check that, right? And I think in the long run, the advantage is intergenerational also. So for example, like I might have a recessive gene. Like for example, I suffer from idiopathic cardiomyopathy, right? It's a genetic disorder, right? Now, knowing that what your parents had, like I don't know what my grandparents did, but I definitely carry that gene. But now my child, I live in a world where I am documented, and therefore my child will benefit from that document, knowing that he can also get tested for this thing early in his life, and there is treatment management possible for this condition even before he gets diagnosed with it in a duress condition, right? So I think it's very much important that we have this digitization happen. There are very real issues today. I would say not even just finding trends through AI. I would say even in healthcare transactions, there are many issues. Like I think when an imminent threat facing India, especially is the antibiotic resistance, the AMR thing happening, right? And like they said that for healthcare services, government has been trying for years to prevent people from disbursing antibiotics without prescriptions. But with digitized records, much like how it is done in Saudi Arabia and other countries, you can stop providers from dispensing products without a digitally verified record, right? Which really can prevent a catastrophe which will be much bigger than COVID. So I think it's definitely very valuable to for all of us to opt into this, and our families are going to, those of us who will be digitized are going to get disproportionately benefited. I would say in 5 to 7 years to come, early on.
And I'll add to what Tarun said. So if you have your medical record, if a doctor prescribes you, and just imagine a doctor is seeing 200 patients a day, very likely he or she may prescribe something which has already an allergy with you, or you have 2 drugs which are kind of interfering with each other. Who pays the price? An electronic health record can save you. I mean, if I were to see, for us, this is not an academic discussion. We really want some action, that happens, that helps you in managing condition better. We have seen patients who have lost life because of not disclosing something which they forgot to disclose. And a doctor friend told me, Rajan, I wish they would have told me. I would not have given this anesthesia. They didn't tell me. They said, मेरे को याद नहीं था. आपको इससे क्या करना? वो surgery तो बहुत पहले हुआ था. I mean, if you did a surgery, if you didn't tell him, he has given anesthesia. He said, "Ab Bhagwan dekhega," because you didn't tell me. So just imagine this electronic health record. Very rightly, he asked that, will it be a longitudinal health record? EMR is your first step of preventive care because it tells you what you can, what you can't. So I would say that one message at least I will give you is download ABBA, start somewhere. It has to start today. Over to Dr. Basant. Dr. Basant, we know that while we are talking all this, we cannot forget one thing. We talk about privacy and security. We know there is no privacy and security in digital age. Anything that you know, web knows more about you. That's the truth. But still, what is NHA doing on the privacy and security?
Yeah, so I have this question being asked of me very, very often now, and we keep hearing so many attacks where health data is being stolen, so to say. But thankfully, the Ayushman Bharat digital mission does not create any enhanced vulnerability. To put it simply, the digital mission is no cause for increase in data leaks happening all over India. Architecturally, NHA does not bring any health data to any central server. Ours is a federated data architecture. The data stays where it already resides. So even today, health records are with hospitals. Health records are stored with laboratories. All of us have our health records, maybe in public hospitals, private hospitals, labs. We are just trying to integrate. We are just trying to get this data to the citizen on the citizen's personal health record application. So we are not introducing any vulnerability. Number 2, the digital mission is not collecting any data, any more data than it actually needs. So there is, by design, it is secure. By design, we are concerned about privacy. And thirdly, the design is such that without the consent of the patient, no data moves. The consent can be granular, it can be bound in space and time. So when a patient gives consent to share his data, he can control what kind of data he wants to share to the physician. He can also control for how much time he wants this data, his health record, to be visible to the physician. So we are very conscious of the fact that with the Digital Data Protection Bill, the act now, it introduces a lot of compliance burden on hospitals, on all the stakeholders, including, of course, the government, which is implementing the mission. But at NHA, we are not only trying to ensure that the digital mission lives up to it, we are also trying to help the stakeholders understand how the knowledge of the digital mission, how the participation in digital mission will actually reduce the compliance burden on the providers, compliance burden on the payers, on everybody, how they can stick to the various provisions of the DPDP Act. So, in a way, NHA is trying to reduce this compliance burden by actually moving to the digital way of life.
Thank you. Mavish, from you, anything that you have for 2024 which you want to share with you in terms of capacity building that can benefit people out here?
I would like to say we are very fortunate that we are into 30% of the population that resides into urban area, but there is 70% residing into rural areas. They don't know how to use Abha. They don't know if OTP is coming, they should share or they should not share. So who lets them know what they should do and what they should not do? Here comes the frontline health workers. So we need to train them into digital health upskilling programs, let them know what they should do, how they should do. So we are launching a course very soon for frontline health workers. And this is where we can actually have everyone a part of digital health.
Thank you. I'll just end with one quick survey from you. How many of you have used CoWIN app? Can you raise your hands? How many feel you have benefited out of getting digital COVID certificate? Can you raise your hands? Keep his raise. Let me tell you, if that didn't harm you, ABA is certainly not going to. I would strongly encourage you. Every step that government has taken is with the clear mission. Can we make lives of people simpler, better, and healthier? And I think I would leave this forum with the note that let's all of us do our bit. Alone, I think 4 or 5 of us can't do anything. When we said ecosystem word, the national health policy, if you look at page 32, it writes ecosystem. The reason I put the word ecosystem is everyone is a stakeholder. You are a bigger stakeholder. The numbers are bigger. So I would say strongly, start doing this. When probably we meet next, I want to see everyone raising a hand saying, I downloaded ABA. That's the first step. Thank you so much. Thanks to Pan IIT for organizing this wonderful session. Saurabh, thank you for getting all of us here.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan, for those wonderful, beautiful words and moderating this fabulous panel. Like we said, health is well. And now we know how we have all the tools and technology available to us to actually create that wealth for ourselves, create an ABHA ID, and then you'll have a whole world of opportunities ahead of you. Not only your health, but if you are an entrepreneur, if you're a startup, if you're an enterprise, I mean, there's a lot of stuff which is coming up. And one of the reasons for conducting this sort of panel in this forum was to bring that awareness, bring that knowledge to all of you that it's not just technology on one side, but yes, you have technology for managing better health outcomes as well. So with that, I would like to again thank you, all of you on our esteemed panel. It was wonderful, a very unique panel, I must say. And again, Dr. Rajan, thank you for helping with curating the panel itself and the discussion. Vipashanji for coming all the way for talking to us, and our esteemed panelists who added flavor to the rest of the discussion. So please, ladies and gents, round of applause for our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gents, another panel as we continue. Interesting set of discussions. Identity, money, fintech, health. So, what else is left? Getting items, things from point A to B. We all need various set of things in a day, right from a kg of rice to booking a movie ticket or booking a plane flight ticket or something, right? And it's all of e-commerce, right? Which is something which has revolutionized the way we shop, moving away from stores, physical mods. Now we buy stuff online, we book stuff online, we move things online and digitally. And that is where we come to our next panel, which is going to talk about ONDC, which is where it has revolutionized. And what we are going to learn about is how does ONDC today stand in India, what has happened, and how does it pave the way for a global e-commerce platform. Again, we have a beautiful panel on this one, very, very interesting profiles and very senior leadership. Joining us right from ONDC is Mr. Hari Shankar. So K. Hari Shankar is Head of Transformation at the Open Network for Digital Commerce. In his role, he is working on the large-scale value chain transformation opportunities on the network across sectors with industry leaders, government bodies, and network participants. Most of it has been a solution to the MSME community, and he has been a CPG industry professional with rich experience in digital transformation, enterprise, and business operations. He started his career with Hindustan Unilever and did a number of roles in IT as well as supply chain and business strategy. He was the CIO of HUL, leading all aspects of IT. And finally, he has led enterprise applications globally for Unilever and a number of global technology leadership roles. In his last role, he was leading the global digital core transformation for Kimberly Clark. He's a BTech from IIT Bombay and an MBA from IIM Bangalore. Mr. Hari Shankar, can we please have you on stage, sir? Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause. Next in line is the founder and CEO of Ploch AI, one of the largest rails for ONDC infrastructure in the country. Prior to Ploch, Manoj has founded Craftsvilla, which is India's largest online marketplace for ethnic products. In earlier days, he was a principal at Nexus Venture Partners, a $1 billion venture fund, where he invested in multiple e-commerce companies in India. He's another alumnus of IIT Bombay and passed out of IIM Ahmedabad, and additionally University of California, San Diego, and University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Can we have on stage Mr. Manoj? Moving on next, our another panelist comes from the banking side. He's a veteran in transactions, corporate, and commercial bank covering large, mid, and small corporates based out of India and their subs located across US, Europe, and Asian markets. He has been a client's main point of contact on transaction banking, advisory, across cash management, trade finance, and trade services, but consistently building a deep understanding of their business objectives to elevate their experience across the value chain. This is Mr. Indranil Saha from DBS Bank India. Can we have you on stage, sir? Moving on next, all about ONDC, which we talk about is infrastructure, products, moving left and right. But end of the day is the delivery and the guy who shows up at your door bringing the stuff which makes you happy. For that, we are going to cover our dear guest from Shadowfax. He's an IIT Delhi 2012 graduate, a founding team member, and the head of hyperlocal operations at Shadowfax. He works closely with ONDC to build the logistics infrastructure for intra-city operations. Can we have on stage Mr. Ashish Kumar Singh? Finally, moderating this panel is our very own Ms. Neha Mittal. She leads Digital Natives team at Microsoft India. She has been in Microsoft for over 7 years and works closely with startups across fintechs, B2C, and B2B. She's a passover She's a pass out of IIT Delhi and an MBA from ISB. She had led a successful exit of a startup in the semiconductor business in this space before joining Microsoft and has been a consultant in McKinsey as well. She'll be leading our panel and moderating this session for the next 45 minutes. Can we have on stage with a round of applause for Miss Neha Mittal?
Thank you, Saurabh, for that introduction. And thanks to all the panelists for being here. I would love to get started. The introduction is already done, but just double clicking on that, especially as part of your current portfolios. So Hari, I'll start with you in terms of just laying the baseline on what is ONDC.
No, thanks, Neha. So, Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC, is really an endeavor from the government, from the industry, and frankly, from the whole ecosystem to look at how can we expand the footprint of digital commerce in the country, right? If you look at where we stand today, the overall penetration of digital commerce is about 6 to 8%. As a whole, probably about 6 to 8%, and it's very different across sectors, right? There could be some sectors like travel and air booking, etc., where it could be 80, 90%. But then if you look at things like grocery, it's probably 4 or 5%, right? So clearly there is a huge opportunity, and if you look at where we are versus what is there in the West, and frankly even China, Southeast Asia, etc., there's a huge opportunity. But more than just the expansion of digital commerce, it is also about how it expands. How does it expand in a manner which is more inclusive, which kind of takes the whole industry along? It's not just looking at the top end of the industry or the top end of consumers. And therefore, the endeavor is about how do we do this in a more democratized manner, which is where the whole open network comes in. So this is really, ONDC is a not-for-profit institution. We roll up to the Ministry of Commerce, but it is a private sector undertaking. With the investment from a lot of banks and financial institutions, with the endeavor of driving digital commerce in this kind of open network manner.
Thanks, Hari, for that. You talked about the how of it, and there the enablers, and therefore the ecosystem comes in. So I would also love the other panelists, starting with you, Manoj, from a Plotch perspective. How is Plotch enabling ONDC as a platform, and how do you see that evolving?
Sure, Neha. So basically, Plotch.ai, we are the largest ONDC Rails infrastructure company. Now, let me expand on that a little bit to tell you, what that means. So ONDC is a network. It is not a platform. First thing that, whenever I speak, I tell, it's a network, it's not a platform. And so therefore, it has a very different behavior, how you stitch your customer experience and seller experience in a network environment is a little bit different from how you will stitch, in a platform environment, right? Now, any network you see, and you might see a network here, and you might see a mobile, network. Now, you need infrastructure. You need infrastructure so that, you can set up that network, right? Now, in your home, you might have a router, right? A router connects you to the internet, right? Mobile networks, you have these towers, who is a setup kind of stuff, right? So primarily 2 years back when we, heard about ONDC as a network, we realized that there's going to be a lot of network infrastructure which will be needed, which will allow, any one of you to become part of the ONDC network very, very quickly, right? So that's basically is what we do. We are enabler in ONDC. We provide pre-built infrastructure so that you don't have to worry about technology if you want to join, right? And that's basically the primary role. I'm happy to expand on it more, but I'll leave it to others. Yeah.
Thank you, Manoj. We'll definitely come back to you. Indranil, enabling obviously requires payments as a backbone and banks as a backbone. How do you see ONDC benefiting banks and vice versa? What is the contribution you think you have in terms of just building the ecosystem?
Okay, so I will come to the bank piece, but let me take a step back, Neha, and address a few things in terms of numbers to set the context. E-commerce market, broad approximation, is today around $50 billion. By around 2026, expectation is that, sorry, $83 billion. By around 2026, expectation is that it will go to around $150 billion. That's what we are talking from an India perspective. If you look at this entire story, largely 4 to 5 major e-commerce players, mostly foreigners, capture large section of that market. Huge problem is in terms of digitalizing the retailers, the kirana stores, people who are there in tier 2, 3 towns, cities and villages. That's where ONDC comes in. Today, we are talking about, through the ONDC network, we are talking about digitalizing commerce, but very soon, and it's already happened, all kinds of transactions have started happening through the ONDC platform. Very recently, banks have started selling their products to the ONDC platform. But we as a bank, and not only us, let's talk about what a lot of banks are trying to do and solve for. This is a place where multiple partners, multiple players, multiple stakeholders have joined hands to serve a common goal, to serve the customer's requirements. There are sellers through the seller app, there are buyers through the buyer app, logistics players who are taking care of delivery, dispute resolution framework, TSP for RSP for reconciliation services, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, the banking network to take care of your payment collections and so on and so forth. So, of course, for the entire commerce to happen, you have to have rails for payment and collections, and banks are contributing to that. But more importantly, banks are trying to figure out a way to finance those small sellers, which was earlier not there. And why banks are able to do that today? Because of the data which is there in the platform, which can be leveraged to form financial or to take financial decisions. So I would say this is one drastic change which has happened. Database lending was there. A lot of fintechs, a lot of banks have adopted database lending. But again, it was the recipient of those loans were typically larger or medium corporates. Now it has enabled us to look at those small and medium enterprises in tier 2, 3 town, cities and villages, and make finance available for them.
Thanks for that. And I think you raised an important point around lending and bringing more of India into the fold because of the data that you're able to collect through transactions. Thanks for that. I think we'll touch more on that, but just following through with the introductions, Ashish, delivery and the last mile logistics is such an important part of any e-commerce platform or network in this case. So how do you see, how would you differentiate? So there are lots of logistics players on the platform. What is it that, a logistics platform can do to differentiate, because there is a choice available on ONDC?
Thanks. Thank you. I think as I talk about what is the value which Shadowfax as a company brings in. As of now, Shadowfax, if I just give you an idea, as of now, we are one of the largest logistics player, covering roughly around 17,000 pin codes of India. And what it means in terms of number of cities, we are present in almost 2,200 odd cities. So that is something that we bring a value on the ONDC network when we come in. That one is with respect to the serviceability and coverage that we can bring in. That's something wherein we have worked very closely with ONDC in terms of enabling the logistics across a lot of these pin codes and cities. That is something that is one. The second part is basically with respect to the cost that we have been able to bring in. Of course, when a lot of these e-commerce platforms and then say the food aggregator platforms started in India, they operated at a certain cost, which was something which was not sustainable. What we have initiated or what we have done from day one on the ONDC platform is that, being the cost leader in the market, we have ensured that the cost goodness is something that is passed on to the platform, and that is something which enables the merchants to deliver to as many customers as possible. So that is the second part. The third is also on the speed piece. And when I talk about speed, of course, when it comes to the e-commerce platform, there's a larger thought process in terms of how can we deliver as fast as possible. Earlier, which used to be delivered in a 2-day, can we deliver it in the same day kind of a delivery. Say the pin code which were covered in the 3-4 days, can we bring it to a 2 days something? That is something that we are also working very closely with ONDC to bring in the speed part of it. So I would say in terms of the serviceability and coverage, speed and the cost are the three value adds that we are looking to bring in on the platform with our technology that we have been able to build.
Great. Thanks for that, Ashish. Just going back to you, Hari, just wanted to expand the scope of the discussion by first laying out what is the aim, right? So you talked a little bit about that, but just double clicking. What is it that ONDC hopes to achieve, let's say, in the next 1 year, both in terms of transactions or other goals that you have, and where are we in that journey right now?
Sure, Neha. So, what is our aim? Like I said, one is about expanding the footprint of digital commerce. But more than the numerical expansion, it is about the quality and the shape of e-commerce, right? So, one of the things which we are really focused on and really as part of transformation within ONDC is how do we look at the currently undigitized sellers, undigitized producers, and also consumers who are outside of digital commerce today, right? Because otherwise, by sheer economics, you have enterprises which are really focused on just the top end of it, right? And of course, in the top end, and all of us are part of that, right? That is growing, but and we are focused on that segment as well. But I think it requires a significant amount of effort and innovative thinking on what can we do for undigitized sellers, undigitized producers, and consumers who are outside of this. And that, frankly, both from a larger economic perspective and also from a social perspective, becomes very critical. So I'll give some examples. Like for example, we have been looking at artisans and weavers, right? Now today, some of them do sell online, but it's still, either through intermediaries or still it's really a very small base of them, because there is no organized mechanism to get them onto e-commerce in a big way. Whereas there is a big market in urban India for many of these products. So we are saying, can we work closely with them? And there is huge support coming in from the government, from development institutions to make sure that we make that happen. So that's really in the kind of small artisans category. Working with small and medium enterprises, right? And world over, this is a phenomenon that when digital commerce comes in, the bigger players everywhere, right? Bigger enterprises, the bigger e-commerce platforms, we obviously prosper well. And it is these smaller companies which, many of them kind of tend to lose out, right? And that's not good for the economy, and that's not good for livelihoods. So how can we particularly work with the MSME sector, right? And again, there is a huge support coming in from the Ministry of MSME, from development institutions, from philanthropic organizations. And as ONDC, we want to catalyze all of that to say, what could we do? Now, again, I'm kind of talking more about this sector. We are obviously very much focused on, the e-commerce play of today. But this is a clearly an added play that we are focusing on.
I'm going to be a little disruptive to get more energy going here. So, of course, Manoj used to, I think you still run Crafts Villa. So I just want to also understand, how does a e-com player today, especially the large ones, the big platforms, look at ONDC, and is that a threat? Because that is a common question that comes across. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it's an interesting question. Yeah, primarily, if you look at ONDC is a democratic network. It's for everyone. I don't think it's a threat for anyone. And I speak to so many large marketplaces. Large e-commerce companies. They are looking. Of course, they started. What is this? How does it work? What is it in for me, and those kind of stuff, right? Slowly, as they started to look into this, right, they started to realize that it is much more than what they imagined, right? Now, ONDC today, at least when I see it, it's a collection of networks. It is not just a single network. It's a network of e-commerce, a network of fintech, it's a network of logistics, it's a network of mobility, and a lot of other things which will come in future, right? So when an e-commerce company comes in the e-commerce, network, there's a fintech network which is also very interesting for them. Suddenly, they start to realize that they get so much traffic, they can actually start selling insurances, for example, or they can start doing mobility, offer mobility like rides and not rides, without doing anything, because the other side is already there, right? So these are the realizations which a lot of these large marketplaces and large e-commerce companies are making. Of course, for their own category where they have strength, they may not find it that interesting. Of course, that also is another area where, there's so much of supply they can tap into. But that's a separate question. But fundamentally, they are looking at complementary supply, complementary categories, complementary revenue models, complementary business opportunities for them. And ONDC is a great playground arena for that. That's basically is something that, I'm seeing. Yeah, right now.
Great. And it adds to their assortment in terms of just getting a lot more merchants onto their platform as well.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely. Just in terms of how there are 4 blocks as per my understanding, and correct me. So there's the supplier side, there's the buyer app, there's the payments space, and there's the logistics space, right? So across these 4, and maybe one by one, each of you can answer this. What are the roadblocks you see today, and any solutions or go forward plans? Maybe with you, we'll start with you, Ashish.
Yeah. So I think the first thing is, while it's a decoupled system, and of course, while there's a buyer app, there's a seller app, and there's the logistics and fintech, everybody is an expertise and they bring in their own expertise. I think the first thing wherein each of these platforms, how do they talk to each other, and how is that synergy build is something that also, while the expertise comes in, of course, there's a larger challenge also in terms of how is that synergy building across all these platforms. That is the one thing. The other part is also in terms of the investment that each of these platforms looks to build in. Means while one of these can look to go aggressive, the other is something when it's not something which is there's a coordination that is there, or the aggressiveness that is not there. It also adds to the overall growth or the momentum that is brought on the platform. So that is broadly, that is one major challenge, wherein when with all the larger e-commerce or the aggregators platform, there is one unit that operates, and there is always that coordination that is there. So that is the one thing. The other part is when we look at the experience that we are looking to create on the platform. So of course there are larger touch points wherein, say, there is a buyer app which is there. The customer comes in, the customer is looking for a particular product or a particular restaurant, for example, to order from. But say the seller app is not able to bring in that seller, or that seller is still not registered. So basically that is something that goes missing. Or say the overall experience wherein say a product gets damaged or something, who takes the accountability and responsibility of it? I think that is the larger essence. That is something that will, of course, the platform is maturing as we proceed, but that's something that is still in the learning phase, I would say.
Thanks, Ashish. I think especially the last one, to me at least, seems like a very big white space right now. Any thoughts from other panelists on the roadblocks, and also any solutions that you think can be offered here?
See, I think to me, it's a wonderful system which is built. The underlying ethos is transparency, right? There is a dispute resolution framework which is already built in. Yes, there are challenges that the dispute resolution framework rests not with one entity, but with, it can be anybody. It is clearly defined that when you need to approach a buyer app, what are the roles and responsibilities of a seller app, and so on and so forth. However, from a consumer perspective, right, we always try to catch hold of one person, and that should be the central point of contact to resolve all my queries, which perhaps is a little difficult thing to do under the ONDC framework, because multiple stakeholders have multiple objectives, multiple KRAs, multiple ways of doing their work. But I firmly believe that if this happens, okay, and before that, democratization also has its own challenges, right? We all know that if China wants to set up a road network of 100 kilometers, they can do that in a jiffy, which is not very easy in India because of a lot of reasons that all of us are aware of. Having said which, I firmly believe that if it can happen in one place, that is this country. Because if the network rules and regulations are followed by all stakeholders, it will take time, but over a period of time, I'm sure will mature enough to make it a coherent whole?
Yeah, no, basically we say that, we see a lot of action. We have 20 large clients right now. So we see a lot of action. So we are well aware of, the challenges in ONDC network. Well, let's face it, Rome was not built in a day. So, this is a great story. I personally, whenever I, think about ONDC, just get very excited, even though I've been, in ONDC network for last, 2 years. It's a revolution. It's a large digital transformation which is happening. It's never been done anywhere in the world. It's an Indian innovation, right? So that's basically so exciting that we are building something which is so unique, and the opportunities that it is unlocking is also just immense. I have been in e-commerce industry for last 15 years, and we were there. Then I've seen so many players come. The recipe hasn't changed. Because the recipe hasn't changed, the outcomes are still the same, the same burn, same kind of unit economics and those kind of stuff. ONDC is a fundamental recipe change in e-commerce, which gives me confidence that today, we can think of a profitable e-commerce company in ONDC network, right? So that's basically is very exciting for me. I also feel that AI will play a big role in ONDC. Of course, AI is the most used word, and I don't want to use it a lot, but fundamentally, I see AI playing a lot of big role to basically bring buyers and sellers of small towns and rural India who speak local language should be able to transact very seamlessly, because UPI with QR code did the same thing. And fundamentally, that what is the QR code of ONDC? It still needs to be cracked, but I think fundamentally it will come from AI. So yeah, a lot of roadblocks, but very exciting, at least what I see.
Yeah, Manoj, in fact, what you said is very profound on what it means for how e-commerce has evolved in the past and how we see it going forward, right? I've just add one more thing, there are obviously a number of challenges, right? And most of the challenges are around when something goes wrong, how do we solve it, right? Which definitely will solve it, right? I mean, those are problem solving is always been the strength of everybody in this sector. We'll solve for it. To me, the biggest challenge or opportunity is about how do we tap the upside which this kind of unlocks, right? And what do I mean by that? We talked about small sellers, small producers, etc. That's one side of it. But particularly if you look at the innovation ecosystem, and I know many in this audience are part of that innovation ecosystem. In a more platform-centric world of digital commerce, what happens is 80-90% of the heavy lifting is happening inside the platform. That means any of the innovation which is happening on the periphery, right? And obviously, there's a lot of valuable innovation happening, but it's still confined to the 10-20% which is outside of the platform. In an ONDC world, there is no core, right? Everyone it's a completely flat network when everyone can innovate. And therefore, the opportunity it unlocks for everyone, particularly the innovation and startup ecosystem, to be a participant on the core is that much bigger. And in some ways, it's also a challenge because we are dependent on the innovation ecosystem to solve our problems, right? And when I contrast this with my earlier job, when I was doing digital transformation at a global enterprise level, you have all the levers under your control, right? So whatever you want to do, you assemble a team and you got the money, you do whatever it wants to fix it, right? But in this case, you can see an opportunity, but you are not in control of it, right? You are dependent on the ecosystem, which actually can be an exponential multiplier, right? Because at the same time, you're not constrained by your own resources. How do we creatively tap into the ecosystem, right? And and it's great that we have fantastic partners like Manoj, what Ashish you are doing. I mean, how do we leverage the power of the ecosystem to deliver to this objective? To me, it's a fundamental change in our mindset. All of us are used to kind of solving in our own domains, but it's about looking outside to solve the problem.
No, thanks for that. I think all of you alluded to a few thematics, if I may summarize. So there was something around, of course, huge opportunity, but the fact that there are many players involved, there is also a little bit of coordination, ownership. Let's say if there's a failed order, for example, how does that flow in terms of ownership, right? And how does that get resolved across multiple parties? So I heard that. There's also this thing about, being able to reach a lot more sellers, but, how do we get the ensure quality of service? So on that, just wanted, I know you say, you said that this is something that, many brains are working on, but is there like a central protocol that will be created, or how are we thinking, just to double click on that in terms of the solution space here?
Yeah. So you're right, Neha. So there are obviously certain things which has to be done, centrally. So what is it? Obviously, managing the protocol is central. A lot of the evangelism which is required in the initial stage is being driven, I would say centrally, but obviously there's a lot of central sponsorship to make it happen. Because if you just leave it to the ecosystem, chances are some of these really heavy lifting, which requires working with enterprises, working with development institutions, with the government, I mean that kind of won't happen by itself, right? For example, some of the big hackathons that we are running, right, with large, support from large players, right? A lot of that happens because we are able to centrally tap into them. But we do that with the recognition and the humility that we are not going to be solving the problem. We are just a catalyst. So I would say we are in this kind of almost bifocal world where we believe we are the catalyst. We have to provide some thought leadership. We have to provide the connects. But really the heavy lifting as well as the innovation is going to happen from the ecosystem. So that's really this bifocal approach that we have been adopting.
So Neha, if I may add, so look, the framework is there, right? So if I as a customer is having a problem, I can reach out to the buyer app, and the buyer app is responsible to solve that problem for me. The buyer app in turn can actually choose a seller app from where they can do the logistics players can be chosen. It can be chosen by the customer. So there are multiple ways, right? Let's take logistics as an example. The seller app can have their own logistics. The buyer app can have their own logistics player. There can be a 3PL player like Sharfax who can offer logistics services. ONDC can have their own logistics players. So to Manoj's point, one can use machine language to choose one of those players in terms of who offered the better service, who offered service at a cheaper cost, turnaround time, and so on and so forth. So the framework is available. It is clearly defined. But implementation of that framework requires a lot of coordination and aligned objective. The moment we solve that or we approach that, I think we are home. And one more thing that I would like to just point out is that, so typically any network or platform, internet, for example, is a function of how many stakeholders, how many participants are there in the platform. And that is something which is very interesting. We are seeing light at the end of the tunnel. I see ITC, Coke, large companies, large FMCG companies coming in the ONDC portal. A lot of e-commerce companies are coming here in this in the ONDC network, and very soon, hopefully, a lot of other kinds of companies will also come in.
Any other thoughts on this topic? Otherwise, I had one more question for all of you to answer, but I'll just quickly check. Ashish, Manoj, anything to add to how that central orchestration should be done?
I'll just quickly add. I think, see, e-commerce, we have been in e-commerce business before. E-commerce has always been a multi-party business. We always had a Razorpay as a payment gateway, Shadowfax as a logistics company, some technology provider like Magento, Shopify, and then sellers are there. It's just that the platform is split into buyer app and seller app. So there's one more party has been added, right? So fundamentally, that orchestration, someone was already happening. Someone was doing it. It's just that it's been split in some ways, right? So fundamentally, if you look at it, people of course ask a lot of questions. Whose responsibility is? But the responsibility has always been there. It's Paytm's responsibility for the customer. Is the let's say Snapdeal is on the side. Snapdeal is for the seller, right? And the protocol stitches all this together in some way, right? That's how it works. So I think we of course get a lot of these questions. Oh, suddenly but fundamentally customer is seeing the Paytm, so they will go to Paytm. Seller is seeing the Snapdeal, they will go to seller. Anyways, orchestrations, the Paytm has to talk to Snapdeal. Snapdeal has to talk because they have been doing that in e-commerce for last 12 years anyways, with someone. So that's the only thing I wanted to add. Yeah.
Thanks. That's super insightful. I had one more question, if I'm allowed. Somebody raised the alarm here, but I wanted to ask about the evangelism piece. I think you touched upon it, Hari, that what is the plan there? Because in these circles, we talk about ONDC a lot. in terms of both penetration currently, but also in terms of evangelization. How is that happening, and what more needs to be done? Again, question to all, but maybe I'll start with you, Hari.
So the way we have mapped out, as you know, how do we kind of evangelize this, right? So one is with the established big enterprises, right? Not really the digital natives, but the big enterprises, and we're getting good traction there. So we have HUL and ITC and Coke, and that's really board level discussions. We are talking at the CEO level, making sure. I think everyone is excited about the fact that this will not only kind of open opportunities for them, but many of the risks they saw is getting addressed. So that's one constituency. The second is with all the development institutions with the support from the government, right? With Ministry of MSME, with organizations like SIDBI, etc. That's one stakeholder. With the innovation ecosystem, right? I think with the large players, how we have been running hackathons, and including engaging with a number of VCs and private equity firms. So it's about, we have mapped out almost like a 360 view of the ecosystem to say, first is about informing. Second is kind of exciting them about the opportunity, being able to address very pointed questions which they would have, right? I think that process is going really well because we want to make sure that the whole community understands it, believes in it, and supports it.
Thanks.
See, to add to what Harish sir just mentioned, I think look at what happened to UPI. Of course, there is widespread adoption of UPI, but UPI is simple. It's a messaging interface. ONDC is much more complex. But look at the early signs. Proctera has actually taken ONDC outside the country with MAS, right? Singapore Central Bank. And I'm sure it will not only be restricted within the borders of the country, it will definitely go overseas. And it will also help our SME sellers take their products and sell it outside the country at much higher prices, right? So definitely there is a lot of merit in it. Things will have to evolve. Challenges will be there. We will have to solve for it. But there is a huge, humongous opportunity.
I think I'll just quickly add. I think while the large enterprises will for sure help to build the base of the network, I think the larger essence of the network will always come when we are able to enable all these SMEs and to give them an opportunity to create and deliver or say sell to the larger ecosystem in terms of the covering the larger country, and also in fact as mentioned, if you can also sell outside, that is something that will build the larger essence of the network, I think.
Absolutely. I think you touched upon something important, which is the scalability of this across other countries and other, geographies, just like UPI, right? So how scalable is this? I presume this can literally become a global phenomenon, or is there things that will be needed to adopt it across different geographies? Anybody on the panel?
Since we work in tech, maybe I can take that. Scalability, so let's look at scalability from multiple angles, right? One is the scalability of the protocol itself, right? Protocol actually is very flexible. It actually can work. It's based on, of course, ONDC network is based on a fundamental backend protocol, and it is a very standardized protocol. It works across multiple categories, multiple use cases, and those kinds of stuff. So from a scalability of category perspective, or those even location scalability, like if you want to go to other locations outside of the country, currency, different currency, it's very scalable from that perspective. Second thing is, because it is a protocol, it's this API schema and all those things, it is not that you have to do one-on-one integrations and those kind of stuff. So network scalability, which means that how is there a blocker in creating a large network from an API perspective? No, because it's based on API. Basically, it's a network protocol kind of stuff. So that scalability is inherent. Now, whether, there are limitations on number of sellers can participate, buyers, that also, because there are a lot of buyer apps, a lot of seller apps that is there. Data is, of course, on each of the buyer app, seller app. So data scalability is there. So from a scalability angle, I don't feel any challenges. I think the only thing is, as it scales, the stitching of the customer experience will become more and more complex. So I think that we need to guard against. But yeah, other than that, I don't. Yeah.
Just 10 more seconds. I'm cognizant of the time. Look at the number of companies that have flourished when this happened, right? There are seller apps, buyer apps, which are anyway there. Now there are companies who are evolving, who are giving plug and play network for somebody to become a seller app. There are companies who are coming in, who are playing the role of reconciliation. Banks are thinking, very, very innovative ways to play a part there, diversifying their products. That's one. Second, again, coming to numbers, the target that I think, and you would know, sir, better, the target that they have taken is essentially to take the number of buyers to around 800 million with 1.2 million sellers. 800 million buyers with 1.2 million sellers. And that's not impossible. May not be 2 years, maybe 4 years, 5 years, but that's not an impossible task. That's how I want to leave it.
I think we can go on. This is such an interesting topic. We've just started, and I can see, there's so much more to discuss. But I can just see the innovation. And to your point, there's so much more that players can add and are adding to this, and it will continue to evolve. So it's a space we should all keep watching out for. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Wonderful talking to you and super insightful as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Do we have time for questions or gentleman in the suit, gray suit? Oh, okay, first, yeah.
My name is Jagdish. I don't know if I got the basics a little wrong. I'll take an example. If I'm buying something from Amazon or Big Basket, as a customer, from a customer perspective, if I go to ONDC and buy it, it's going to be cheaper for me? One, that's question number one. Second is the logistics piece. In India, the logistics cost is very high. How does ONDC bring that cost down?
So clearly, price competitiveness is an important factor, and we believe the players today whom we are working with, both on the seller side and the buyer side, are aggressively looking to address that. If you see, particularly in food delivery, and there have been some very interesting YouTube videos from some of the big restaurant chains, right? Some very influential restaurateurs who have kind of been in this space. And they're talking about how they have been able to bring down the end consumer costs in their category. So we believe that clearly the level of competition and the support of the ecosystem will kind of get to a better economics for the consumer. So without doubt, that's clearly the thing, and it's purely because how the ecosystem will respond to it. So we already kind of seeing that. Sorry, what was your second question?
Yeah. The logistics cost I heard is pretty high. I mean, does ONDC help address that piece that the logistics cost comes down?
Yeah. So if you take the logistics cost, and I know Ashish, you are doing a lot in this space, but clearly we are seeing the level of investment which is going in many spaces, particularly hyperlocal, that will automatically increase capacity, and it will get down to the right economic cost. I mean, finally, that there is a cost of economics which will play out, right? But clearly, we believe, again, the investment and competition will get that. But maybe you may want to answer.
I think around 2-3 weeks back, we were having our board meeting, and that is the point that came in. And we were also evaluating what was the efficiency 3 years back and where we are. And the numbers we were looking at that point, we were always used to question our e-commerce, whether we will be able to cross 50 orders per rider per day kind of a model. Whether a rider can deliver more than 50 orders in a day. We just finished our big sale in October, and when we were looking at our efficiencies, there were riders who were doing 250, 280 orders in a day. And so that is something which is not something, of course, there is a technology that we have also been able to build, which has also been able to bring in the efficiency. But it's also coming largely also because of the demand density that is getting created. And that is something which we foresee. ONDC as a platform, as a network, that it brings in a larger set of buyers, sellers from different categories, and that density will for sure get created, which will for sure bring down the cost.
So just one quick point: the take rate or the rate which Amazon or a Flipkart charges to their sellers would be around 15 to 16%. In the ONDC platform, it's around 2 to 4%. Of course, they charge to fund their customer acquisition cost and so on and so forth. So of course, that's a saving, and that can obviously get passed on to the customer. 1. 2, the transparency that the network has to choose a seller, a buyer, a logistics player will ensure a competitive environment that will bring down principally the end cost for consumers.
So one more, yes.
So I wanted to take your views on the data sharing and privacy aspect of the platform and the network that you are creating, because essentially if there are so many buyers, sellers and customers, how do we ensure that the networks are sharing the data within each other or not sharing the data within each other? So how do we cater to that aspect of it?
Sir can obviously this one, but each participants in the network, a clear code is mentioned who can have what kind of data. Buyer apps will have buyer-centric data, seller app will have seller-centric data, and so on and so forth. Sharing of information is also, say for example, if there is a financing transaction which is required, then the seller app will have to sell the data, or not sell, but share the data with a bank or financial institution. And that will be done basis approval from the seller. Because if the seller needs finance, he or she will not have a problem in sharing the data. That's how it is. Can always.
And maybe to add to that, see, fundamentally, there is much less concentration of data in this kind of a network as opposed to a platform. First, as ONDC, we store no data, zero data, right? Nothing. We have nothing that's stored with us, right? As far as every one of the participants is concerned, they own their part of the data, right? A seller knows what he has sold. A buyer app knows what his buyers have bought, right? And obviously, all of them are guided by the Data Protection Act, and clearly there is, both legal as well as the network agreements with ONDC clearly enforce that. So we believe from a policy and from a regulation and also practices in these buyer and seller apps, it kind of ensures that there is privacy of data for both on the seller side as well as on the buyer side.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so for ONDC, I think that there are various different types of networks are kind of aggregated and come together to sell and buy. So two things need to be pinned down very clearly. One is, what about the dispute resolution? Because in case of Amazon or Flipkart, you have Amazon and the entire network is governed by whatever Amazon does. So in this case, it is just set of rules. Now, the big problem that we see, it is too good. I mean, looks like it is too good that perhaps it is not so practical at this moment. 2 points come into mind. That is how the dispute resolutions, because various stakeholders have various objectives and various incentivizations, number one. And number two, what are the business model? I mean, if the business model is not pretty clearly identified for various people like buyers, sellers, and logistics supports. So this, you want to comment on that? Two things, dispute resolution, and they're connected, and the business model, clear business model of various people who are involved here.
Sure. So if you take, sorry.
Before you answer this question, can I ask you a connected question?
Yeah, please.
See, this whole system appears a bit too complex to me. The whole reason why we buy from Amazon is the convenience aspect. This is like totally, I don't think it will work. It's too complicated. The whole purpose of e-com is defeated. The e-com's genesis and the bedrock is convenience. Convenience of conversion, price discovery, single point accountability, easy returns, easy account keeping. This is what?
Okay, interesting point you raised. Let me draw an analogy on this, and I'm happy to discuss this in a little bit more detail, right? If you try to draw a picture of the internet today, right, how will it look like? Which system is connected to which system, right? A much neater diagram would have been if we put the internet as there's one big server in the world and everyone is connected to that server. That would be fantastic, right? On a slide, it will look so neat that there is one central server and everybody just talks to that server and you just follow what that server does. If you try to draw the internet on a chart, it will look like a spaghetti. Everyone is talking to everyone else. It's a complete mess, right? But all of us obviously use it every day, right? Because there is a protocol, there is a degree of trust, and there is the equivalent of dispute resolution and what happens when a packet fails, and etc., etc. All that is embedded in. Now, I'm not trivializing the question, right? The world of commerce with human beings is different from the world of technology with bits and bytes, no doubt, right? So I'm not trivializing the question. The way I see it is a challenge to be solved. It is not the alternative of saying that let's concentrate power in one central entity who will be the master of the universe and therefore sort out everything. That is not the route to go forward, right? From both angles, from it will never lead to expansion of commerce to its fullest potential. And more importantly, it will lead in a direction of concentration of power. And we're already seeing that, right? If you take the examples of what's happening in the West, where after things have gone to a certain extent, people are trying to control back. So therefore, the alternative of concentration to get to 100% penetration is not the answer, right? Coming to your question on dispute resolution, I mean, there is a robust framework for dispute resolution which exists, right? And as was said by some of the panelists earlier, once you get to a level of critical mass, it's not that everywhere there's going to be leakage and there's going to be disputes, etc. Right? Automatically, you will have trusted buyer applications. Automatically, you will have trusted seller applications. You, as a buyer, would go to a buyer app which you trust. That buyer app is incentivized to retain your trust. They will do whatever it takes to take single point ownership of every one of your disputes and sort it out. So it's not that, and today, I mean, currently our volumes are very small, right? If you look at where we are today as compared to the ambition, we are probably 1 or 2% of where we want to be. But if you look at there, are we having disputes today? No, because there is enough framework in the system to make it happen. There will be operational issues, no doubt, right? You order something, it didn't come, it came 1 hour late, what happens? I mean, those are operational issues which are there to be sorted out. But are they getting into major disputes where, a buyer app and seller app are getting into a thing? No, it doesn't happen that way, right? So we believe that fundamentally the network will play itself out in a manner which is right for the participants. And a model of saying, let's concentrate everything into one place, that's not the answer, right? Even though it may look very elegant as a picture.
Thank you for the disruptive question and for the insightful answer to that, because I think it's a question that may have been on a lot of people's minds. And I think it really made sense to make that internet analogy in my head, because you're right, it looks like a mess, but it works because of the protocols and the way that it's evolved over time, right? So I think, thank you. Thanks to all the panelists again. I am getting stares from my team on the ground. So I think it's time. But yeah, we can continue some of these conversations with the crowd. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Right, and that was indeed an amazing panel and good participation from the audience. We love it, of course, and absolutely. So thank you, all the panelists and our moderator, Neha, for doing the honors. Could I please invite Mr. Pradeep Bhargava, General Secretary, IIT India, to do the honors and give a token of appreciation to our panelists. Right, and that was interesting, but there is more fun to come still. And I believe this might be something interesting for you. We have a live music performance here by none other than Dwi the band. I don't know how many of you know about Dwi. So Dwi is a trio of musicians that attained bandhood, like they call it, in year 2010, right? They have been working and performing all around Bangalore for quite a bit of time. It's a Hindustani music popular band, higher energy, rich in melody, right? And that is where the performance will be here in a short amount of time. And while we speak, we already have Somil here. Please, if you would like to come on stage. Yes, that is what. So we'll need a bit of a setup time, and we expect you to come back here in about 15-20 minutes. So by the time, please utilize it for networking, have a quick coffee break, flex your muscles, and come back and be ready to listen and dance to the music.